The suggestion is that De Goey is going to be the sub, according to John Ralph. We can find out all the details because Jordan Roughhead joins us from the Gabba very shortly, so we'll be able to nail that, whether or not it's fact or fiction. Who do you like tonight?
It's a tough one. Collingwood traditionally play pretty well up there, but Brisbane have such a good record, of course, at the Gabba. I think they're going to be hard to beat, Brisbane, but Collingwood have got a bit of momentum, 4 straight wins. I like what they did last Friday night, like everyone did, and Jordan De Goey coming back in is a big boost.
Yeah, just a name. Brisbane or Collingwood?
Brisbane.
By?
Not by much, under a goal.
He'll be in front at half-time.
Well, I'm looking forward to asking Dane Zorko this when we have him on pre-game, because they've reached half-time behind 4 of the first 5 games. It wasn't a problem last year. They won 23 27 first quarters. They were fast out of the blocks. It's not quite the case this year.
What's your mail on De Goey?
Well, there's a chance he'll be the sub. That's been discussed internally this week.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. He's done a lot of training across the last 3 or 4 days. They went straight from Adelaide to the Gold Coast. They based themselves out of the Southport Football Club. They actually trained at the Gold Coast Suns earlier in the week and travelled up to the Gabba yesterday, based themselves in Brisbane. It's an interesting call because he's had so many issues across the off-season, the pre-season, had the Achilles and missed the game against Sydney. Anzac Day's not far away as well. So a big watch on him tonight.
I got a watch on Charlie Cameron. He's kicked 4 goals, and I know he's doing the pressure stuff, and I'm sure Dane Zorko will tell us that when we talk to him, but he's a goal kicker, and he's kicked 4 goals in 5 matches. I mean, it's pretty tough at the top there. They've got Archie, obviously, as a star, and Cam Rayner as a star, and they've got a couple of young kids coming through at the same time. But Charlie's Charlie. And as much as he's doing pressure, he's there to kick goals.
He's a 2-time All-Australian, isn't he? Yeah, it's an interesting call because he's had some slow starts to his years in his career, but he's a classy operator, so I expect him to respond.
Yeah, and there's some question marks on whether or not the Pies should have played Cox or not. What's your thoughts?
Well, I thought with Tim Embry coming out, I thought they would have brought in Cox because the 3 forwards has worked across the first month or so intriguing to see why they've made that call.
You had some thoughts on the Bulldogs and the Jamara Ugle-Hagan story. It's a sad story in many ways. It's a dreadful story for both him and the Western Bulldogs because he's a great talent. We know. I don't think he's a great player, but he's a great talent.
He's a great talent. This is a really difficult story, Jared, because this is one that just won't go away no matter what the club wants to do. Even Luke Beveridge today was asked about it, didn't really want to discuss it, but he did explain that the AFL is now involved because the Western Bulldogs have tried as much as they can to rally around this guy, give him the support he needs, but it's not quite sinking in with this 22-year-old who looks right now like a long shot of playing any footy at all this year. He's barely been at the club in the last few weeks.
What about next year?
Well, that's a different question, isn't it? And whether he needs a change in environment. And I'm talking about the club. I think maybe the state would help him, but when the AFL becomes involved, it is becoming a more serious problem.
Well, let's move on because Jordan Roughhead, premiership star in his own right and assistant coach at the Pies, joins us from the Gabba. Welcome to you, Jordan. It's an exciting night.
Thanks for having me on, gents. It's a really exciting night. We always love coming up for this Easter Thursday game, so pumped to get things underway.
Can you enlighten us as to who the sub's going to be? Because so much discussion about Jordan De Goey leading into the match.
I can't right now, boys. The teams will come out shortly, but I can tell you we're looking forward to Jordy coming in and having a real impact on this game. He's got himself fit and ready to go, and we're hoping he can have a real impact for us.
Jordan, just tell us about Jordan De Goey and his prep, because he missed last week, but he came across to Adelaide, travelled with you up to Queensland. How is his body? Because it was an interesting call to bring him out of that game. Obviously, some slight Achilles issues. How's his body? It's been a frustrating 6 or 7 months for him.
Been a very frustrating, probably even longer than that, to be honest with you, guys. He got through last year with a few concerns, body concerns. He spent a bit of time, as you know, was reported over in Doha to try and get himself into really good shape for this year, and he put a really solid block together over the pre-season from January through till he came in a few weeks ago, and it was just an unfortunate one that he did pick up a bit of Achilles soreness, but he's gone away again, got himself ready again, and he did come to Adelaide last week to make sure he was part of the group and staying really connected, getting his training loads up to where they needed to be with their high performance staff, and as I said, he's ready to come in now and hopefully have a really strong impact for tonight. And it's been a challenge trying to keep him on a leash, because we want him for the long run this year. We don't just want him for 1 or 2 games here and there. So it's about trying to balance up. We want him in to perform at a high level, but we also want him to play as many games as he can for us this year.
Ned Logg's the one that came in for him in that game against Carlton. He was amazing last week, the best game of his career. How has he reignited his career at Collingwood?
Oh, he's just a contested beast. He was probably stiff not to get a SSP selection last year when he came into the frame a little bit late, and there were some others that had been training with us. But he went back and just applied his craft at VFL level in our VFL team last year, and we knew straight away that we had a pretty good player that was had the potential to play AFL footy. And he just spent a pre-season over the last 6 months going head-to-head with Nick Dacos and really challenging Nick in a lot of areas of his game. So, again, we knew that he was going to come in and perform, and he's just a contested beast that is as honest as midfielders get as far as his ability to turn up from contest to contest. And if he's not winning the ball, he's putting a hell of a lot of pressure on the opposition. So, as Fly's been saying, he was probably stiff to be named as a sub for a few weeks, and I don't see him being named as a sub too much more in his future.
Jordan, the smartest man in footy, Daniel Horn from Champion Data, said that on Tuesday night that the biggest improvement with the Pies has been your defence, noticeably more specifically your back six, the true defenders. And Darcy Moore, your captain, has gone from outside the top 150 players to inside the top 50 players, because he's no longer playing on the best attacking player. It seems like it's been a significant project that you would have worked on over the summer period.
Yeah, certainly. There are a few of our guys that probably didn't perform to the level they expected of themselves last year, as far as both their ability to defend the ground and an opponent, and to play offense as well. So we got to work over a long period of time around, one, our ability to fight and win a contest, and that's certainly showed through in our games to this point of the season. But those guys are really proud players, so they wanted to make sure that they came out and asserted themselves and got their seasons off to a really strong start. And it's been great to watch them really support each other through their defensive contest stuff and ability to defend the ground and hopefully try and turn the ball over up the field a bit more for us as well.
The other interesting development is they're now a champion recording speed of ball movement, and you come up as one of the quickest when you move it by hand, one of the slowest when you move it by foot. Everybody has a game plan, but ultimately you can only take what the opposition give you. Is that your approach, or do you have some other way of combating it?
No, we have to take what they give us, and I think the other thing that we have been really mindful of, and I've certainly been coaching with our defenders, is making sure that we're in really strong position to be able to defend off the back of our offence, so connecting the phases of our game really strongly. And again, that's been something that we have been able to do through these first 5 games of the season, and we'll continue to look at little things that we can tinker with potentially to improve our offence, but make sure that our defence is coming along with it.
Jordan, Nathan Murphy's not just one of your best mates, he's your business partner in that cafe in Hawthorn, but it looks like he's been involved a lot with you on the track. I've seen him out at the club doing some stuff development-wise. What's he been like as a coach?
He's been great. He's probably impressed me more than I anticipated he would. He's a great human to have around, but his understanding of the game and particularly bodywork and bodycraft in contest was really strong. He would be the first to acknowledge it. He wasn't necessarily the most talented footballer, but what he did know was how to use the skills that he had to limit his opposition. And he's been working really hard with our big boys down back. Spent a lot of time with Billy Frampton and Darcy Cameron and the like to make sure that their contest work is continuing to improve. And when you get a number like 11-1 contested marks last week, it's only a small sample size, clearly, of one game, but it shows that we're trending in the right direction.
What's his go-to as a barista?
He actually can't make a coffee. He's owned a cafe for a few years and can't make a coffee. So he also has a part share in a wine bar and doesn't drink wine. So he's an interesting mix, man.
He must be good with a broom, because that's about the only thing he can do. Sweep up on the way out.
He's not bad with a mop.
I want to ask you about Jamie Elliott, Jordan, because it's been a long, long journey to 200. Many times it looked like his career might be over due to injuries. How have you celebrated him this week? Because it's such a significant milestone for him.
Yeah, huge milestone for him. I think he's got 26 of his family up here to celebrate tonight with him, and he has. It's an incredible journey, isn't it? It's one that's he's one of the most talented guys that I've had the pleasure of taking the field alongside and now coaching as well. He's a great mix of aerial ability and agility and power and speed, which has clearly been one of the reasons that he has spent so much time in rehab, because he's got that explosive ability that often comes with a bit of injury. But he's been really well celebrated in our sort of camp up in Queensland here. I know his teammates are looking forward to getting out here tonight and making sure that we represent ourselves as well as we can to celebrate Jamie.
Will Ned Long have a role outside of winning the ball and getting it forward? Is he looking after someone tonight?
We won't start the game with him looking after anyone. We'll see sort of how the game plays out over the first period. We know that it's something we can potentially do is play him head-to-head with someone or even go a little bit of a tighter role if needed. But we're going to back our system and the way we play and see where the game takes us.
What about Charlie Cameron?
What about Charlie Cameron? Will Ned Long play on him?
No. Which magnet goes next to him?
Again, we're not too focused on direct matchups down back. We want to make sure we're playing in our strength positions and set ourselves up to impact the game as well as our guys can, as far as the strengths that they bring to the game. So he's another that we'll see how the game plays. If we feel like we need to make some moves and shift some players closer to him, we know we can do that as the game progresses.
And you're putting any acid on Braden Maynard to get him to pick up the biro?
You don't need to put any acid on Braden Maynard. He's one that you just let him go, and you know that he's going to impose himself physically on the game from the first bounce.
What about the contract though? Does it get discussed?
Not with me. No, that's through our list management team to sort through. I'd love for Braden to be a long-term Collingwood player. Yeah. Another one that he's a pleasure to have played with and a pleasure to coach, and he certainly bleeds black and white. And it's a changing landscape footy, but I hope to see him in the black and white stripes for a long time.
Jordan, thanks for giving us so much of your time. It's not far away before the game starts, but I'm sure all Collingwood fans are really interested in your thoughts. So thanks again.
Thanks, Jensen. Just a quick shout-out to the 100,000 members that have signed up for us this year. We love our 19th man, our Collingwood supporters, so we appreciate them all being on board. Yeah,
there's plenty of them. Good on you, Jordan. Jordan Roughhead, assistant coach, defensive coach of the Pies. And you can give us a call now. And by giving us a ring and go into the running as our caller of the week, all thanks to Pullman on the Park, Melbourne's perfect weekend escape just there opposite the MCG. And for Tyre Power, Big Easter sale is now on, 25% off on selected Toyo tyres. Tyrepower.com.au is where you can find them and find all the specials. Lots of discussion about Luke Beveridge. We've already talked about him and his thoughts on Jamara, but Caroline Wilson on Monday night put it on the agenda about the rumours surrounding an association with the Demons. This is what he had to say this afternoon.
Yeah, look, I don't know where it came from, but ultimately our players, our people I work with, they understand and know that I'm totally invested here. And if I'm not coaching here, we went into the year just feeling our way through, understanding that we've got to find what's right for everyone. On a personal note, you don't stay where you're not welcome. From a club perspective, they've got more to consider than just my personal interests. And ultimately, if I'm not coaching here next year, I won't be coaching anywhere else.
So as it stands, you and your management haven't spoken?
I haven't got a manager.
You haven't spoken to anyone at the team?
I haven't got a manager, and I haven't spoken to anyone in Melbourne other than two of my great mates, Jace Taylor and Tim Lamb.
And they're both in Melbourne, obviously. But, I'd take him on face value. Things can always change. But he may well, if he exits the Bulldogs, and he's pretty open and honest and mature about that, he might just take 12 months and go surfing. He likes his surfing, does Luke?
He definitely does. He might be looking at Adam Simpson, who's just gone to the Masters, and John Longmire, and see what it does for your coaching career, because Luke Beveridge is a career coach. Yeah. He's been coaching since the turn of the century. And the reference to Tim Lamb and Jason Taylor, well, he coached with Tim Lamb at St. Bede's during that famous C to B to A premiership run. So, look, the links are there at Melbourne, and the link with Simon Goodwin's fascinating. He actually ran into Simon Goodwin in Bali during the off-season. They didn't mean to run into each other, but they spent a few hours together, and there's a lot of mutual respect, and he was quite enlightening in his press conference today, saying that Simon Goodwin can get this club out of this situation. So a lot to play out, but a fascinating press conference from Luke Beveridge.
Imran's joining us from Coburg. Welcome to you, Imran. You got some thoughts on tonight's game?
Yeah, I just want to see, because obviously, Canberra plays good footy. Brisbane tends to win the game. I mean, he's good. You know, he only 5-minute burst, 10-minute burst in the midfield, and he can impact the whole game. I want to see who do you reckon would. A quick question: like, who do you reckon would go on Cam Rayner tonight? Because he's one of the most explosive players when he's up in the belt. There's no question about it.
I like it. It's a good call. Maybe a Braden Maynard, Jared, on a Cam Rayner. Isaac Quainer could do the job as well.
We just heard from the coach of the back line. They haven't got magnet on magnet. It's just whoever, you take your spot and we'll just deal. We'll shuffle it around if we have to. But, I mean, whether or not you're on Cam Rayner or Calamar Chi or Hugh McCluggage, if he pushes down there, it's, you know, there's a lot of match winners up there. And whilst
Bailey.
Zach Bailey's been in red-hot form. Despite the fact that all the discussion pre-season was about smoking Joe, they're smoking without Joe.
Absolutely. And Logan Morris is up and going now with full last week, and he's become a good player.
Good on you, Imran. Thanks for your call, and good luck to the Pies tonight. John's in Norwood. Welcome, John.
Hi, Jared. I haven't seen you up Cactus for many years, mate.
No, I sort of swung over to G-Land, John. I haven't been over into the desert for a fair period of time, and I tidied my act up. There wasn't as much incentive to go over there with those whites just sneaking around the place.
No, it's all right, mate. No, just ringing up, Jared. I went to the game last week and I saw a young player play, and I was very taken by his game. Is Ned Long. Be very keen to see how he goes tonight against quality midfield, because he did beat the quality midfield last week, and I always judge players by the opposition. What do you think of his game there last week?
I think it's superb. He was one out of the blocks, and you see these kids come through and you think, where the hell's this bloke been? Because he was, you know, did he get a coach's vote last week? I wouldn't have been surprised if he did. He was really good, and he spent some time in the VFL last year with the Pies, and he got himself a Guernsey. Josh, you know more about his history than most.
Yeah, I spoke to him last week, actually. It was good timing right before that game, but he was delisted in the 2023, and not a single AFL club showed any interest. He did train with Collingwood over the last pre-season, but they signed 3 players in the SSP, and he wasn't one of them. He signed with their VFL program, and in the mid-season draft, they took him. He's played 12 of the past 13 games.
Yeah. Now, John, before you leave, is you still with us?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
For anybody wondering where Cactus is, enlighten our audience.
There would be too many people know where
That's
we're talking
right.
about, Jared.
No, well, bottom line is...
No, you were just talking about surfing, that was all.
Yeah.
I just thought, you know, it's pretty good up there.
Yeah, it's the top of the bottom line. You go through Adelaide, you keep going, you go past the Iron Knob, you go past various other towns, you get to Ceduna, which is about halfway, nearly halfway. I think Euclid's halfway. And then you get to this beaten up old town about an hour out of Ceduna called Penong. You turn left, and it's about 24 k's to the top of the Bight. And if you can't find yourself a shark there, you're not looking hard enough. Good on you, John. Appreciate your call. Dan's from New South Wales. Welcome to you, Dan.
Morning, gentlemen. How are we?
Yeah, good afternoon to
Morning.
you.
Afternoon. Geez, how am I going? Hey, actually just on my way, I'm walking to the Gabba. Now, I'm a Swans man, so I'm just going to watch the spectacle of sport.
Yeah.
Who do you suggest I sit down and watch? I find that when I'm watching a game, and it's not my team, I pick a player and I like to watch them and what they do, and I'd be impressed with that. Who do you guys think? I mean, obviously, amongst all the stars, I mean, you can look at all your stars. Who else do you reckon I should be able to stick nose at and just watching throughout the game?
Go on, Josh. Give us your thoughts.
I'm really into Logan Morris at the moment. I just think this kid is exploding. Pick 31. Who expected this so soon? I know he's a premiership player, but there's been so much focus on who can replace Joe Danaher. Maybe it's going to be this guy long term, Jared. I know Eric Hipwood was great in the second half last week, but at 19, to think of what this guy's doing has been super impressive.
I'll give you one, Dan. There's a kid on the half-back flank for the Lions who I think will end up in the middle, and I think he'll end up as a star in the middle, Darcy Wilmot, who is an underrated player. It's hard to be underrated when you're a premiership player, but he is flying under the radar, is Darcy. He's just 21 years of age, and he's only played 61 games. By the time he's played 100, I wouldn't be surprised if he's pushed into All-Australian contention. Good on you, Dan. Appreciate your call. Thanks for your feedback. The teams have dropped. We'll have those up next with Josh Gablich. In fact, we're going to keep going now with the teams, according to the super producer. So before we do that, Jesse Hogan, you had some news on him, Josh.
I do, Jared. He has been named tonight, but big watch on him heading into this game against Adelaide on Saturday. Didn't train today. He's dealing with some calf issues. Now, when you hear calf and Jesse Hogan, it's never a good sign, but he has managed this across the last 2-3 years and done it quite successfully. So they'll wait and see how he goes tomorrow at the captain's run. It's going to be his call, but he did put well up quite sore out of that Norwood game, and they're still without Steve Canelio, still without Brent Daniels, and both expected them to be right for this game, but haven't got up in time. Canelio is actually dealing with a little neural issue that just won't go away in and around his glutes, so they need Jesse Hogan for this one, you'd think.
Neural issues, no good at all when you're in your 30s. The Hollywood Cats?
I thought you might like this headline. Forget about the Hollywood Hawks. There's a Hollywood flavour coming to Geelong. Now, the Cats will vacate Kardinia Park come Monday. Now, I know they're playing the Easter Monday blockbuster against Hawthorn, but as of Monday, a film crew from the US are bumping into Kardinia Park for the next 2 weeks to film an NFL-style movie. Now, my information is it's based around Mr. Irrelevant, and it's based, which is the last pick in the NFL draft. And that's quite topical in the last couple of years because Brock Purdy's become a star at the San Francisco 49ers. But fascinating to see if a Chris Scott or an Andrew Mackey might bob up as an extra at some point whenever this film is published.
Geez, if Andrew Mackey bobbed up ahead of Chris Scott, that'd be...
You can see them doing it, but they won't train there for the next 2 weeks. They don't play until round 9 at home, so it's not too disruptive. They'll train out of Deakin University, but interesting to see the GMHBA Stadium are going to different lengths to bring in some revenue in this manner.
D selection stunner has just bobbed up. We'll get to that in just a sec, but big name demons have been axed. Just very quickly, George Wardlaw.
Good to go, Jared. This is a big one. Obviously has come off another hamstring issue, missed 10-11 weeks with it in the end, and for the first time we're going to see a real first choice midfield at North Melbourne because he is finally ready. And just to get a picture of how much footy he's missed, Harry Sheaves plays game 50 tomorrow. George Wardlaw's only up to 26, so hopefully he can finally get over those hamstring issues that have really plagued him since his draft year.
Now that they've got their guns in, I mean, they have got enough talent to roll the Blues.
I think so too. A lot of question marks around them deserving this fixture. They've built Good Friday. They've turned it into a marquee slot. They've done so much right for the Good Friday appeal, but we need to start seeing them performing on this day, and it starts tomorrow.
We'll have all the teams coming up shortly. A little bit of feedback on the text line from surfing enthusiasts. Gerald, we don't need any more people knowing about Cactus. Well, fair income. If you're surfing, you don't know about Cactus, you're not really into surfing, but good luck if you get there. She's still got the tyranny of distance. And Gerald, your words were perfectly sound about Jamara. A great talent, not a great player. The forward line was too stacked with him in the side. I think they've been playing too tall for a period of time. Really interested in who these demons are that have been dropped. We'll have that with Josh Gablich on the other side.
The Cerato successor, the turbocharged Kia K4 small sedan. Find out more at kia.com.au.
A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's with one of 6 collectible toys.
This is Sports Day. We'll be back in a moment. Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app. This AFL season, catch every goal with the zero latency radio stream on your mobile phone. On the SEN app, click on SEN Stadium to hear the broadcast play-by-play with no delay.
Can you feel it? This is the most beautiful game in the world.
Each exciting moment of the game in real-time commentary. Play-by-play, no delay, live commentary.
Got it! Kicked it like a true champion!
Be there and never miss a moment. SEN Stadium, a fan experience like no other. This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheenbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
These school holidays, there's fun to be found out on the ice at O'Brien Ice House. It's the perfect opportunity to let the kids get loose and have fun or follow them out for a skate yourself. Worried about getting there? Arriving through public transport is as smooth as the ice, and there's plenty of parking. Find the fun out on the ice these school holidays at O'Brien Ice House, next to the Bolte Bridge in District Docklands, or skate over to o'brienicehouse.com.au.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
This Easter, when bunnies and kids run amok, give the chocolates a swerve and instead love a duck. Our Peking duck pancakes make for top festive tuck, and Orange legs will leave taste buds love-struck. As for those offspring for whom waiting does suck, ready in 15 minutes should delight any young buck. So hop along to the supermarket and grab Love a Duck. It will make Easter feasting as relaxing as...
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Power up your business with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Built for professionals who don't mess around. Whether you're an erosion control technician, site preparation manager, or land clearing specialist, Makita's XGT, LXT, and Direct Connect platforms deliver the runtime, power, and performance you need. Without the noise, fuel, or fumes. Go cordless. Get more done. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
The EPL. Catch the action each week right here, live on SEN. Kicking things off at 11:30pm on Saturday, it's Everton hosting Man City, followed by Villa v Newcastle. On Sunday at 11pm, we have Ipswich hosting Arsenal, followed by a game that could wrap up the title race as Liverpool travel to Leicester. The biggest games every Saturday and Sunday night, live every week on SEN. Plus, the biggest games midweek, live on the SEN app.
The Cerato successor, the turbocharged Kia K4 small sedan. Find out more at kia.com.au.
A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's with 1 of 6 collectible toys.
You're listening to Sports Day.
And don't forget, folks, the Western Bulldogs taking on the Saints for the Easter Sunday clash. You can get your tickets at ticketmaster.com.au. But let's get stuck into some of the teams. Big news out at the Demons.
Huge news, Jared. Finally, some big changes. Bailey Fritsch has been dropped, as has Jacob Van Rooyen. So some changes to that forward line. Daniel Turner comes in. Tom Fullerton comes in. His first game for Melbourne. Colton Tholstrup, the former first-round pick, is also back in after some injury issues. And importantly for Melbourne, Stephen May has been named, Cozzy Pickett's been named. So watch on them heading into Saturday, but some changes from Simon Goodwin.
Well, he had no choice, I think, Simon Goodwin. If you're going to have selection integrity, you got a bloke who's kicked 5 goals in the reserves who can play second ruck and forward. Fritz, despite, he's going to go down in history as one of the great Melbourne players, given the amount of goals he kicked in that premiership year, and in particular in the grand final. But he is just so devoid of confidence. There's only sometimes you're doing them a favour by putting them back, hit rock bottom so they can bounce. And Van Rooyen, well, question marks are on the youngster because he hasn't nailed it yet. He hasn't proven that he's at this level. He's showed plenty of signs, but he's got to go back and find some form as well.
Lots of changes out west as well ahead of this Good Friday night game at Optus Stadium. The big one is Oscar Allen. The word is management. That's the word out of West Coast. That's the label they've used. They have had back-to-back travel games. They went to Sydney, then they went to Adelaide, back in Perth, and they're going to manage him this weekend. But there are some interesting inclusions. Jeremy McGovern's a massive
Before
one.
we go off Oscar Allen, I think it's just more a signal about his leg, about his knee. He's 30 years of age. He doesn't need resting. He doesn't need managing.
He's only 26.
Exactly. 26, sorry. So this is an issue for his, for his leg. It's buyer beware for mine.
Yeah. Yeah, his history tells us that, his durability history tells us that. So big watch on him the longer this year goes on. Jared McGovern's a big in. Clearly, they've struggled without him down back. Tim Kelly, 1 game in the waffle, straight back into this side. So some handy inclusions for Andrew McQualter, some experience back.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game again. Every game's going to be tough for them. They're going through a really rough patch, and it's not going to end overnight. Next side.
Pete, just on that side, on that game, Peter Wright's the one that comes in. So no Nick Bryan. And instead of Todd Goldstein to support Sam Draper and keep Sam Draper forward, Peter Wright comes in, first game of the year, so a lot of interest in him from Essendon supporters, so he comes back in. Noel Bolter has been named as well, Jared. Now, we know he's got the court case next week. Adam Uze's been very public about this, so has the entire Richmond Football Club. Shane Dunn spoke yesterday as well, the CEO, so he's been named as they told us he would be, so he'll face Gold Coast on Saturday night. Sam Lawler is also back, but I already know your view on Noel Bolter. Is this surprising to you?
Oh, it's not surprising because I think they flagged the Tigers. But as I said earlier, I think Gerard Whateley summed it up. The upside's not worth the downside.
No.
1 game, big deal. You're not playing finals footy for a few years, so I would have thought just let it roll out. And anyway, they've made their call. We'll move on. What about the Blues? They've made some serious changes as well.
Sam Doherty's the one, Jared. We spoke about omissions before. Michael Voss has dropped Sam Doherty for the Good Friday game tomorrow. We know no Harry Mackay, no Brody Kemp, but they actually have resisted the urge to bring in Mark Pitnet. So that you'd imagine Tom De Koning just sticks in the ruck.
Is he ready to go, Pitnet?
He's available for selection.
Are you surprised at that?
I'm a bit surprised by that. That was the sort of the suggestion, but Tom De Koning's playing that well in the ruck. Anyway, why move him? You've still got Charlie Curnow there, so I can understand his thinking.
No, I think it's a mistake.
Yep.
I reckon he can be just as good in the forward line as he is in the ruck. I think he's got some work to do in the ruck. We know his clearance work's good, but he's kicking it up in the air too often. It's going back over his head. But they're a better side with the likes of Elijah Hollands and Blake Acres in their team.
Big talking point, Elijah Hollands. He took some personal leave over the summer, but he comes back in, so he's a good story. See him back out there tomorrow.
We have got to cut the ins and outs short because the great Dane Zorko is not far away from joining us. And thanks to John. A lot of feedback on Cactus. It was a big part in a lot of people's lives, obviously, but it features, according to John at Mernda, in a song, in a live album by a great Australian band called Gold Rush. Stay with us. We're going back to the Gabba. The magician Zorko is not far away.
The Serato successor, the turbocharged Kia K4 small sedan. Find out more at kia.com.au.
A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's with 1 of 6 collectible toys.
This is Sports Day. We'll be back in a moment. Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
This winter, the AFL Nation commentary team are in your lounge rooms on SEN Sync.
Got it with feet and counted through for a ripper. This is his moment.
Download the SEN app, tap the SEN Sync button, then watch the game, listening live to AFL Nation commentary in real time.
The Lions produce a domination.
SEN Sync, every kick, every moment, changing the at-home experience for all sports fans. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
Round 6 on AFL Nation. The Kangaroos take on the Blues live tomorrow on SEN with Matt Hill, Dwayne Russell, Jared Healy and Dermot Brereton.
The Kia Sorento set the bar as Kia's most popular small sedan. Now, the new first ever Kia K4 raises it. Best in class, second row legroom, ultra wide screens, and a GT line that comes turbocharged. Enter Kia's biggest small sedan, the Kia K4. Small sedan, big personality. Test drive today or find out more at kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit chaingroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Big news, sports fans. ESPN is now on Disney Plus. Yep, you heard that right. Your Disney Plus subscription just got even bigger with live games, epic sporting moments, and 10,000 hours of ESPN's premier sporting events. And no better time to kick things off with the NBA playoffs right around the corner. Will your team make it? You can find out. Then watch all your favorite movies and series. One subscription, endless entertainment. ESPN on Disney Plus. Turn it on.
This Easter, when bunnies and kids run amok, give the chocolates a swerve and instead love a duck. Our Peking duck pancakes make for top festive tuck, and à l'orange legs will leave taste buds love-struck. As for those offspring for whom waiting does suck, ready in 15 minutes should delight any young buck. So hop along to the supermarket and grab Love a Duck. It will make Easter feasting as relaxing as...
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40V and 80V Max, delivering professional-grade performance without fuel, noise or downtime. From slashing weeds to pruning new growth, XGT's high-output batteries and brushless motors power through the toughest jobs. No cords, no mess, just relentless performance. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
When it comes to your farm, you're always thinking about the future. And when you do, what comes to mind? Is it innovative tools and tech or sustainability? You might want to stay ahead of the markets or just need some advice. Whatever comes to mind, Nutrien Ag Solutions can help. With specialists in agronomy, rural merchandise, livestock, finance, insurance, real estate, water or wool, we'll help take your business further. Nutrien Ag Solutions. Going further.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Subscribe to SEN Sports on YouTube for all the best analysis from SEN's team of experts. Watch your favourite radio shows from inside the studio. Search for SEN and subscribe today.
The Cerato successor, the turbocharged Kia K4 small sedan. Find out more at kia.com.au.
A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's with one of 6 collectible toys.
You're listening to Sports Day.
Yes, indeed you are, for the Kia Cerato successor, the turbocharged Kia K4 small sedan. And for Macca's, hot honey has dropped at Macca's. Embrace the drip. Let's go straight up to the Gabba shortly. Adam White and Dean Solomon will have the best call in the land. But the bloke who's been on fire, he's the oldest man in Australia right now, is the great Zorko, and he joins us from the boundary line. Dane, appreciate your time. Congratulations on your form to date. And I hope you got into Swanee's office early and got that extension. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Jared, and Josh. What an introduction there, Jared. That was magnificent.
You couldn't pay a PR officer to be better than me, the amount of pumping up I've given you.
Yeah, you've given me a good role there for a couple of weeks now, so thank you very much. And I actually went in after round 1 to Swanee and said, let's roll it over. So, things are good.
Dane, I want to ask you about the age, because it's been a big talking point this week. Given the form out of gather round, not just of yourself, but Scott Pendlebury, Steele Sidebottom was amazing, Callum Ward at 35. Why are players at this age and stage having such an impact right now?
Oh, yeah, it's a good question. Sports science is obviously great. Our personal training staff, all those guys, the gym staff, working overtime to obviously give us the best programs possible to allow us to continue to play well into our 30s. So, and I think, we're in teams that have got a lot of young, exciting players coming through, and we're there to help guide them as much as anything. So I guess from all of our roles point of view, it's really simple. We know as experienced players, we know what we can bring to the table every single week. And now it's about passing that knowledge on and that information and creating a really stable environment for our younger kids to come through, because they're going to go through that roller coaster every now and then. And we need to be there to help them out. So I guess that's how I see it, and that's what I've sort of hung my game on the last 2 seasons. I'm surprised it was any different for those other blokes as well.
Game 283 tonight, 300 is in your side. So are you thinking beyond that? Are you thinking Simon Black's record, or are you just taking it 1 week at a time?
Just 1 week at a time. Obviously, we'll look at contract negotiations and everything like that later on in the year, depending on how we're going as a football club and how I'm going individually and how I'm seeing it. But absolutely, I want to keep playing on. I mean, I'm in a fantastic organisation, a culture that we've helped build over a number of years now. It's as strong as ever. A lot of our younger players are re-signing and staying on, so it's definitely a place that I want to be. And if my form is warranted, I would love to keep going.
Always good to be in a side at the top of the ladder, though, if you're entering the vintage department, because no one's yelling out, play the kids. They're playing, please play the best team, and you're clearly in that.
Yeah, well, I guess so, Jared. That's right. But I'm under no illusions as soon as we start nosediving.
Yep.
Whenever that may be, hopefully it's in a couple of years' times, or maybe never, I'll be the first one on the chopping block. So I'm fully aware of that, and I understand that as well. And I think all our players that are over 30 understand that as well. There's going to be a time where every single player has to hang up the boots. I guess for all of us in our 30s, we just want we want to prolong that as long as possible. If our form warrants us to keep playing on, then so be it.
It is an amazing machine at the present time. You bring in Sam Marshall, who was in the top 10 players drafted of his year. James Tunstall's a young bloke who hasn't had much game time as well. It's a bit of a factory up there at the present time.
We've worked really hard on, obviously, our academies. We got, obviously, our father-son has been amazing to us over the last couple of years, getting Will and both Levi. But yeah, we've worked really hard as a state, to be honest. I think you see the kids through the Gold Coast academies coming through as well, and there's a lot of product up here. So it's great to see James Tunstall get an opportunity tonight. He has worked so hard in the reserves for a number of years now. He's been in and out of our side at times, just hasn't been able to get a consistent crack at it due to the talent in our side. So it's going to be great to get to see him have a go tonight. I really hope he does well. I know his form's been absolutely amazing, and even in our practice clubs and intra-club matches throughout the pre-season, he was a standout. So really looking forward to what he can do tonight. And obviously Sam Marshall making his debut, incredible young athlete. He's won multiple awards as a junior. Him and Levi have been at it for years now, so it's going to be great to see him take the stage tonight as well.
Brisbane and Collingwood have had pretty good rivalries over the years. I mean, they played in the grand final with you 2 years ago. They pipped you on the siren. You won it again last year, and you head-to-head again tonight. It's a pretty long-term rivalry, given what happened many years ago, also with the Pies and Brisbane playing in finals together.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're a quality side. I think the last 10 games they're 8-2. Our last 10 games, we haven't faltered, but there's been plenty of chances there where we could have. So yeah, look, it's going to be two teams, hopefully at the top of their game tonight. Rivalry is great. I mean, Easter Thursday has been a tradition here at the Gabba now for a number of years, and it's not only the Collingwood players but the fans they bring to the footy as well. It makes the atmosphere so great and exciting. So looking forward to it tonight.
Dane, you're in a great spot at 5-0, but what's going on with your starts? It's been a fair talking point down here. You've reached half-time behind in 4 of the first 5 games. How do you address it?
I don't know.
Do you have to?
For you.
If you're winning games, do you actually have to address it?
No, we've got to address it. There's no doubt about that. I mean, eventually your luck's going to run out, right? So, yeah, look, we've spoken about it. This will be the 3rd week in a row now we've spoken about it. It's actually been our first quarters have been okay. It's sort of the momentum the teams have generated through centre bounce and contested ball through that second quarter that sort of put us on the back foot a little bit. So we'll address that. We've got a few contingency plans in place tonight that if the opposition team, if Collingwood do get a bit of a run on, we can turn to that. So hopefully that helps. But obviously it's great that there's still so much improvement in this side, and we've been fortunate enough to win our first 5 games.
Dane, Jared and I do this every Thursday night. We usually speak to assistant coaches or CEOs or presidents. We rarely speak to players, and I know you do it quite a bit. You do it with us on Crunch Time on a Sunday, but why do you feel comfortable doing it when so many players don't?
Yeah, well, it's not that hard, is it? to jump on and give the fans a bit of access, like this is an opportunity that we can give back to the fans as much as anything. Yeah, I think I'm looking around the Oval right now, and there's myself, Jack Payne, Josh Dunkley, even a couple of the Collingwood boys over the other side, all doing media. I think it's a great opportunity for the fans to just see how we are before a game. Obviously, there's a little bit of nerves there, but it's still quite a relaxed environment. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, now that we're going to give the fans plenty, who's tagging Dacos?
No, not tonight. We're just going to we're going to go head to head all across the park tonight. So we'll we'll see, won't we?
Sam Marshall the sub.
Yeah, look. Has it come out officially? Not sure. We'll find out soon. No, but I think it's like obviously we don't want to give game plans away, but being really transparent and I think the fans being able to hear us before the game and how we talk and what potentially is happening. I think it's a great opportunity and another insight that some leagues and some codes don't necessarily do. So it's a no-brainer for us to jump on, and it also gives our fans who aren't actually going to be here tonight a little bit of access as well.
Do you see yourself as just an all-rounder now, or do you see yourself primarily as setting the team up from the back line and can go forward, or go forward and set the team up from the back half if need be?
I'm very flexible, Jared, and that's one thing that we've spoken about a number of times. A lot of our players are really flexible now. We've seen Jasper Fletcher fit in seamlessly in the back line. He did a couple of pre-season matches playing half-back, just a few little roles here and there. Now he's been called upon to go back and he's fit in really well. Round 1, I went and played forward. There's just we've got so many different levers that we're able to pull if things aren't really going the way we'd like. So obviously I'll start at half-back and play that role, but if things aren't happening further up the field, it's a great opportunity for Face to put people in different places, and we've got a lot of players that can do those roles.
Just looking at your emergencies, Devon Robertson was, he's been a great servant. Didn't go back to WA when he had the opportunity. Can't get in the side, and his chances are limited. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Darcy Gardner is another one who's been an amazing player for you over the journey. We just can't find his way into the side. And Darcy Ford, of course. How are you keeping their temperament and their enthusiasm up and about?
Yeah, well, I think they all understand that it's not just the 23 that take the field every week, Jared. Like, our club is very much every single player on the list has a really important role to play. If you're an emergency, the energy that you have to create as an emergency around the boys, making sure you're not somber and your head down just because you're an emergency. And Darcy Ford, Darcy Gardner and Dev, they've done that role a million times, which is really disappointing because they would love to be out there, but the way they carry themselves on and off the field is just absolutely extraordinary. So as much as it's disappointing that those guys can't play tonight or whenever it may be, they know what their role is to make sure that as a team, everyone's performing their best and everyone's really comfortable. So, yeah, it's disappointing, but they understand the situation.
Charlie Cameron, he's due for a big one. He's he's kicked 4 goals for the season, averaging 1.3. He's hasn't been at his best. How are you trying to get him through?
Yeah, I mean, he's not kicking goals, but geez, he's doing a lot of other work for it, Jared, that probably has probably gone a little bit unnoticed. His pressure, absolutely extraordinary. You got to understand, he takes the best defender every single week as well, which then allows Zach Bailey, Cam Rayner, and the like to then hit the scoreboard. So, you know, he's very comfortable, and we are very comfortable in the way that he's playing his football at the moment. We know when he takes his opportunities, he's going to try his absolute best to put them through, but also what he's doing off the ball and setting up our younger players. I mean, we lose Joe Danaher, who was a real key driver in the leadership aspect of our forward line, and Charlie's really stepped up and filled that role in absence of Joe. So he's doing a lot more than just trying to hit the scoreboard. He's setting up our younger players. He's working tirelessly on his pressure, and I hope tonight he gets rewarded.
You are sounding more and more like a coach every time I speak to you.
Settle down, Jared.
You are sounding more like a coach. You may just transition straight into it. Do you see yourself as full-time Queensland, and therefore there's only 2 teams there in Queensland, or would you be prepared? I mean, you could be great in the media. I think that's self-evident. But what's your ambition post-career?
Yeah, well, look, I'll be honest with you, Jared. I thought it was always going to be media there for a long time, but I've dabbled and stepped into the coaching space. A lot of our, obviously, there's a school competition up here that I've dabbled in with a couple of teams in the private school sector. Had some really good results with those kids, doing a lot more one-on-one sort of stuff with other kids and seeing some great results. So coaching's definitely become on the radar over the last, 18, 24 months or so. So, yeah. And will I move into state? Well, yeah, potentially. But obviously the lifestyle that is up here in Brisbane, you've seen so many players. Hodgie hasn't left. Grant Birchall hasn't left. It's like it's a real amazing place to live. So yeah, it's going to be interesting once my time as a player finishes up. What'll happen? But excited nonetheless.
Got one more question for you, Dane, before we let you go. I'm just fascinated by Logan Morris. We all know about the McDonald's story with his debut, but what's something we don't know about him? Because I thought he was outstanding at Norwood last week.
He was so good last week. Oh, he was incredible. Honestly, if there was one player that played all 4 quarters last week, it was Logan Morris. And he himself has probably can admit that he's had a little bit of an up and down season. He's been really good in games and then sort of faded out. But last week, I thought he was a real key driver to us and the success, especially in that first half, just somewhat keeping us in it. Something you don't know about Logan Morris? It's a question without notice. I don't really know. Yeah, he wears a lot of weird socks. Like sometimes he wears brown socks, which just look horrible. Yeah, I'd say he has like a weird sock obsession.
Okay, like it.
Well, if you're going to have an obsession, you might as well make it a sock obsession. You can't get into too much trouble with that. Dane, you've got an obsession with playing great footy. Hope you have another big one tonight.
Cheers, Jared. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it.
The great Dane Zorko, the magical magician, joining us here as our featured guest here on the Big Preview. And stay with us because we kick off round 6 action on AFL Nation in a few minutes' time. Adam White will pick it up with Dermot and Dean Solomon. They're at the Gabba ahead of the big clash between the Pies and the Lions. This has been Sports Day for Nutrient Ag Solutions, going further for Australian farmers. Have a great weekend, folks, and a great Easter.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
This winter, the AFL Nation commentary team are in your lounge rooms on SEN Sync.
Got it with his feet and counted through for a
ripper. This is his moment.
Download the SEN app, tap the SEN Sync button, then watch the game, listening live to AFL Nation commentary in real time.
The Lions produce the domination.
SEN Sync, every kick, every moment, changing the at-home experience for all sports fans. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
Kia's most awarded SUV, the 7-seat Kia Sorento. Available in petrol, diesel, hybrid and plug-in hybrid powertrains. Fine-tuned for Australian roads and conditions for all 7 passengers. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you, submit your tips whenever you're ready, and if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Big news, sports fans. ESPN is now on Disney Plus. Yep, you heard it right. Your Disney Plus subscription just got even bigger with live games, epic sporting moments, and 10,000 hours of ESPN's premier sporting events. And no better time to kick things off with the NBA playoffs right around the corner. Will your team make it or not? Well, you can check it out on Disney Plus, ESPN now. There you can find it. Watch all your favourite movies and your series. One subscription, endless entertainment. ESPN on Disney Plus. Turn it on.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
For pros who demand serious power and runtime, Makita Direct Connect delivers. With over 100 tools, it's built for all-day performance. No fuel, no cords, no downtime. From professional orchardists to commercial nursery operators, Direct Connect keeps you powered up and ready for any job. Experience the future of professional cordless power. Makita, rule the outdoors.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
This Easter, when bunnies and kids run amok, give the chocolates a swerve and instead love a duck. Our Peking duck pancakes make for top festive tuck, and à l'orange legs will leave taste buds love-struck. As for those offspring for whom waiting does suck, ready in 15 minutes should delight any young buck. So hop along to the supermarket and grab Love a Duck. It will make Easter feasting as relaxing as...
The 2025 season is heating up, and AFL Nation is your place to be for all the Round 6 action. Put it on your back and put it through! We'll have you covered with every game across the weekend, live and free.
Oh, look out! Bailey Williams from the pocket. Jafahini got it. Dangerfield goals. Dangerfield brilliant.
AFL Nation, all weekend long for Elders. You can rely on Elders and 4 and 20 buys. We acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which the upcoming match is being played. We would also like to pay our respects to elders past and present.
Rankin from the boundary, the $1 million shot. How do you like that? Only the sublimely skillful can hit that. He's off the Wizard, and they'll be off to see the Wizard.
The 2025 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
And the grandstands are heaving. He's doing it all, Nick Dacos. Jack Higgins from 45 out of the boundary has been able to shake that home. Stewart cooked him. Amazing tackle by Tom Stewart, and that could be a game changer. Rubbles to Southport, 2 bounces. It'll be a great goal. It's just been a great game to watch. I've loved this game.
Every game, every week.
The scores are level, and they're off their heads at the SCG. Kerno grabs it cleanly with the left, and then swings around onto the right. Magnificent start. Back to Schultz, outside of the ball, curling for goal. Schultz is lifting the pies. Oh my goodness, you just can't keep the good ones down. The superstar cries when the occasion comes. The Lions produce a domination to make the golden era proud. The premiership is going back to Brisbane, and for Chris Fagan, it's the greatest coaching story in football history.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
Yes, welcome to AFL Nation, and what a game we have for you tonight at the Gabba to start a long weekend of AFL football, Easter weekend, and we're at the Gabba for the last 2 premiers in action against each other. It is Brisbane on top of the ladder against Collingwood in 4th position. Absolutely perfect conditions for football. We've got a team that have won 5 in a row up against a team that has won 4 in a row. It is AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. And 4 and 20 pies. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 along with Coles. It is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Adam White, Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon with you. It's perfect to have both Solly and Derm because they know what it's like to play in big heavyweight battles, and that's what we've certainly got tonight. Derm, welcome.
Hey Whitey, how you going? Hey Solly, how you going? I think this is the first time we've worked together.
First time, Derm. Yeah, looking forward to it.
We were pitched in battle as he was a player and I was a committee man.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. That's about it.
That's right.
Thank God.
But in all seriousness, games like this, to both of you who are known as being, they're embarrassing you both, big game performers, when you have a game between 2 real heavyweights on a Thursday night, does it get the juices flowing that little bit more?
Well, I think so. I think it's only early in the year too, so I think every player looks to finals, but throughout the year there's big games, and I think there's games you want to stand up in, and when it comes to first versus 4th on a Thursday night, round 6, this will be an insight to September. This game, this will be last weekend or second last weekend of September. This game will repeat itself in the future. So you want to lay a mark on the opposition. You want to impose yourself. You want to play a good brand of footy, and you want to know that you can hold up. So you walk off the ground with confidence, knowing later in the year, you're going to be able to handle yourself.
What do you reckon, Tim?
You're on show. You're completely on show for not just the supporters who are going to tune in, not just the people who turn up to the ground. You're on show for 16 other clubs who will study you tonight. And any flaw in your game, any slip-up will be magnified, and they'll take it to the bank and say, that's how we get at them. You know you're under the microscope in these types of games. It's a real test tonight because apart from Geelong, and Lions ran over the Cats in the second half. That was the game they wanted, their game style here on the Gabba. They haven't been playing well, but they've been soft kills. apart from the Geelong second half. Now, this is the first time we see the reigning premier, let's be honest, they're bloody good. This is the first time we see them take on an absolute AAA grade rating backline without Joe Danaher leading the way. So to me, that's the fascination for tonight, and we see how they equip themselves against a defence that is really up and humming right at this point in time.
So, Jim, what have you seen from Collingwood that you didn't see last year, but you saw back in 2023 when they won the flag?
Oh, they're different to when they won in 2023.
Already, yep.
Yeah. They were an express team. Sully can speak to this as probably a little bit more than me, given that the amount of study they do on individual opponents when he was back in the fray. They were a real express team that caught teams out. It was almost like they tailed in behind Nick Dacos, and they were just express getting the ball forward. They created confusion in the forward line, but then teams started setting up for that quick express away, and they stifled their ball movement and get them on rebound. They're a much more organised defensive unit this season. They are, and as much as people want to say, oh, they've only got one more shot at it, it's an older man's game as long as you've still got your fitness, because you need to understand the sport when you don't have the ball, where to be, where to stand, and how to set up your defence. So an older, wiser footballer will get that right. You just have that balance between when does his physical prowess leave him at the top end, and all that knowledge encased in him is still there. So I think they're playing pretty well. Their ability to disarm opposition teams is probably they're probably best in the comp at it at the moment.
And just to strengthen that claim, you look at Collingwood's, just their last 4 games, they've given up 78 points against Sydney, but only 46 against Carlton, 70 against the Bulldogs, and 45 against Port Adelaide. So they're low numbers in a season where we're seeing high scores, Solly.
I was listening to Joe Ruffhead get interviewed about an hour ago in the car on the radio, and he was talking about how much work they've done on their ball use, but how that complements their defence. So they're both interlinked. They're valuing both phases of the game equally. So their ball use is a bit more method. I heard a stat earlier today that when they're kicking, they're actually one of the slowest teams in the comp by kicking the ball, but by hand they're the fastest. So no doubt by foot they're a bit more measured, a bit more method, so they can defend the ground when they execute forward of centre. So that ties into their low defensive or scores against profile, which is a good thing.
Now, Otto, have you been up here to Brisbane so far this year, Dan, or is this your first time?
Yes, I have.
So what have you both seen? Solly's obviously been here a few times. What have you seen from Brisbane that surprised you that they've even got perhaps better at than what they saw last year? Because the feeling is coming out of the camp, they didn't necessarily think they'd be 5-0. They thought they were in for a slowish start.
Yeah, well, I think that's what it is. They've actually started better than last year, so that's clearly with their wins. But they're covering the ground so much better. I think the Ashcroft boys probably being fully fit, having both of them, complements the outside. Their uncontested game, their kick catch method is a style that is now becoming obviously really popular throughout the competition, but they've led it. I reckon their last 18 months, I reckon it was this time last year, they actually probably went to it a lot more. The kick catch method, take the heat away, the opposition can't get at you, but they got so much skill off half back and through that midfield that Zorko, he gets rushed back there due to an injury. He leads the way in building the ball off in the back half, and they'll go inside, they go outside. They just test every team's team defence. If there's a pocket of space that's left by an opposition team, they'll just take it and they go through you. And then they've got the class centre forward. So I think they're doing that much better early in the year, and I think they're building into the game. I think if you want to put a number, they're going about 6 out of 10, which is quite scary considering they're 5 and zip. So I think they'll build into the season like they did last year, and they'll get better and better as the rounds go through. But I think they're playing a similar style. I think Joe Danaher up forward is a loss. I think Sam Day's finding his way, getting used to a new system. But I think the ground level players in their forward line are so potent, really potent. So I think Hipwood, Day, Morris, these guys. I think there's a clear message. If you're in any doubt, just bring it to ground. Let our small forwards go to work and apply that pressure. And they've got a really good balance of defend and attack, the small forwards. So I think they're playing a better brand of footy this time last year and building into the season. But they're 5 and zip, so it's pretty impressive.
looking at them a little bit more at the angle the league looks at someone like Hawthorn at the moment. Are Hawthorn quite as good as people said? And then they get knocked over last week. So their wins have come against good win last week after half time against the Doggies. Doggies, you've got to play well to beat the Doggies. Are they going to be a top 3 team, the Doggies? Perhaps not, but without Bontempelli, you still have to play well to beat them. So that's a good win. They've beaten the Tigers. They came from behind to beat the Cats. Good win. They've beaten the Eagles. Made to work on that one.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, and then you go back to the Swannies, 82-86. So it was just a skin of the teeth game there. So, yes, they're the reigning premiers. Yes, we saw them kick into gear in the second half again last week. I'd like to see some hard and fast evidence against a Collingwood who's going good, who's going very good, before I say they are up and running to where they were last year. At the moment, they got the wins, which is awesome. The best thing in the world is to bank wins while you're not playing at your best.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, because you're going to get your best at some stage. Yeah, I just need some evidence. And tonight is going to be evidence time. This is like this is your mid-year exam test.
So if you're a Brisbane Lions supporter listening to you now, Derm, getting home from getting their pizza or fish and chips or whatever it is before they sit down and watch the TV or listen to SEN's coverage of tonight, what are you wanting to see from Brisbane that you perhaps haven't seen to this point?
Oh, jeepers.
It's putting you under the pump a little bit.
Yeah, but here at the Gabba, they do like it. Sully calls it the kick and catch. Yeah, retaining the footy. They like to have unchecked receipt of the ball, uncontested marks. If they can contain that, they will actually throw these little, in boxing parlance, they'll throw those little jabs to find out the weakness in your defence, and then they go through at express. They're also very good at owning the corridor. If you want to try and run through there, they make it it's almost like they say, don't insult us. If you want to try and run the ball through the centre square, we're up for it.
Yeah.
And we'll punch you back on the nose. Yeah, we'll take it off you. The number one thing would be the uncontested marks. The number two thing to get that game in stride is Harris Andrews marking the ball. So if I'm a Brisbane supporter, I want to see Harris marking the ball, intercepting it, and that's where their game starts from. Look, if they can get... You always want your centre-bounce clearances. You've got the 6-6-6 rule, and that's your best shot at scoring. But let's just say that is all completely 50-50, line split, game's even. You've got to win it back off them. Harris Andrews is the bloke who wins it back off them in the air.
All right, what about you, Sully? I'll put Derm under the pump. What do you want to see from Brisbane tonight that you perhaps haven't seen to this point?
I think in the bigger games, from what I've witnessed over the last sort of 12 months, they do turn up their clearance game and contested ball game in around lines like tonight. So I think the balance of uncontested possession, but dialing up the contested ball clearance work is what we'll see tonight. And I mean, this, you look at the Collingwood's midfield, and it's just, it's incredibly, it bats deep, it's exciting, it's potent, it'll go at you by hand. So they're going to have to be at their best. But I think this is where Lockie Neal and these types get to work and roll their sleeves up. Not to say that they disrespect any other game, but I think they know that there's a certain game and a certain game style against these better teams. You need to turn the dial and massively and focus on it a little bit more. So it's just a balance. I think getting that balance a bit more right is what I look for tonight.
Having seen Ned Long play a handful of games for the Hawks, I thought he was going to be a competent player. I didn't think he was going to be this good as he was last week. I mean, this is a massive turn up for them.
Yeah, a bonus.
Yeah, absolute bonus. It's been a real land in the lap stroke of good fortune, especially while they've got some high class out of their midfield. So yeah, interesting watching him last week. Yeah, I think he had
29 possessions overall.
Yeah,
10 scoring involvements.
Yeah, he's big, Sully. He's too big for you and me. He's playing in the midfield.
Yeah,
it's annoying.
It is very much so. Now the teams have done their initial warm up for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. I can tell you there is a late change at Collingwood. So Mason Cox is into the team and Lockie Sullivan is out. The sub for Collingwood is Ed Allen. Brisbane to go as selected Sam Marshall. The debutant is yet another casualty to the subs vest on debut, but it is exciting to see Sam Marshall make his
Can I
debut for
interject
Lions.
there? It takes back so much talk. It takes up so much of the talk back time. Oh, how about we ban the sub and it should never be a debutant. Bugger him. If you're good enough, get straight in.
That's right.
It's up to the club to choose, and if it's up to you, be good enough to get your spot in the team first up.
Well, that's written and authorised by Tim Burden. The Hyundai keys to summer event is now, and don't forget about that. Unlock offers on a range of Hyundai models. We'll take a break here live from the Gabba. The first bounce, it's only 15 minutes away. The Lions up against the Magpies on AFL Nation.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Sam Edmund here with an odds update for PointsBet. We gather again for Thursday night footy with the Lions hosting the Pies. Both teams are in form, but being at home and undefeated, the Lions go in as solid favourite for this one at $1.50 against the Pies at $2.60. The Lions are on a historic come-from-behind winning run, having won their last 8 consecutive games after trailing at halftime. If you think they will make it 9 in a row coming from behind, you can get $6.50 for the Pies-Lions halftime full-time market. Looking at disposals, and last year's Norm Smith medalist Will Ashcroft have so far loved playing the Pies over his short career. He averages 26 touches against Collingwood, which is up on his career average 23. He's paying $1.60 for 25 plus, which is a nice little leg to start a multi. Nick Dacos loves playing at the Gabba. He averages 31.6 disposals at the venue versus a career average of 29, and he's paying a healthy $1.85 to get 30 plus tonight, which is also a nice little leg. Another Collingwood player who loves the Lions home ground is Brody Mychek, because over the last 5 games there, he is averaging 2.2 goals per game, including 3 in his last 2 games at the Gabba. And he is paying $1.85 to kick 2 plus tonight. If you're thinking the Lions get the chocolates tonight, here's a suggested multi. The Lions win the head-to-head. Will Ashcroft to have 25 plus, Nick Dacos to have 30 plus, gets you a total of $4.25. Overall, for me, I'm tipping the Lions in a tight one. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet. Built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
With over 25 years' experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern, family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Big news, sports fans. ESPN is now on Disney Plus. Yep, you heard that right. Your Disney Plus subscription just got even bigger with live games, epic sporting moments, and 10,000 hours of ESPN's premier sporting events. And no better time to kick things off with the NBA playoffs right around the corner. Will your team make it? You can find out. Then watch all your favorite movies and series. One subscription, endless entertainment. ESPN on Disney Plus Turn it on.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryden's Lawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the physical, emotional and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds Fever and Swifts' new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel and for the first time, Binge.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Yes, welcome back to AFL Nation for Elders. You can rely on Elders and 4 and 20 pies. It is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. The teams are out on the ground doing their warm-up for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. The Lions, the second team out. You can hear their song in the background. Collingwood led out by Jamie Elliott, playing his 200th game tonight for the Magpies. Derm, just a word on Jamie, who's had so many injury issues through his career, but still going strong, probably playing arguably the best footy of his career now as he finally reaches that 200 milestone.
That's a fair call. And one of the things about being injured for so long, had he not, it's going to sound weird had he not been injured so much and his performance still climbed, he'd be at a certain wage where you probably couldn't fit him into this team. But now his knowledge of the game and his body's right, he's at a nice comfortable wage, and it helps balance out the salary cap. So you kind of got a really expensive forward line for next to what is an average price in the way we think about league footy. So he's kind of sneaked into that salary bracket, but he's a much, much better player than that.
So you're saying that they found him at the Salvation Army or something like that? Got him for a good deal.
Well, put it this way, if you were an opposition team 15, 18 months ago, would you say he's probably the footy he's playing worth 650, 700,000? Would you pay that 18 months ago?
No, well, you probably wouldn't.
No,
I mean, there were times
you'd be
where
taking a punt.
Yeah, there were times where Brisbane included looked at him at some point, but
so it's feasible to say he's playing for the Magpies right now, probably for less than what his market value is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but he's been a tremendous player when he's been out there. The excitement factor, and I know we'll come up for a number unmissable moment, and on his 200, what do we call it? What could be an unmissable moment for Drinkwise? I'd love to see him take a hanger today. On his 200, it would be absolutely fitting.
There you go, Jamie, doing my job for me. Thank you very much. Cheers to Drinkwise. Our travel partner is Signet. Derm and I headed up to Brisbane this afternoon. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club power banks. And the weather today for Grundfos.
That's it. That's the Signet power bank.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
And want to speak to Mr. Signet, I actually had to buy this. They're bloody good though.
They are. You should speak to Joel. He should be able to get you one. For Grundfos, the weather, 80 years globally, 45 in Australia. Grundfos submersible pumps, serious.
I've got one of them too.
You would have one of those.
Yeah, I do. I really do. Yeah,
they're good.
They're awesome.
29 degrees in Brisbane today. It's been a perfect day, as you'd expect at Brisbane, but it is quite warm. So whether that has an impact on things, it's been warm everywhere over the last 4 or 5 weeks. It feels around Australia, so probably not much of a factor going into tonight's game. Who could be a breakout player today for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life? We'll go with you, Sully, for this one.
I think for me tonight, Zach Bailey. I really enjoy watching Zach Bailey play. I think he's covering ground as well as, if not better than last year. He's averaging 16 disposals and 2.5 goals a game. I think you look at Collingwood's defence. They defend really well, but they attack really well. And blokes like Josh Dacos, Howe, Maynard, Moore, these types. Zach Bailey's smart enough to try and defend them on the way out, but then turn them around and get them on the way back. And that's what he does really well. So he could have a big game.
What about a Flexalt, most flexible player for Flexalt, the only flexible oral ice treatment for sheep? You got some of that as well, too?
God, Jesus. Now that's got me on the spot here.
Jordan De Goey is an interesting watch in his space, I reckon. He'll play majority forward. Coming back off.
Yep.
But at some stage, we know that he can go in. If it's the fourth quarter, it's close. 6 or 7 minutes to go. They just need it. He could be that flexible player.
I think it's a good call. What about the final word from the coaches for their sheds, Australian sheds at the lowest prices? What are they saying to their players, probably before they obviously go out of the ground tonight?
Well, Fraser is an old-style coach, and he surrounds himself with the blokes who will actually do the manipulation of the team and the strategies and that. So he'll be selling this and we've heard little snippets of his vernacular during the last 48 hours, selling this as the best possible test they could have since Grand Final Day. This is the best opposition they have faced since Grand Final Day last year. So he'll be selling it as to how good you blokes really are, how good you think you are, and how much you'll have to lift to beat a team like Collingwood who are at the top of their game. So he'll be selling the opportunity in the moment to meet that moment head on.
Totally agree. Yeah, absolutely. I think that'll be the messaging. Go out, both teams, go out and find out about yourself. See where we're at. Actually put it into play. Round 6, both teams played in grand finals over the last couple of years. Collingwood going extremely well, as Derm said, and Brisbane 5 and zip. So both coaches will say, okay, let's go and find out about ourselves.
So I reckon Fly also, he'll on the flip side, he'll actually say, right, what do they like in their game? What do they want? Guys, let's take it away from them. Let's take that away from them and let's see how good they are. He'll be putting it on his team to put it on them rather than saying meet the challenge, because Brisbane are going to get challenged tonight and Collingwood are the ones who are the Raiders. They're seeking to come up here and do something. So I think it's a slightly different mindset. Look, tactics and talent probably carries the day for 90%, but when the moments arise where you need that tiny little bit of edge, that's where the sell of the coach will come in.
It was the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job search, before you dig online, every time. Whether you're listening to us on AFL Nation around the country, commentary through SEN, it might be through SEN Sync at home, the TV sound down, or even in the stadium here at the Gabba, listening through SEN Stadium. Welcome to our coverage tonight of the Brisbane Lions up against Collingwood. We're only 2 minutes away from the opening bounce, but to set the scene, it's amazing how quickly these seats get absolutely packed, because only half an hour or so ago there was hardly anyone in the stadium, but now as you look around the Gabba, there's hardly a spare seat. And while we won't be here at the Gabba for too much longer, it still is a spectacular sight when it's full.
You mean over the next few years?
Yes.
I thought you meant we're going out the back soon.
No. It'll still be around forever.
We have to get an alarm go off, are we?
No. You know what I mean.
Yes.
But it still looks absolutely spectacular when it's full.
And to be fair, the last couple of years, it's been a consistent theme, a full house at the Gabba. I mean, the brand of footy Brisbane have played for a period of time under Chris Fagan has been really exciting, and the southern Queensland part of the country have really jumped on board this, and even the Gold Coast down that way, the crowds are starting to build under Damien Hardwick as well. So footy's alive and well in this part of the world, and I think this is a sellout, being Easter and holidays, school holidays. A lot of Collingwood supporters are able to travel as well, which is critically important. And as you said, it's a beautiful night for footy, no wind, and about 27 degrees. So
Solly, I mean, we're only minutes away, but just a quick question to you. We've heard so much talk in the last 48 hours about at the cutting edge for coaching. You've recently been in the coach's box, assistant-wise. So you get somebody like Fagan, who is the Godfather approach, and he puts his arm around them, or gives them a bit of a slap, and then you get the the coach is more bent on the tactics of the game and the style of the game, and he's more about statistics. Where does the balance lay where you see league football right now?
I think it's both are critically important. I think it's the key part to it is how you message it to the players. Us being players, you want to know the why, you want to know what we're doing and why, but the messaging of how much information you give to them, one or two key points is all you need to give.
Yep.
That's the art of coaching. I feel is Chris is a great people's management person. He's put the right people in the right place around him, supporting with the data and the analytics. But they feed him the information, and he just brings it to their level and delivers it, and then says, "This is why we're doing it, and this is why. Go and do it." Yeah.
All right, we've just had the toss of the coin for Keno Go. $40 million jackpots every 3 minutes with Keno Go. Collingwood has won the toss. Jamie Elliott has won the toss. He tossed the coin in his 200th game. The Magpies will kick to the school end in this opening term. Or if you are watching us, watching the game on TV, listening to us on SEN Sync to the left of the screen. Collingwood in the sort of predominantly white strip with the away colours, and it's still black and white, but it's white with black stripes rather than black with white stripes. And they've got the white shorts. Brisbane in their traditional home strip. We're only moments away from the opening bounce. We need a tip, gentlemen. Who's going first?
I'll go the Pies by 4 points.
I would have just gone Pies by single figure. Let's go 9 points.
All right, so you two are for Collingwood. Clearly Brisbane will win then, if that's the case.
Yes.
So players, I'm actually with Collingwood as well. I think just the fact they've won the last 3 against the Lions, and to Derm's point, I'm not sure who Brisbane's won against too many quality oppositions to this point. So anyway, we'll see. Players are getting into positions. Are we seeing anything in the matchups?
McStay v. Harris Andrews.
Dunkley's gone straight to Dacos in the middle, which we expected.
Side bottom inside the centre square as well.
He's a real watch. His form's been awesome.
Been good, yeah.
Side bottom against McCluggage. So the bounce is perfect in the middle. Cameron wins the tap down. It's Bailey coming off the square. Had it, lost it. Cleaned up by Neil, who gave the handball to Zorko. His first kick up towards the top of the 50. Off hands front and centre. It's Josh Dacos. A high handball to Moore, who's barreled by Hipwood. Ball spits low towards the boundary. Stays in the field of play for Steele. Side bottom for Collingwood. Kicks up towards half forward. McStay playing against his old team. Dropped the mark. Got tackled off the football. Big attack on the footy, and tackle there by Andrews to lock up the ball for a throw up.
McStay, Harris Andrews match up. They obviously have a bit of information and knowledge about the way he goes about it. So it might be a half attacking, half negating role by McStay tonight.
Between wing and half forward right for the Magpies. From that stoppage, the ball's gone out of bounds. Or in fact, it might actually, it will be out of bounds.
I thought he actually could have held on to that. It was more like a drop mark against Harris then. He got the front spot and held it for a long time.
Ball gets thrown in. McInerney and Cameron. Cameron in front. Won it down to the front position. Comes out Brisbane's way though. Will Ashcroft hitting Hope handball, intercepted by Josh Dacos. His wide handball is okay. And now Chris for Collingwood will kick inside 50 for the first time for the Magpies. And McStay's taken the mark. Mason Cock, I think, applied some assistance there in a block, but McStay comfortably taking the mark just inside the 50.
And I like the kick to him. It was a flatter kick. It wasn't one that sat high, which allows Harris Andrews to get to work on what he does best. It was a flatter kick just on an angle that allowed McStay to take the mark.
Daniel McStay from just inside the 50. Kick on its way is perfect. Never deviated. And Collingwood scores the first goal of the game after just 2 minutes on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
So looking at the replay there, you were right. Mason Cox was jostling with Jack Payne. So it was an equal opportunity for both to go at each other. And in the end, Cox held into that jostle and didn't allow Payne to get to be the third man up spoil against McStay. So a lot of the times people will say things about Mason Cox. Does he, doesn't he, or does he? But when you see that, he actually knew what he was doing then and just thought, I'm not going to allow my teammate to have somebody else compete against him who I've brought to the drop of the ball. It's actually pretty smart forward play.
In the middle we go again. Same rucks, McInerney and Cameron. There's a whistle. It's coming back. It's going to be a Collingwood free kick to Cameron.
Going in again.
So a ruck infringement. So the Magpies to go forward once more. Cameron looks at his options and he's going to go long, deep inside 50. Cox got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. There's a whistle, and it's a free kick to Mason Cox.
Did he hold his left arm or did he run through him? Somebody ran through his line, not looking at the ball.
We'll have to look at the replay there to know exactly what happened. Makita XGT 40 VMAX. You see, it's against Jackson Payne. It's almost a panic situation once he got that front position.
Well, so would you if you were playing against somebody 7 foot.
So Mason Cox, a late inclusion, 40 metres out, directly in front. It's out to the right and it stays out to the right. And only a behind. 1-1-7 Collingwood, Brisbane yet to score.
What we saw before that entry, though, was the crossover of the forwards, the key forwards, just crossing over and trying to get a mismatch, change the direct opponent. That's what Payne ended up holding on. He was under pressure and had to get to him late.
Wilmot runs into the field of play and then goes short to defensive 50 to Rayner. He'll centre it up to Zorko, who marks just as Mason Cox was coming late. Zorko goes back now to Wilmot, left half back flank for the Lions. He wants to go quickly, but it is congested ahead of him. So he's forced to kick to a contest close to the line. Up goes Howe, can't take the mark at the drop though. It's a Collingwood footy to Moore. Handballs to Cox, now to side bottom. They're working it well here. Dacos involved, great chain of handballs. Josh Dacos now from inside the centre square to McStay. He got hands to it, couldn't hold on. Heels lurking, so is Andrews for Brisbane. Handballs out and they can get out of trouble with a short pass into McCluggage. Handballs onto Ashcroft. Handballs to Rayner, now to McCluggage, all handballs, the kick in the Bailey direction, over his head, Collingwood reads it well, Cameron got a handball to Josh Dacos, now to Moore, Collingwood repel and get it back to the wing, and Hill takes the mark for Collingwood, chips on quickly, Lipinski just forward of the wing, member side of the ground, now they're held up.
Gee, that was good by Darcy Cameron. He was having to be on a rollover mind against Morris, and he just said, no, bugger him, I'm going forward to intercept.
Flat kick from Lipinski, wanted Cox, couldn't get there on the full, mopping up for Brisbane's Neil initially, got the handball out and now they can work it through Ainsworth and now onto the chest of Hipwood.
You really see Collingwood's entry method is flat, isn't it?
Yes,
it's low and flat. They're not going to hang the ball.
And the Lions are playing Archie at full forward and he's trying to wait on this play.
Yeah, that was Hipwood kicked to Dunkley and Dunkley kicked out on the full trying to get to Will Ashcroft.
So Archie's starting on Jeremy Howe, and what he's trying to do is take him deep into the goal square so he doesn't intercept, come up and take the mark across half back.
Josh Dacos runs into the field of play. Will kick to a contest. Cox is there. McInerney and Cameron also there. McInerney got the spoil. Hipwood at the drop. Handballs to McCluggage. Is it halfway? Short pass to Rainer, no 15, but he runs away from Josh Dacos. Kicks it deep. Charlie Cameron, no. Moore was spectacular with the spoil. Charlie thought he was going to take the mark. Moore came from nowhere. Got the fist to the boundary.
Having some big wins early, Collingwood. They're taking away the Brisbane's kick and catch method. They're forcing him straight line and into handball, and that's what they don't want to do.
Probably could have done more with that. One of the forwards needed to lead at the ball carrier rather than all running backwards.
Deep right forward pocket for Brisbane. It goes to the back of that contest. Chris gets stripped of the footy. Going through Cameron. He's stripped of it as well. Handball darts out. Advantage paid. It was holding the ball. Howe got the handball to Perryman. Perryman under pressure. Kicks out extremely wide. The intercept mark there to Wilmot for Brisbane. He's told to play on. Thought he probably shouldn't have. He's now forced to retreat with a handball to Zorko. He'll go backwards with his kick to Andrews. And now they have to set up again here, Brisbane.
I think that's one thing that Collingwood will have to be careful of. He's really playing fast out of the D50. Brisbane set up really well behind the ball. They can't handball chain out of the D50. You have to get a catch outside and then build the ground.
Now, Rayner's gone up for the big mark. It hasn't been taken, but there's a push. And it's going to be a Brisbane free kick to Cameron Rayner, paid by the non-controlling umpire.
Must have been a light push. He seemed pretty balanced by the time he got to...
No push.
What's that? Is it a downfield?
I don't know, to be honest. The replay didn't help us.
There's no push.
Unless there was an initial hole before he ran at the footy.
I think he would have been closer to goal had that been the case.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's a very strange one. Anyway, Cameron Rayner has it. Left forward pocket, 45 metres out, leans back on the kick, and it's to the left. And it is Brisbane's first score, but it is a behind on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
You do know, Solly, every time we give conjecture about why a free kick's paid against Collingwood, there are thousands pulling their hair out.
Oh, Brisbane's got it back here at half forward. McCluggage into the pocket. Archie. He's marked it 35 metres out from goal, but he is relatively deep in the right forward pocket.
That's the turnover. You come out, you try and go inboard, you don't hit it perfectly, but you do expect a better kick than that coming out to the centre wing.
So Cal Archie, such a dangerous player, such an underrated player. Kick on its way, it's out to the right, it's swinging back but not enough, another behind, so consecutive missed set shots to the Brisbane Lions.
So Collingwood do get high, they get right up into their D50 to support their defence, but when they win the ball back, they're going to have a little bit of a method to allow their forwards to lengthen back out so they don't get Brisbane +1, +2 ahead of the ball. So they're going to have a bit, this is better. Build by foot.
Perryman marks the kick in, goes wide to Maynard, who'll kick forward to the members' wing, backing back Lipinski, takes the mark in front of Bailey. He'll go inboard, Nick Dacos takes the mark, short little 15-metre pass. He'll go back to Lipinski here. Bailey was a bit sloppy and let him run on, and Lipinski's nearly at half forward. Now Myercheck on the lead. He marks just outside the 50. They've worked the members' wing to half forward extremely well.
Good lead. Run a squiggle pattern inside 50 and then went for the boundary.
Now the chipping kick, wanting Cameron at the square, but it's Andrews who's marking for Brisbane, and he wants to go quickly to Day. Now a handball to Neil. Long handball from him as they link up. Now with Levi Ashcroft. He sweeps a wide hand pass. He'll get it back here. In fact, no, he won't. He's got, well, there's three of them. Now he'll get it. They're drowned with the choices, but they've been forced back here, Brisbane, with the retreating ball to Leicester at defensive 50. Now into Fletcher. Back to Leicester. Leicester a handball to Dunkley.
Bang.
Dunkley handballs over the top. Big tackle from Crisp. And that is going to be a high tackle, according to the umpire. A free kick to Ainsworth of Brisbane. He wants to go quickly, and he's found Neil in front of the interchange gates. Lockie Neal Long ball, deep inside 50. The tall timber's there. It gets to the back. Who's first there? Cameron for Collingwood. Under pressure, gives it to Mychek. What's he doing down there? He's handballed it straight out of bounds, deep in the left forward pocket for Brisbane. They all go up and they all go back. Yeah. Both teams.
Yeah. Just need a bit of fatigue in the game and then they'll stay in their
That's
end
right. Cameron wins the tap down to Maynard from the throw-in. Out to Crisp, who took it on the bounce. And now the high clearing kick outside defensive 50. No one can take the mark. Long gets knocked off the ball. No free kick. Levi Ashcroft handballs straight back into the scrimmage. Umpire letting it play. Comes out to Collingwood's way, but straight to Zorko. Zorko winds up, kicks back into the 50, straight to Darcy Cameron of Collingwood.
Does that so well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's playing like a yesteryear ruckman, just loose man in defence, a kick behind play.
Short kick into Nick Dacos. He goes short to his brother Josh Dacos. At defensive 50, into the centre square with a nice kick to Pendlebury.
7th possession for Josh Dacos.
Big start from Josh. Scott Pendlebury's kick is going to work on the bounce. De Goey. Oh, that's not going to work. He's kicked that straight to Ainsworth. And now Brisbane want to go fast on the turnover. Zorko goes short into Levi Ashcroft. Handballs it out. Now Tunstall. He goes wide and it's been marked by Lockie Neal.
On turnover, Brisbane aren't looking deep enough ahead. They're looking for players who are quite close to them once they've won turnover, but they're getting some good looks 45, 50 metres away.
Neal short to Fletcher. Fletcher's kick is very good and McInerney's taken the mark. I'm not sure it was meant for McInerney.
I'm sure it wasn't.
But he's marked it anyway.
I'm absolutely sure it wasn't.
Yeah, Darcy Cameron, his direct opponent. Well done by McInerney too, because he's seen Cameron take one mark in defence like that. So he's run forward, but he doesn't get to where Cameron is, or Cameron's still just out off the top of the goal square. And as Louis would say, fortune's your luck. Your luck, whatever. The bad kick found him.
Oscar McInerney, 25 metres out from goal, directly in front, kicks it high and kicks it straight. Brisbane's first goal of the night and the Lions lead after 13 minutes on the UTEC clock. Automation for manufacturing. Brisbane 128, Collingwood 117. Our experts tonight, Thursday night footy from the Gabba for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon.
Dude, your point on Brisbane having to lower their eyes, that definitely, it's not something I've seen a lot of, and I think that may be the fear of those intercepting defenders of Collingwood, so they're lowering their eyes and going straight. And going straight line at the moment. Collingwood, to their credit, haven't allowed Brisbane to switch the ball. They love to switch the ball to the open side. Not once tonight have they been able to switch the ball.
Gee, Oscar, I mean, the kick is effective, but by God, it's an ugly style, isn't it?
It's very high, wasn't it?
He goes into the praying mantis. What do they call that? The crane?
It was unusual.
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi.
Back in the middle again. Sam Dane the ruck against Mason Cox. It's sharked by Nick Dacos. Handballs to Pendlebury. Back to Nick Dacos. Acceleration. Runs away. Kicks inside 50. McStay juggles marks.
Yep.
30 metres out. Slight angle. A shot at goal coming up for Collingwood.
They're on the same page here, McStay and Dacos. So Dacos comes out. If you're standing in the centre circle and you're looking at your team goals, Dacos fans out to the point of the square on the right and he kicks it past the goal square to the opposite, about 25 metres out to the opposite point post. And that's where McStay ran. He was on the same page.
Daniel McStay has a second goal. He's got both of Collingwood's goals and now the Magpies lead 2-1-13 to Brisbane 1-8 on the Host Plus That's a Plus scoreboard. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a Plus, issued by Host Plus Pty Ltd. Check the PDS and the TMD at hostplus.com.au.
So what happens in football at every level? Wherever the ball is, whoever's got the ball, defenders tend to gravitate to a straight line between the ball carrier and the goals. Now, what we do there when Dacos with that kick, he takes it what we call off the line and he kicks it to the other side, away from that straight line between him and the goals. And McStay actually ran there before he kicked it. So that is a plan between the two of them, which has been discussed, obviously.
Cox and Day will go into battle again in the middle of the ground. Collingwood by 5 points, 15 played first term. Cox winning the tap straight to Pendlebury on a silver platter, but his kick is poor. And it's an easy mark to Wilmot at centre-half back.
So that could have been the worst kick Scott Pendlebury's kicked in 409 games.
That's right. It's like he was wearing a Collingwood jumper, Darcy Wilmot, the way he kicked that ball.
Looking dangerous, those centre-bounce clearances, aren't they, the last two, Collingwood?
And isn't it noticeable how both teams want to go really fast as soon as they get it forward of centre? And as this time, because they're just setting up Brisbane, they're just kicking it around in defence.
Good defensive shape here by Collingwood, though.
They can't find that loose, so they've got to go long to a contest. No mark taken there by Morris, who jumped high in the front of the contest. The ball out of play for a throw-in.
I had him earmarked. This needs to be his biggest game of the year, Logan Morris. He's kicked 11 goals from the season, but he must be an aerial presence, an aerial threat.
Ball gets thrown in, just forward of the wing for Collingwood. It's a bit of a skew throw-in. Actually goes Brisbane's way. Cox sockers it off the ground. McCreery scooped it up. Handballs to Nick Dacos, who handballs to Crisp. He's got a bit of time. Gives the handball to Pendlebury. Darts inboard. Then kicks a high ball. It'll go deep inside 50. Nearly another mark to McStay. Front and centre. Is it my check for a goal? It is. Collingwood's got a third. It was very nearly a McStay mark, but it was absolutely a Mycheck goal. 3-1-19 Collingwood. Brisbane 1-2-8. Mycheck front and centre for the Magpies.
The forward line craft of the Collingwood Tools has been super. They've only been outmarked once by Harris Andrews deep. Outside of that, they've either marked it or they've brought it straight down to the perfect full ball position right in front of the contest where their smalls go to work. On this occasion, Mycheck's not a small, but he knew exactly where it was going to come down to, and what a finish that was.
Once again, they kicked it to an area where Harris Andrews couldn't get to as an intercept marking player.
I tell you what, the Dacos brothers are running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. 15 disposals between them through 18 minutes. They're almost on a possession a minute rate.
So Harris Andrews was on Mycheck then. So he's had one kicked against him at ground level.
Cox and Day getting the ruck. Cox down to Pendlebury. Gets tackled by Dunkley, loses it. Nick Dacos went off the ground. Then applies a big tackle, happening inside the centre square. It's holding the ball. Free kick Collingwood. Nick Dacos on the cricket pitches. He'll go wide towards forward 50, backing back. That's a strong defensive mark taken by Berry of Brisbane.
Just a bit more of a shallow entry, that one, wasn't it? It's like 40 from goal, where the other entries have been more 30 to 10.
Once again, he short pass out to the back flank, but once again they went out on a 45-degree angle directly across the face to try and take Harris Andrews out of the play.
Dunkley took the Berry mark, kicks to the wing, off hands. Cox bashes it forward Collingwood's way, ricochets back Brisbane's way. Bailey gets a kick out of congestion, and Cameron marks just outside the 50. It's an open forward line. He goes towards Hipwood, marks on his chest.
Billy punches the ground.
Frampton just lost his bearings, and Hipwood from behind took the mark as Frampton sort of dived to try and get in a spoil from the front position.
Yeah, he knew where his opponent was. He just ran the wrong distance towards the foot. He actually came forward a fraction instead of trying to get to his man.
Hipwood, who had such a big second half last week against the Bulldogs. This is his first meaningful moment in this match. Pretty much directly in front, will kick from about 25, 30 metres out from goal. Kick on its way. Kick is straight. I reckon Brisbane needed that just to steady. The Lions 2-2-14. Collingwood 3-1-19. We've played 20 minutes on the new tech clock in this opening term. And it's the Magpies by 5 points. And the Host Plus, that's a plus scoreboard.
Question for you, Solly.
Yep.
Whenever you did something wrong or got it wrong, did you ever punch the ground in frustration?
No. I normally looked at my opponent and thought, that's where I'm going to...
That's where I do
fix that way. No, I didn't know. And I even when I was coaching players doing that, I just couldn't understand it. What's the point of punching the ground?
If you're really angry at yourself, you punch hard, which means you break your hand.
That's
so
right.
it's more like, I want to punch the ground to show people I'm disappointed, rather than suck it up and
what can I do? What can I do better next time? Yeah. That kick by Charlie Cameron was a perfect kick too, wasn't it?
He knew he had a one-on-one ahead of him. Yeah, well played.
Dermot Burden and Zane Solomon with us tonight for MEGT. From the restart, McInerney in the ruck, down to McCluggage. He got tackled, holding the ball. He wouldn't get rid of it. Pendlebury held on and wins the free kick.
Cradled it in one arm to the ground.
Handballs to Nick Dacos, running past the kick into the 50. Buried it well, going back with the flight to get a spoil in. It's deep in the forward line for Collingwood. It's going out of bounds. Fletcher escorts it out as Harris Andrews wants to get involved in a wrestle with Myercheck.
Well, it looks like Myercheck's probably been endorsed to go and take over on Harris Andrews because he's definitely swapped off McStay now.
20 metres around from Collingwood's goal, left forward pocket. McInerney in the ruck, wins it down. Under pressure here, Brisbane. Lipinski got a piece of it for a moment. He lost it, comes out Brisbane's way. Andrews gives the handball to Fletcher. It's coming back to Berry. No advantage to a holding the ball decision. Jared Berry to take the free kick for Brisbane inside defensive 50.
8 clearances to 1.
Wow.
At the moment in favour of Collingwood, and 4 to 1 in favour of centre bounce.
Berry told to play on, kicks to the wing. Cameron marks for Collingwood.
Oh, Oscar's not happy.
No, he wasn't.
Wanted a bit of air on that.
Yeah, it came in flat, and he's kicked it well here. Cameron to Lipinski. Oh, he went at it one-handed. Didn't mark it, and it's gone out of play for a throw-in. 60 around from Collingwood's goal.
He gave that pass a little bit of lead for Lipinski to run onto it. Unfortunately, he's not the speed of Gout. I just wanted to say that.
Ball gets thrown in, left half forward for Collingwood. The Magpies by 5 points. McInerney wins it down, shark by Neil. Handball straight to Pendlebury. Pendlebury kicks in towards centre half forward, but straight to Wilmot. The second time Pendlebury's done that. Wilmot kicking out to Levi Ashcroft, who marks top of defensive 50. The play all went past him, so he's forced to kick rather than give the outlet handball. And now it goes very wide.
This is what they've done well.
Trying to, they can't go quickly.
They've got Brisbane one side. They force it long down the line. They win this and they attack off it.
Wilmot took the mark, kicks up towards half forward. Big leap and a terrific mark to Morris. He's going to play on here. He gets confronted, forced to handball. He's handballed to Zorko, who kicks to the goal line, but Cameron getting back. Gets a hand in there, a rush behind.
It's been good behind the ball.
Yeah.
Earlier,
and Oscar's gone all the way with him
like that,
too.
Yeah,
so it's not as if he's just on at his ease and discretion. Has he run to the back line and just put the hands up?
Yep.
Oscar's pressed him back there, so that's a great duel.
Collingwood, they decide to go to the outer side of the ground. A long kick. Andrews got a hand to it. In fact, got 2 hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Tunstall rushes a kick forward. Will Ashcroft gives the handball to Morris. Back inside the 50 and Archie marks. Flat kick inside 50 again, this time from Brisbane. The Collingwood defence had no play at that one.
So they're beating Collingwood on midfield turnovers, going back inside the forward line. It's almost like Collingwood's defenders are being a little too proactive once they've cleared the ball.
Yep.
It's as if they're thinking, what more can we do? Hang on, you've cleared it. You put it to advantage, get back and locate your forward.
Callum Archie on the way from 40. Kick looks good. No, it shaves the post.
I think it's also, Dermot's a bit of that exit method. They went fast early by hand. Collingwood trying to get out of there. On that occasion, they kicked it straight to Harris Andrews' side. Yep. It gets a hand in and brings it down the ground. Just a bit of their method out of the defensive 50 can help that.
A second behind to Archie. Howe's gone straight down the middle. Offhands, it's gone forward of centre. And Quainer overruns the football, allows Ainsworth to come in. Kicks it wide here. Bailey Marks wants to take Cameron on and does. And runs away, Bailey. Runs to 60. Kicks deep inside towards. He has run too far. I thought when you said, has he run too far, it was a question. The umpire heard it and said, I agree with you, Solly.
He just didn't want to kick on his left foot.
No, that's a good call.
He wanted his right foot for surety. And so he bent right around on that run to get back onto the right foot.
Oh, now 50 metres for Collingwood. So from half back, they're going to be marched to half forward here. And it's Josh Dacos.
That's a little stiff. I thought it was like the quarterback's fake call for a snap and the lineman flinched.
It's a big 50 as well. Dacos from 49. He's nailed it.
He's come over anyway. It's another kick. It's not true. Doesn't matter.
Josh Dacos caught the Brisbane defence napping there and just cribbed a little bit. And once they realised what was going on, they panicked. And Collingwood, through Josh Dacos, has capitalised. 4-1-25 Collingwood, now 9 points up on Brisbane, 2-4-16. Josh Dacos continues his big night early.
So 2.5 minutes to go. Brisbane tend to put Archie behind the ball. I wonder if they're going to do that to not concede any more score, take the 16 to 25 a quarter time, still be in the game obviously well and truly, but it might be something they go to here. The Dacos boys are on fire. 10 disposals and 9 disposals each, 19 total.
Does that say more about the mindset that we don't score late in quarters?
Brisbane?
Yeah.
Well, I think the first halves are showing at the moment they don't score heavily, do they?
They have to, haven't they?
So they just want to get to half time in a competitive position. So he does it well, Archie, but he's still full forward at the moment.
Bailey's still arguing that running too far with the umpire. From the restart, McCluggage, handball, under pressure to Berry. They've coughed it up here. Long gives the handball to De Goey. Front part of the square, kicks straight into Neil. Ricochets towards Ainsworth. He couldn't get a handle on the footy. Collingwood pick up with it again. McCreary, handballs to Nick Dacos. Wide handball to Hill. Hill one way, then the other. Pumps a handball to Elliott. Elliott in game 200 misses to the rights. It was set up for him. I thought it was going to be an absolute certain goal for DLFC. It's innovative forages for farmers. It didn't go that way though. Only a behind. Collingwood by 10. Again they go the outer side and they move it quickly. Fletcher to the wing. Frampton with the spoil.
Spoily
out of play.
If he was playing soccer, you would have said he put that into the back of the net. It came off his head.
Yeah. So Archie has gone behind the ball here. Just to bolster up that area, try not to concede.
Yeah, so 1:55 left on the new set clock.
He was almost too late that last volley, wasn't he? He couldn't get there.
McInerney winning it down to the front. McCluggage handballs it out. Now the kick is good. Day marks about 60 from home for Brisbane. He looks up. He's waiting for the forwards to set. He's looking for an option. He's going wide with the kick, and that works. And Hipwood takes the mark. Out near the boundary, but just inside the 50 at left half forward.
Unfortunately, and I'm not picking on him because I reckon he's done some very good things, but everyone who's playing on big what's his name?
Derek Hipwood.
Billy Frampton at the moment is having some good moments.
Jimmy Burden with us for MEGT. Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Yeah, Day just took what should have been a contested mark. He took it uncontested because Billy misread the flight.
Hipwood out near the boundary. He likes his chances, although it won't be a goal. It goes across the face. And I think that's missed everything. It's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Collingwood.
Take the kick, Billy. Get the stat.
He will take the kick. But can he find a Collingwood teammate?
Just kick it in the footpath, just in from the boundary line.
Mason Cox versus Harris Andrews is the target.
Yep, that's exactly where it's going. And there's a whistle here, and again it's a hold. It's a free kick to Cox.
That's the
Not
size.
for the first time. The size factor. The panic factor from Brisbane. So Mason Cox, he'll give a handball here to Maynard, but Brisbane knew it was coming, so Maynard's forced to kick quickly. As a result, it doesn't get to side bottom on the fall. He's forced to slap it from the turf in towards the direction of Perryman. Neil with the tackle. Umpire says play on as it's spat free. It might come back here to side bottom. Leaves a handball to Maynard. Oh, he got cleaned up there by Cameron. Ball goes, is spitting out to Quaynor. Now to Josh Dacos. Dacos long inside the 50. Myercheck couldn't take the mark. He was outnumbered. Spoils came. The ball goes out of play for a throw-in 40 around for Collingwood's goal.
How quick did Josh Dacos come off the back line to actually receive that run by handball? His opponent was Charlie Cameron on that stage, completely unaware. That's one of the criticisms on Charlie Cameron. He gets it too late to pressure his opposition backman when they start to run off.
Ball gets thrown in. Cameron to the front, straight to Dunkley. Left foot kick around the corner, bounces towards halfback. Rayner read it well, gets a kick away just in time. He gets knocked down, and there could be a bit of a fight on here as the siren sounds between Maynard and Rayner, and side bottom getting involved as well. But I think it's fair to say that it's going to break up pretty quickly as the players will start to go to their huddles. So quarter time here at the Gabba in Brisbane. And on AFL Nation at quarter time, it is the Magpies leading by 10 points.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TNV at hostplus.com.au.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
The latest dinner menu has dropped at Macca's. The Hot Honey Chicken Range, featuring the Hot Honey McCrispy, the Hot Honey McSpicy, and Hot Honey Dipping Sauce with Chicken McNuggets. Embrace the drip at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Celebrating Dad's 60th birthday at our local club was a genius idea. The whole family came and he didn't disappoint with his
Speech had everyone in hysterics. Especially the story about how they met, which was really something to actually remember. Our anniversary's a miracle. 30 years is definitely something to celebrate.
Your local club, where celebration belongs. Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's T-I-E-R. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Now Chris for Collingwood will kick inside 50 for the first time for the Magpies, and McStay's taken the mark. Daniel McStay from just inside the 50, kick on its way is perfect. Fletcher's kick is very good, and McInerney's taken the mark. Oscar McInerney, 25 metres out from goal, directly in front, kicks it high and kicks it straight. Dacos from 49. Oh, he's nailed it. Josh Dacos caught the Brisbane defence napping there and just tripped a little bit. Once they realised what was going on, they panicked. It is quarter time here at the Gabba. Collingwood 4-2-26, leading Brisbane 2-4-16. 2 goals to Daniel McStay, 1 to Josh Dacos and Brody Mychek. And for Brisbane, goals have been kicked by Eric Hipwood and Oscar McInerney. Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon are watching this for us on AFL Nation for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Well, I think the Pies clearance work is the thing that stands out at the moment. They're in favour. It's 4-11 in favour of the Pies. The centre bounce in particular, 6-1 in their favour. Cox and Cameron have given them a few first use in there. It's really intriguing once they extract the ball from that stoppage and the way that they can burst in waves and by hand. And as Derm spoke about the whole of that first quarter, their quality of entry is critically important. They're kicking it offline and giving their tall forwards every chance to either mark the ball or bring it down. And they're looking really sharp at the moment. Good first quarter.
So the coach is always going to say, come on, you guys, get to work in the middle. We need clearances. We need first hands on. You're going to get that if you only get 3 between their main 3 clearance players. One area that you brought to my attention a second ago was Josh Dacos has had 310 metres gained. He's legitimately playing as a back flank. More than that, he's gone inside forward 53 times, which means he's getting no pressure from his direct opponent chasing him.
Okay, second quarter underway here at the Gabba. We start the second term with Collingwood 10 points in front and getting first possession out of the middle. Pendlebury got a handball to Dacos. Nick Dacos takes a bounce, kicks extremely wide but extremely well. And Elliott has marked for Collingwood.
7-1 in there now.
Gee, that's a good kick.
Pendlebury's had 4 clearances.
We just see a bloke fan onto his left foot and kick it, and somebody leads out towards the boundary across the face of goal. Says, oh yeah, good mate. Yeah. No, that's an insanely good kick. It's so difficult to make. Weight it.
He didn't have to break stride there, Jamie Elliott.
It's pure.
He's out at the boundary from the 50. Left half forward, opens the angle and kicks it a little narrow. And a behind to Elliott. So that's his second behind in his 200th game. So a bit of a hush over the Gabba as spectators.
18-man zone to this kick in for Collingwood.
They're coming towards the broadcast side or the members side of the Gabba. Andrews stretches and marks in front of Lipinski, although there is a whistle. And it's still going to be a Brisbane ball, but it's going to be today who was blocked out of that contest.
Billy got him.
That is a set play. Harris Andrews does come this side of the ground. The long kick in, he's there all the time.
Day Kicking up towards Hipwood, who jumps high and early. Can't complete the mark, though. Slap Collingwood's way at ground level. Lipinski cleans up, gives the handball to Long, to Pendlebury. Has a bit of a fumble, but has some time to sweep a handball inboard to Josh Dacos. To Howe, who chips short. Elliott marks just forward of centre. Handballs on to Long, who kept running. Front part of the square. Don't like the kick off the side of the boot. Forces Chris to really work hard at ground level. Gouges out some sort of handball. Long came in for support, lost it. Tunstall for Brisbane. Defensive handball to Dunkley. Now towards Payne, who's under all sorts of pressure. Got a handball out to Ashcroft. Defensive handball to Dunkley. Dunkley around the body back towards the wings. No good. It's a mark to Josh Dacos, although a whistle and a Brisbane free kick.
Downfield free kick.
Well done, Derm. You found that one. I didn't under the binoculars. The kick to the middle. Good kick. Day takes the mark for Brisbane inside the centre square. He'll kick on to Ainsworth, who marks, who's got some space. Running to half forward, kicking very deep into the pocket, and it is a mark to Charlie Cameron.
First time they were able to go open side with the ball use, Brisbane.
So he's deep in the left forward pocket, Charlie Cameron. But this is where Charlie loves to open the angle and snap it through. Let's see how he goes here. His first meaningful shot at goal for the night. Here is the snap.
Shallow.
And it's shallow, yeah, quite badly too. Only just scrapes in for a minor score. He kind of rushed that one there, Charlie.
Didn't get the turn on it. Didn't kick the ball, which bends flat like a boomerang anti-clockwise from that pocket. He kind of kicked it end over
end. It's almost a tumble drop punt sort of thing.
Across his body, tumble drop punt, yeah.
Josh Dacos runs into the field of play, kicks up towards Cameron, and amazingly it was Ashcroft with the spoil, although he did infringe in doing so. In fact, it's Fletcher out there with a shock of blonde hair. So Darcy Cameron left half-back flank.
Can you have a shock of black hair?
No, it's a good point. The kick to the wing. No mark taken to either Andrews or McStay. They were both in the contest, and the ball spills out of play for a throw-in. Right out on the wing, interchange gate side of the Gabba. So we've played nearly 4 minutes on the new tech clock in this second term. Still no goals. It's 27-17 Collingwood's way. No goals in the second term, of course. Cameron drops it to the front. Ricochets out to Pendlebury. Gave the quick release handball to Crisp, sells a bit of candy, and then kicks wide towards McStay, but a good defensive mark taken by Leicester. Almost accidentally marked that one. Short pass on to Neil. Neil running the boundary, kicks up towards Archie through his hands, and out of play for a throw-in. The line's nearly at half forward as they go the far side or outer side of the ground.
Ninth disposal for Neil, but only the 82 metres gain.
Dean Solomon with us tonight for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. McInerney wing the tap down, but straight to Nick Dacos, gets tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball. He knew it. I hope he hasn't come up injured here, Nick Dacos.
His foot got trapped under
him. Yeah, he's certainly smarting from that. Archie kicks extremely wide.
He's all right.
Dunkley marks.
He's jogging. I've got a tiny limp. That'll run off next time the ball comes to him.
High ball from Dunkley. Rayner jumps high, can't mark. Bailey with a big tackle, or about 30 metres out from goal. Brisbane in the corridor. It'll be thrown up. Still no goals. We've now gone through 5 minutes in this second term. McInerney tried to grab it out of the ruck, dropped it. Lipinski comes through, handballs to Nick Dacos, so he's fine. Look at him run away from the contest comfortably.
That's a good way to cure it.
Yes. That's right, and chips it into Crisp at defensive 50.
Give him the ball, yeah, he'll lose a heart attack.
Raking ball from Crisp has been well read by Payne, who takes the defensive mark for Brisbane. Scrubbing ball back to Zorko, puts him under pressure. Elliott with the chase, but Andrews with the shepherd gave Zorko more time. Centres it up to Leicester at centre half back. They want to come now towards the members side of the ground, and it's a good kick, and now it can just settle down a little bit here for the Lions. The kick comes in to Neil at the AFL logo. McCluggage, who kicked it to Neil, wanted it back, but instead he fans it wide to Ainsworth, who chips in short to Bailey, nearly at left half forward the Lions. It's a methodical approach here, but he's now a very crowded forward line. Collingwood getting a lot of numbers back. Bailey just kicks to the top of the square and hopes, and the hope is Cam Rayner. who marks 20 metres out from goal, just left of centre.
He's been playing at full forward.
Yep.
I just reckon there's a roll over here and he got a really good match-up. One of the Dacos boys.
It was Nick, yep.
Okay.
So Cam Rayner, for the first goal of the second quarter, to the school end, he kicks the goal. And the margin now back to 4 points. Collingwood 4-3-27, Brisbane 3-5-23, and that is Cam Rayner's first goal of the evening.
I think Brisbane have been really happy with the scoreboard. They haven't played super well, and discussing those clearance numbers at quarter time, normally that means a 20, 30, 40 point difference, but they find themselves in the game. They've neutralised this quarter and started to move the ball better offline and use the open side much better, which they feel comfortable. And as you said during that entry, it was a crossover and Nick just got caught shallow on the ball, which allowed Cam to fly it, and a really nice finish.
So it's kind of, we'll try and work out and decipher why it is so, but at the moment, marks inside 50, they've taken 7, which is quite high for Brisbane.
Yep.
Yet they're still behind, so 3 goals 5.
Back in the middle we go again. Collingwood by 4 points on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard from the restart. Long had it for a moment, lost it in the congestion. They fight for it. It comes out Brisbane's way in the end. Berry fans a wide handball, wanting Bailey. Got there on the bounce, used the body well. Gives the handball to Cameron. Lines inside 50 again. No mark to hit. What is there? A whistle on the play? There is. Against Darcy Moore, chopping of the arms. Moore knew he's in trouble. As soon as he made contact, he looked immediately to the umpire. And the umpire said, Darcy, yep, that's against you.
Just starting to build their game, aren't they, Brisbane? Uncontested game.
Looks like Big Sam Day and Archie are on the bench along with a couple of midfielders. And that means Dunkley actually started at full forward.
Small, yeah.
Eric Hipwood is almost up against the fence as he starts his run in. Out at right half forward. Will have to kick it from probably about 48 metres. He unloads. The umpire looked closely, but it's just missed to the left. The crowd behind the goals liked it, but it is only a behind 3 points at Collingwood's lead, and that is on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
There's a shifty ad there behind him when he lined up. Mining keeps the lights on.
Collingwood's kick-in mark was taken by Lipinski, but he was told to play on, and as a result of that, he kicked into the man of the mark, and it ricocheted out of play.
So, Jen, the clearances were 4-11 at quarter time. For this quarter, it's 2-3.
In the middle?
No, across the board.
Oh, across the board. Okay. What was it? 7-1 at quarter time, wasn't it?
You said a bounce was, yes.
Thrown in, McInerney reaches over the top and taps it back out of play.
So they've got parity in the middle, and they're marking the ball inside forward 50. Yep. Yeah, so you'd feel like they probably should be scoring. How many inside 50s this quarter?
4-1 in favour of Brisbane.
Yeah, right.
Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon with us tonight for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. From the throw-in, there's stacks on the mill, and it'll be thrown up.
A lot of their entries have been wide, haven't they? Charlie's pocket, Hipwood wide. So
total of 10 inside 50s for the first quarter, so they've almost got 50% of them in the first 6 or 7 minutes.
McInerney wrestling with Cameron. Cameron winning it down, but sharp by Neil. They go back inside 50. Oh, juggling it sent by Morris. Couldn't quite hold on. Josh Dacos with the crumbs. Kicks back towards the wing, wanting Cox. Gets past him. Swooping onto the football is Hill, and he is away and running with a bounce. Hill with the chase. Hill still going. Nearly to the 50. Kicks inside 50. Andrews had a play on it. Had a fumble. Couldn't quite complete the mark. Collingwood a chance. Hoskin Elliott back to Hill. Handballs to De Goey. Immediately tackled by Tunstall. Long though is right place, right time. Shrugs a tackle. Kick got smothered. Back to Hill. He has a flying shot at goal. Nearly there, not quite. Right on the scoreline. It goes through for a rush behind.
That would have been an amazing goal from Hill.
Unbelievable.
The effort.
He just fatigued on the... Oh, there's a blue.
It's on.
And guess what? Bobby Hill's involved.
Yep. Yeah. Morris, when he went...
Oh, there's a Collingwood free kick here. It's gone to McStay in the goal square.
It might have been he got scragged as he was trying to shepherd. Morris landed sorely at the other end of the ground.
Pipe extension, wasn't it?
Yep.
Now we're going to have to wait to see a replay here for Makita XGT 40V Max because we're only just, or the crowd had just realised it's a Brisbane goal to work out how, in fact, that took place. McStay's got a third.
It's on again here. Starting to bubble.
Spot fires everywhere.
You went down the change rooms at quarter time, Dern, were you?
Oh, it's getting quite willing again here, guys. Cox is involved. Ainsworth's involved. Andrews is involved. Cox is back on the ground.
Well done, boys. Not pussyfooting around.
Dermot Solly are loving this.
That's against the tide, though. That is against the tide, and that's Bobby Hill's brilliance. 99% of players get gobbled up on the wing. He had a pure pickup below his knees, turned around, and then ran in his team's direction around the boundary line. 99% of players cannot get away from that tackling player.
So the free kick was against Andrews for pushing McStay into the goal post as he was trying to get the ball over the line for a rush behind. McInerney takes it out of the ruck, kicks inside 50, a flat ball. Logan Morris couldn't take the mark. Still a chance here for the Lions. It's McCluggage. Quick release handball to Dunkley, to Levi Ashcroft into the 50. Mark was dropped there by Bailey. Oh, then nearly gets his head taken off. He'll get a free kick against Maynard.
Lazy tackle.
Oh, and they're getting into Maynard here, the Lions.
Lazy tackle, but he dropped at the knees.
He did.
It has got very willing here at the Gabba. And Zach Bailey will have the free kick at left half forward, about 48 metres. He'll need to kick it.
Gave him a tiny bit of afters when he was on the ground. Maynard pushed him in the back hard, and that would have been stop dropping at the knees, stop sagging, and take the tackle properly.
Bailey with the kick. It's out to the right. It's not swinging back. It will be another behind to the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, he's gone at him again. Maynard pointed at him. He would have said exactly the same thing again.
Quick kick into play to steal side bottom. Side bottom in the corridor, 30 metres out from Brisbane's goal. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller, and for Elders, you can rely on Elders. Side bottom comes towards the broadcast side with a kick. Towards the wing. Wants McStay and finds him. And handballs on to Nick Dacos. Forward of the wing now. Dacos kicks into an open forward line. Hoskin Elliott, yes!
He did so well, Nick Dacos. He held onto the ball, took an extra 3 steps to see which way Will Hoskin Elliott was going to run. And only at the instance, as normally it's you take the cues from the kicker as to where you lead. Nick Dacos took the cue from the leading player, Hoskin Elliott. Once he stopped and turned around and went to goal, he kicked it over his head into space.
Right half forward, Hoskin Elliott from 48 metres. Kick is pure.
That hurts.
He knew the moment it left his boot it was home. And Collingwood now skip away. And this is a handy little buffer in a low-scoring affair. Collingwood 6-3-39, Brisbane 3-7-25, and we've reached 15 minutes on the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing in this second term.
Wasn't rocket science or anything like that, but there'd be 20 players in the league who can do what Nick Dacos did just then. Recognise the moment, hang on to the kick, take 2 extra steps, and then barrel it over his head and drop it into space. What a player. What a player.
So, boys, after Brisbane dominated that first sort of 7 or 8 minutes, but could only get one goal on the board, it's now 2 to Collingwood. It's a game-high lead.
Yep.
Dan McStay's role too, Harris Andrew, he's had some really good contests.
Yeah.
He's on the wing here, took that really nice catch. They got Dacos into that flow, but he's having a great game. Harris Andrew's only had the 4 disposals.
Perfect bounce back in the middle. Cox winning it down. Nick Dacos gets a piece of it, and then Raider absolutely irons him out. Ball spits out to Neil. Dacos is up to his feet, but there is a fight on. Guess who's got it? Nick Dacos. He didn't worry about the fight. He worried about the football. Handball to his brother, Josh Dacos. Kicks up to Hoskin Elliott, who marks. Now to Elliott at the 50. Gets tackled. It's willing. It's absolutely hot at the moment at the Gabba. Ball now spits around about 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal. McCluggage got the handball out to Will Ashcroft. Kicks to the wing. Hipwood couldn't complete the mark. Levi Ashcroft with the crumbs. Handballs to Logan Morris. Retrieve retreats, goes backwards by hand to Berry. Berry with a handball to McCluggage. McCluggage on the wing, kicks forward, just a little 20-metre ball, and Levi Ashcroft marks from the Brisbane Lions. Gee, Dacos got back to his feet. I thought initially he was in trouble. It was a big hit from Rayner. Up towards Hipwood. Flies into the pack. Couldn't complete the mark. Archie with the crumbs. Handballs backwards to Berry. Now to Levi Ashcroft. Back inside 50 go the Lions. Day stretches and gets it. It sticks. It's a mark to Brisbane.
8th mark inside forward 50. All right, Sam. They need a true boot here. They've had 2 really good opportunities to goal so far. It's gone the other end of the ground, and Collingwood have just returned the favour by bringing up the 2 flags straight away. Sam Day, this is a must.
He's only 30 metres out at best. Left of centre. Should kick it. Does kick it. And didn't Brisbane need that? An important moment, not only for Brisbane in this match, but an important moment for Sam Day as a new Brisbane Lion to stand up in a big moment. And the Lions now 4-7-31, still trailing Collingwood 6-3-39. We've played nearly 18 minutes on the Mate Internet and mobile scoreboard in this second term. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller, and for Elders, you can rely on Elders.
Collingwood had that 3 or 4 minute burst where they hit the scoreboard, but Brisbane have probably played better for the totality of this quarter. Yeah, 5-3 in clearances, 7-2 tackles, 9-4 inside 50s. 2 goals 3 to 2 goals 1. So this last 8 minutes it's going to be really big 8 minutes. I feel Brisbane are playing a better brand of football now. The centre bounce work, the Brisbane mids, the body work they're doing on the Collingwood mids now, they're not letting any free space, and they drive that access up.
Darcy Cameron 8 possessions, Oscar McInerney 2.
Another perfect bounce in the middle here at the Gabba. McInerney winning it down to Will Ashcroft. Handball to McCluggage. Shrugs a tackle but kicks poorly. And Maynard marks back part of the square for Collingwood. Flares it wide. And Frampton, he goes off his mark, so he's told to play on. He could be in a bit of trouble here. No, he gets away from Hipwood. A long kick down the line towards the interchange gate wing. Brisbane mark to Harris Andrews.
See, that's Billy putting himself under pressure, and then he has to dump down the line, and Harris Andrews reads the cues beautifully, places himself 45 to 50 metres down there in the straight line.
Short kick into Levi Ashcroft. Still defensive side of the wing. Told to play on. Forced to kick to a contest. Archie up! Oh, couldn't quite hold on. And it's gone out of play for a throw-in. Jumped into the back of Frampton and very nearly took a spectacular mark. Collingwood by 8. 19 played second term. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller, and for Elders, you can rely on Elders. Adam White, Dean Solomon and Dermot Brereton live from the Gabba. McCluggage off the contest. Defensive handball to Neil. He's chased by 3 Collingwood players. Mychek was the one to tag him, so forced to retreat with a handball to Andrews, who handballs indiscriminately forward. And Jack Crisp, rather than take possession, decided he'd leave it, thinking he might have got a free kick. And the umpire said, no, throw it in.
That's not a bad call. If you actually just escort the ball over, expecting that to get the free kick from that type of disposal, it's on you.
Lions rush it forward. Tumbling footy that's picked up by Josh Dacos. Handballs to his brother. Handballs to side bottom. Back to Nick Dacos. Goes with a little check side, which is a bit sloppy to be fair. And it comes up Brisbane's way, but only momentarily. A big tackle applied there on Levi Ashcroft. Ball goes back into the mess. They all jump on top of it. There hasn't been a lot of stoppages through tonight, but there will be one here, just forward of the wing for Collingwood.
Good heat by the Magpies on that half-forward flank, then repeat tackle.
It's been a very intense second term.
It's been good.
It has been really good. Cameron taps it down from the stoppage. Side bottom in there. McCluggage in there as well. The umpire has no other alternative but to call for it again.
Brisbane mids are starting to get on the move now around stoppage. 7-3 in their favour this quarter. So they went hard man on man initially in this quarter. Now they're starting to free up.
One down by McInerney. Pendlebury gets a quick handball. Now the quick kick into the 50 for Collingwood. No mark taken. The spoils come. It's out of play. So we've got 2 Ashcrofts and 2 Dacoses playing in this game. And they're all running hot for Ream. They're all getting plenty of the footy. Australia's favourite hot water.
17 for Nick.
So 32 for the Dacoses. How many for the Ashcrofts at this point? I think Levi has
Levi's
at least 10.
got 10.
McInerney tapping it down. McCreary is well tackled by Berry. He throws it away. Free kick.
Will's got 6. 16 between the Ashcroft brothers.
No, the Ashcrofts are really letting the team down here.
17.
The kick from one of the Ashcrofts out towards the wing. There's a whistle. It's a Collingwood free kick to Maynard. Tackle without the ball.
It's another one to Will, so he's on 11.
So Maynard, centre wing. Out of sight of the Gabba.
This is where they want to take the ball offline, the Magpies. So they fan it out wide to side bottom, 75 to 80 metres out from goal, right on the boundary line.
He's going to kick it inside 50 again. It's a little flat, wanting Cox, but goes over his head and McInerney takes the mark. But it's a clear, purposeful kick to go low in the Cox direction. Now, they're wanting to transfer here, Brisbane, to get to the open side. There's not really anything there, so Andrews has to go short from the defensive goal square to Wilmot. No one on the mark, so Wilmot can run. Chip into Leicester, plays on, loops the handball over the top to Day, picked it up on the half volley. Free kick down the field. So Day, inside the centre square. Lateral kick to Ainsworth, who'll kick to Berry, who marks right in front of us on the members' wing.
This is what Brisbane want now. Just shuffle the ball around. They're not pressured. They've just retained possession. They've had 6 easy disposals in a row. This is 7. They go backwards now to Harris Andrews.
Yes, he's a defensive 50. Collingwood by 8 points at the 23-minute mark of the second term. On the new tech clock.
It's got to be play on, umpire.
It is now.
As long as you get to...
Well, no one was on the mark. That's what Andrew was trying to explain to the umpire. The kick was good to Dunkley, who marks in front of Lipinski on the wing. So we're back where we were before, but now there's a lot more Collingwood jumpers ahead of the football.
Left a big space right on the T emblem on the 50.
Dunkley's gone backwards to Andrews.
He's had 4 marks.
And now Andrews,
90 seconds.
like in the schoolyard, kicks it high and says, mark that. No one does. Logan Morris gets the crumbs off the pack. Handballs ricochets straight in the hands of Dacos. Oh, Nick Dacos is away and running. Darted away. Got the handball to the goey. Now Collingwood in full flow. Long with the handball to Pendlebury. Goes one way, then the other. Kicks out to McCreary, who marks just outside the 50 at left half forward. Gee, they worked that well through the corridor, Collingwood.
Well, Nick Dacos took it away from congestion. The very best asset you have, Collingwood, Dacos has got wonderful vision and the likes, but to take the ball out of congestion where it so often would just be a hack kick, a muffled disposal, but he uses his feet and gets to the outside and delivers beautifully.
It'd be a great finish to a great play, and it is a great goal. Beau McCreary from outside 50 with the bomb. All starting with Nick Dacos at halfback. And Collingwood again restore that 14-point lead. The Magpies 7-3-45. The Lions 4-7-31. On the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
7 entries they've had this quarter, Collingwood, for 3 goals, 1.
Yeah, right.
And every time, Jimmy described it really well about Dacos, every time they've forced Brisbane to long down the line, Collingwood have brought it to ground level and played off that really well. Something Brisbane can't afford to do. They can't go long down the line, especially if it's going to be shallow entries, because the Dacos boys are feeding off that off halfback.
Yeah, I know I'm a broken record, and I was late to join the party. I just didn't want another generation of Dacoses to be really good. Pete gave me the shits. He was that good. But he is an extraordinary player. He is. He's the difference here at the moment.
Back in the middle. Shark by McCluggage, although he got immediately tackled, lost the ball. They all jump on top of it and it'll be thrown up. So certainly the Beaumont Styles goal of the night so far. Beaumont's for hybrid flooring. It was more a team goal with that goal from outside 50 to McCreary.
Oh, get on him.
He's going to him. 19. It's Nick Dacos again. He's kicking out wide towards Hoskin Elliott rather than marking. He's tapped to open territory to allow McStay to run onto the ball. Handballs to Sidebottom. Sidebottom searing ball comes in low towards Hoskin Elliott, but marking instead an intercept mark to Zorko. Kicks into the corridor. It had to be precise, it was. Now they're running. Berry. Back part of the square to the front part of the square. Clears Charlie, but that's okay. Sam Day's mark. Backs back. Now kicks into the pocket. Rayner can't mark. Good defensive work by Howe when it looked like Rayner had his name written all over it.
So I reckon Cam Rayner came at Howe and thought, I'll get a front-on contact in the marking episode here.
That's exactly
right. But he actually ran himself under the footy to do it. And the umpire said, no, I'm not paying that.
Deep right forward pocket for the Lions. It's come out Ashcroft's way. Levi with a high ball. It's not going to make it. Hanging in the air. And it's Moore who taps it through for a rush behind.
Nick Dacos had 19 disposals, 4 clearances, 5 entries, 14 uncontested, 11 handball receives, 366 metres gained.
He'd probably not Nick, but most players would be happy that for a match.
I'm happy that for receives.
Jeremy Howe in the back pocket. In fact, it's Jack Crisp in the back pocket. Got sucked into the tattoos on the sleeve. Coming back Brisbane's way, though, off hands. Tunstall got the handball towards McCluggage. Kick was knocked down. Jack Crisp got the handball to Perryman. Perryman balances and then kicks down the line, but he's kicked it down the full. It wasn't down the line, it was over the line. It'll be Jackson Payne to take the free kick for Brisbane.
2 minutes and a couple of seconds to negotiate here for the Lions. Can they score again? If this gets turned over, I think the same again. Archie will run to the other end. They have to score on this thrust.
Long kick back towards half forward. Morris up high, couldn't mark. It's very close to the line, but it stays in. The Lions kick it back inside the 50. Cameron jumped up very high, couldn't mark. Day's there, gets dispossessed. Umpire says holding the ball. Only 35 out from Brisbane's goal too, so it was in a dangerous area. Collingwood, though, with the football. Quainer fans it wide to Howe. Jeremy Howe marks it right half back and will chip it on to that man again, Nick Dacos. Coming up for disposal number 20. Running boiling hot for Ream.
You've got Harris Andrews and Big Dan McStay down the line.
You just chip it in short, still down the line, but to steal Sidebottom. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, everybody's eyes go to Harris Andrews, don't they? Yeah. So I think a lot of the defenders did the same.
Another big game here for Sidebottom. He's averaging 24 disposals for the season. He's on track to do that again today. The kick to half forward goes out of bounds off hands. 29 minutes now on the new set clock. In this second quarter. A minute to play before the main break. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller, and for Elders, you can rely on Elders. Ball gets thrown in, 70 round from Collingwood's goal. Cameron down to Sidebottom, has a fresh air shot going off the ground. Long picks up for Collingwood, barges through, kicks into the 50. Nearly a mark taken to Lipinski. Couldn't quite hold on. Tunstall overruns the football. Lipinski, a defensive handball to Elliott, missed him. They've got more numbers though, Collingwood. Nick Dacos into the 50. Going back, Crisp couldn't take the mark. Lipinski there, mops up. Back to Crisp, centering ball, long marks in the corridor. 30 metres out directly in front.
If it's there long enough and you're not getting tackled, but you're pressured, but you're still getting clean hands on the footy, it's just a matter of time until something opens up. So they weren't tackled, they were pressured, but it was pressure by inference. They were there trying to corral on the likes. So they're still able to get that accurate dart kick back into the centre of the ground.
So Ned Long has the opportunity to give Collingwood a game-high lead in the shadows of halftime.
It's not the best.
In fact, after the halftime siren.
Well done, Ned.
And he claps it home. Big finish to the term for Collingwood. So as much as we feel in general play that Brisbane were right in it during that second term, Collingwood has kicked 4 of the last 5 goals of the quarter to lead by 19 points at the main break. Collingwood 8-3-51, Brisbane 4-8-32. A couple of quick thoughts on AFL Nation from Dean Solomon and Dermot Broden before we take a break.
I think you called it really well, Whitey. I think Brisbane started the first half of that quarter really, really well. They worked out their stoppage, clearance work and neutralised that, brought it back onto their turns. But Collingwood just, off half back, they just rebound so well. If they bring it to ground, they win the ground ball, and then they go into flow, and that flow is really hard to stop at the moment. Brisbane would have thought with 8 minutes to go, they're in a good position, but now the question's been asked them for the second half.
Yeah, it just seemed like Collingwood were more comfortable scoring in that quarter when the ball came from half back, not out of the centre. I mean, it's always great if you get it out of the centre, but when the ball had flow on it from half back, they looked more comfortable in front of goals. It was a big give up, and looking at the replay, we talk about players who push others into a marking contest. The umpire's always going to play a free kick for pushing a player deliberately into the post.
Yes.
That free kick was there. That's what broke the scoring open in this quarter. And that's Harris Andrews' probably frustration because McStay had his number until that point in time, and he's pushed him into the post and given away a free kick, a certain goal.
It was 4 points the difference at that time, and then it became 10, and now it's become 19 points at the main break. Collingwood 8-3-51, Brisbane 4-8-32. They've had to do it all season to this point. Brisbane come from behind to win and have a very strong second half. Well, they're going to have to do it again. It is Collingwood by 19 points. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller, and for Elders you can rely on Elders.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
With over 25 years' experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
The new Hot Honey Chicken range has dropped at Macca's, featuring the Hot Honey McCrispy, Hot Honey McSpicy, and Hot Honey Dipping Sauce with Chicken McNuggets. Embrace the drip at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Nowhere better to meet my mates in the local club and watch all the best sporting action live. The cheers and the jeers, banter, and your shout if you
win or lose, goals or tries, baskets or sixes, or first across the finish line. It's always on with an awesome vibe. A great
way to go, Blues! Come on, let's go! There's no losers with such a huge lineup of live sport on the big screen
at your local club where sport belongs.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Serious outdoor work needs serious tools. With the world's largest 18-volt system, Makita LXT delivers the power, performance and range to tackle any job. From pruning fruit trees to spraying seedlings, LXT has a tool for every task, all on one battery platform. No fuel, no fuss, just pro-grade cordless power. More tools, more choices, more power. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Makita back.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel and for the first time, Binge.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Kicks into an open forward line. Hoskin Elliott, yes. Right half forward, Hoskin Elliott from 48 metres. Kick is pure. There go the Lions. Day stretches and gets it. It sticks. It's a mark to Brisbane. Should kick it. Does kick it. Collingwood in full flow. Long with the handball to Pendlebury. Goes one way, then the other. Kicks out to McCreary, who marks just outside the 50 at left half forward. It'd be a great finish to a great play. And it is a great goal. Bo McCreary from outside 50 with the bomb. Welcome back to AFL Nation for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Recruiting now and 4 and 20 Pies. Some of the action in the first half with Collingwood 8-3-51 leading Brisbane 4-8-32 as we go into the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Quality interiors start from a Choices floor.
The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Inspire and visualise with Room View, our instant room visualiser.
Adam White with you live from the Gabba. I've got Dermot Brereton and also Dean Solomon with me to go through our halftime categories. Who is the toughest player so far tonight for Truckline? Keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
Sully, who are we going?
I don't mind Darcy Cameron. We spoke about it the first half. His hit out work's been great. He's leading that 16-4 in favour against Oscar. But the stuff that behind the ball, when he got behind the ball, a couple of intercept marks, he got a hand on late on the goal line to save a goal. I think he's had a nice half of footy.
Yep. Go with that. Yep.
Happy with that one. And a missable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise.
This is where I get confused with your unmissables, your crucial, your most important. Unmissable moment.
Bobby Hill's run in front of us.
Yes, let's do that. Okay. I thought it was brilliant. Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. And the thing is, he picked it up off his bootlaces at full tilt speed. Yeah. Warp 3. Warp 3, whatever you call it.
Okay, we've sort of touched on the crucial moment of the half for New Farm Australian through and through. And it was the free kick against Andrews to McStay that resulted in a third goal from the goal square when we weren't sure what it was paid for. Now, you've seen the replay during the break. What do you think?
It looked to me like, on reflection now, that he didn't deliberately bump him into the post, but he would have known that a bump from that angle, in that proximity, that close to the post, there was nowhere the body of the Collingwood player could go other than into the post. So I know it's crept into our sport, and Solly, I hate it. I hate the terminology, the duty of care. It never used to exist. I don't know who said we have to care for the opposition, but it's in now, and he would have had no care for the opposition. He would have known the bump was going to send him into the post. Had he not done it, he probably gives up a goal. But he give up a goal in a free kick anyway.
All right, the breakout player for the first half for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
Well, breakout players, hardly broken out to us, but Nick Dacos he's separated these two teams at halftime. His ability to do things which no one on the Brisbane side can do at this point in time. They've got some darn good players who were capable of rising to the challenge after halftime, but Nick Dacos is the difference.
So his stat line at halftime: 21 disposals, 4 clearances, 5 inside 50s, 417 metres gained.
Look, even if you took him down to 12 disposals, if you took halved it, if you still gave him the disposals where he takes the ball from traffic to the outside or gets the ball on the back of the square and there's 2 or 3 tacklers facing him and he weaves through them, if you still make his 12 possessions those ones, he's still best on ground.
So he's had 12 handball receives. So I'm really intrigued about what the focus. So do they go Josh Dunkley, Roto? It's now a full-blown tag, or do we go team defence? Every time he's running past, it's a check. He can't. Don't let him link up. Don't let him link up.
So, you know, and this is where Kalachi is such a rounded player. When there was a bounce down, a ball up, a throw in from the boundary line, anywhere on the defensive side of the true centre wing, from one side to the other. It was in the defensive half of Collingwood. Kalachi, because Nick Dacos just runs to the back of the pack, quarterbacks it, waits to see who gets it, and spears his way through traffic, gets the receive, fancy foots around anybody, ball goes forward. Kalachi came up to him several times, left his forward post to say, well, my teammate, his opponent is in the pack. Hopefully he'll win it, but I'll cover Nick Dacos. He covers him for 2 or 3 steps and then goes, I can't go any further. I can't stay with him. So, but a hard and fast tag?
Maybe.
It might be time to call the fire brigade and put this fire out.
Because when Archie is rounding him up, then Josh Dacos falls off Archie.
Correct.
So then he gets, he's almost 400. He's 390 metres gained himself. So it's a bit of a...
How many inside 50s has Josh had? He had 3 at quarter time.
3.
So he had a couple that fell short. So he's kicking the ball inside the forward half with purpose.
36 disposals between the two of them, the two Dacos boys at halftime. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, get discounted prescriptions and save more money at Chemist Warehouse. A doubleheader tomorrow on AFL Nation, so Carlton and North Melbourne. It's become almost like a tradition, certainly for North Melbourne, to be involved on Good Friday. But it is a doubleheader with West Coast and Essendon, the second game. As I said, you can hear both games live on AFL Nation.
That was one of my favourite moments last year. Is that game, that beautiful little girl in the North Melbourne jumper, Abby, I think her name was, and she walked out and Jai Simpkin was walking out to meet her and toss the coin, and she just gave out that, hi Jai! It was like she knew him, she'd met him in hospital. That was one of the most beautiful moments that our sport throws up, and I won't forget it in a hurry though.
The leading power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas, no surprises, Nick Dacos with 70, Dunkley 55, Neil 50, Josh Dacos 48 and Darcy Cameron 46. A flexible player that we could see move in the second half. Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep.
I mean, the only flexible player we've seen so far is Kalachi. He's played as a dangerous forward. He's come up to round up and mind a midfielder, and he's dropped into defence late in quarters. So he's the flexible player. But what can we see somebody doing being flexible? You do need to do something about Nick Dacos. You really do. The other thing is you mentioned Josh Dacos, you mentioned their running prowess out of the back line. You've actually got to say to the Brisbane forwards, and this is on Charlie Cameron, this is on Cam Rayner as well, and this is also on Kalachi. They allow those boys to run off way too much.
Well, I'll get onto that now with the tackle of the first half for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon. The tackle count's really low. It's 19 to 16 for the game.
They've given it one more. When I looked at it, it was 34.
Well, there you go. So 3 tackles each to Tunstall and Berry for Brisbane, leading all comers across both teams. The subs for Kateva Agri-Science, the future of agriculture. Well, we know that for Brisbane, it's the first game of Sam Marshall And for Collingwood, it is Ed Allen. And that was the Choices Flooring halftime show. Inspire and visualise with Room View, our instant room visualiser. As we go to a break, let's hear the goal of the first half for Beaumont's Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's. Laminate. Engineer.
The goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's. Laminate, engineered timber and hybrid.
Oh, now 50 metres for Collingwood. So from half back, they're going to be marched to half forward here. It's a big 50 as well. Dacos from 49. Oh, he's nailed it. Josh Dacos caught the Brisbane defence napping there, and Collingwood through Josh Dacos has capitalised.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryden's Lawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the physical, emotional and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Celebrating Dad's 60th birthday at our local club was a genius idea. The whole family came and he didn't disappoint with his
Speech had everyone in hysterics. Especially the story about how they met, which was really something to actually remember. Our anniversary is a miracle. 30 years is definitely something to celebrate.
Your local club, where celebration belongs.
The Kia Sorento set the bar as Kia's most popular small sedan. Now, the new first ever Kia K4 raises it. Best in class, second row legroom, ultra wide screens, and a GT line that comes turbocharged. Enter Kia's biggest small sedan, the Kia K4. Small sedan, big personality. Test drive today or find out more at kia.com.au.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
All is in readiness for the second half here at the Gabba. Thursday night footy on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll. And for Elders, you can rely on Elders. Adam White, Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon in this heavyweight battle as the siren sounds to start the second half.
Oh, Jared Berry's got a job. You called it, Sully. You picked it during the break. You said Berry to Nick Dacos.
Okay, that's the big one to look at inside the centre square. From the restart, comes out Collingwood's way to Lipinski. Handball to Dacos. That's Josh Dacos. Well tackled by Cameron. Ball jars free. Darcy Cameron gouges a kick forward and Hoskin Elliott marks on the members' wing. Settles down, goes wider to Lipinski. So as we look across the ground, there are only 3 players behind Lipinski and he's at halfway. Short kicking to Hoskin Elliott. He gets it back. Still only 3 players behind him. And they're all Collingwood players. So he'll kick out wide, back towards Lipinski. It clears him and Hipwood and goes out of bounds for a throw-in, 60 around from Collingwood's goal, left half forward.
Almost looks like a defensive kick as he goes forward into the pocket deliberately. We're at the junction of the 50 and the boundary line, simply to keep it away from Harris Andrews.
Boundary umpire sets himself, throws it in. It's a shallow throw-in. So it favours Cameron, down to Lipinski. Nick Dacos with the outside of his boot into the pocket, and it's a mark to Andrews.
Play on.
Not 15, says the umpire, and Andrews is tackled out of bounds. Good result for Collingwood. Very good result for Collingwood.
It was a touch to it, just said it didn't go 15. Jeepers crossed, I guarantee you could run that distance and not bounce it and they wouldn't pull you up.
Yeah, it looked like it had gone at least 20. Thrown in, McInerney wins it down. McCluggage immediately tackled by Long, and he'll be thrown up. Dangerous spot, 20 out from Collingwood's goal. Umpire trying to clear himself some room. There's a Collingwood player on the deck. It's Nick Dacos.
He's having to put his boot on. Throw the ball umpire.
And now
Don't wait for the fight to start.
DeGoey's getting into Berry here. Ball gets thrown up. There's a whistle. There's a free kick, and it's going to not surely go to Collingwood. It is.
So
how did they get sucked into that, Brisbane?
So what happened was where that little fracas was, and the umpire, that's what we call throw it up. He turns his head away, looks inboard, goes to throw it up. The umpire outside the zone is watching the fracas, and DeGoey simply grabbed the tackles before play starts and thrown to the ground.
DeGoey with the snap, it's shallow and it misses. So DeGoey knocked over Berry, and then Berry half brought him down, and of course it's always the second one that gets penalised. Brisbane with a quick kick into play. McCluggage couldn't take the mark. Side bottom there for Collingwood. Got it at ground level. Kicks the ball back to Myercheck, just outside the 50. He's at right half forward, about 60 from home. And again, Brisbane flood back, so he's going to have to kick to a contest. 20 out from goal. Cox is there. Spoil comes from Payne. Brisbane clear. It's a rush kick, but it works. And the mark's taken by Charlie Cameron.
That's a good win, that one.
He chips the ball towards the wing. It's a poor kick, wanting Morris, and it's an intercept mark to Darcy Moore of Collingwood. Handballs down the line to Lipinski. Next one down in the chain. They're working it well here. Crisp, although he was tackled late, dispossessed of the ball. Archie gave the handball to Zorko. Zorko down the line. He's okay. And Brisbane have it through Morris. He's on the wing.
Just waiting for the forwards to lengthen back out now.
And then just dumps it backwards to Andrews.
Can't get this switch, can they?
They've played it pretty well, the Magpies, haven't they? They just They give it teasing distance, so you have to be totally accurate with the kick coming out there, Dunkley, almost.
So they've affected the switch, but he can't go any faster from the same point on the other side of the ground. So forces a handball to Ainsworth, who will have to kick to a contest. McCluggage in front, Marks opposed to Josh Dacos. Now this is the important kick, deep into the pocket. The tall timber is there, but the tall timber is also there for Collingwood, and it's Cameron that knocks it away from Hipwood for a throw-in. 4 minutes played on the New Tech clock in the third term. It is Collingwood by 20 points. Like in the second term, it took a while for the first goal. 25 around from Brisbane's goal. Right forward pocket. Massive players waiting for the ball to be thrown in. Cameron gets to the front, knocks it to the front, straight to Morris, immediately tackled by Lipinski to the ground, and it'll be thrown up again.
So to give you an accurate portrayal of the game, true shots at goal, once you take the rushes out of it, it's 12-10 in favour of Collingwood.
McInerney down to the ground, but again it's Lipinski. Handballs to Nick Dacos. Now Josh Dacos confronted by Ainsworth, so forced to kick long to a contest. Cox gets to the front. Myercheck crashes the pack. Elliott knocks it on, but straight to Zorko, who goes all the way back to centre half back. It's on the second bounce to McCluggage, who can collect. McCreary was providing frontal pressure, but McCluggage just dumps it out to Cameron, who kicks to the centre circles. This works. And to mark to Will Ashcroft. But again, they can't get any fluency in their game forward of centre.
Zorko lacked bravery with that kick. He went too far back. He had one. Would have had to have been a great kick, but he would normally take that.
Charlie Cameron to Hipwood, who runs on, kicks inside 50. Collingwood mark. Darcy Moore again, backing back. He's having a good month, Darcy Moore, although this kick is dangerous to Lipinski. Ainsworth read it, got the spoil in there. Crumbs to Zach Bailey, close to the boundary. Handballs back to Ainsworth. He centres it up. Brisbane mark coming. Oscar McInerney's marked it 20 metres out from goal in the corridor.
Did well on the turnover. They worked it pretty well. The one thing I'd say, Darcy Moore, he takes from when he works out where he wants the kick to go, and when he gets the ball from his hand to his boot, it's a little bit like Nick Revolt running into the open goal in that grand final. It takes an awfully long time to get there. Ainsworth read that so easily.
So he got the spoil in Ainsworth and then got the kick to McInerney. Can McInerney kick his second goal? Another one of these high kicks. Another one of these straight kicks. Oscar's got two, and Brisbane do get the first goal of the second half. Brisbane 5-8-38, Collingwood 8-4-52, and that is on the Deutzfahrt Tractors scoreboard. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll, and for Elders, you can rely on Elders.
Been a good battle between those two, hasn't it?
Yeah. 2 goals is big.
Two now,
Every other facet of the game, Darcy Moore's beating, but 2 goals is big, especially when you got no Joe Danaher.
No, absolutely. Watching Jared Berry with Dacos, it's a physical tag. This one, he's going to earn every touch this second half. He's starting a half forward and coming on ball. He did that first centre bounce of the quarter. He's now starting inside his centre bounce.
So Collingwood with the last 2 goals before half time. Brisbane get one of those back, and it took 7 minutes on the New Tech clock for that first goal of the second half. Back in the middle, Cameron winning the tap down. Nick Dacos immediately tackled to the ground by Berry. It's going to be a very different second half for Nick. Oscar McInerney tumbles a kick inside 50, but Quainer does extremely well for Collingwood. Wide handball. The handball wasn't as good as the pickup, and it's now a Brisbane ball to Fletcher. Handballs to Hipwood. On to Bailey, who immediately gets tackled to the ground.
He will not play. No. He accepts the ball like a chest mark. The 2 tackling arms go around his waist, not impeding his arms, and he goes to ground and says, no prior.
McInerney here from the throw-up, taps it towards the boundary. Neil and Pendlebury are there.
It's a bugbear of mine, Solly, if you work with me long enough.
Bailey was actually, he's quite smart behind ball security, because he had 3 Collingwood players around waiting for that ground ball to explode.
I know, but it's a tremendously dishonest way of playing.
Dean Solomon and Dermot Burden tonight for us on AFL Nation for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Getting better, Oscar.
Thrown in. McInerney does win it down. Still a Collingwood ball at ground level. Pendlebury, a handball to Long, who got dispossessed. Long then goes off the ground out of the scrimmage, kicking it almost to half forward. But Payne read it well for Brisbane, gathered it on the third bounce and kicks it back to the wing. Neil in front, strong mark as Cameron came late. And Cameron on the ground means that Neil can play on and just chip it forward to Morris. Morris also no one on the mark, so he can kick it into the 50. Archie is there, gets to the back. Cameron darting, deep in the pocket, snaps it right across the face and out of bounds on the full from the right forward pocket.
Entries are still wide, aren't they?
Yes.
Brisbane's entry. Got to get into the heart of the 50, I reckon.
Is that because they don't want Collingwood to just counterpunch through the corridor?
Right. At some stage, though, they're going to have to.
Yes. Sort of they're daring them to do it. At the moment, Brisbane aren't doing it.
Same again, though. You kick that over the top to Will Ashcroft. He would have had the ball 45 out and he would have been able to pinpoint.
Yep.
Oh, Elliott up. Terrific mark on the wing, jumping into his opponent and taking it with two hands. A real highlight for Jamie Elliott in his 200th game in front of the Collingwood and Brisbane benches. Elliott forced to kick to a contest. Spoil comes from Payne towards the boundary, stays in play. Zorko gets tackled high.
Oh, it's on there too.
And they're fighting
Zorko,
outside the boundary. And the umpire said there is no free kick to Dane Zorko.
They did the same again. I mean, they get the ball. They do the uppercut with the arm that's not cradling the ball, and they drop and sag at the knees. So you are willfully trying to...
Now there's a whistle, and there's a free kick to Collingwood. So there's something that umpire Nick Foote didn't like from that wrestle. Collingwood with a free kick. Forward handball now. The long kick from Pendlebury inside the 50. Brisbane under all sorts of pressure here. Leicester gets tackled off his kick, goes again. Desperate stakes here for the Magpies. Free kick, Brisbane.
Jeez, the pressure was good. Collingwood at ground level then.
They looked like they're all over Brisbane. But Leicester getting the free kick against Bobby Hill as the Lions tread very carefully down the boundary, switching to the broadcast or members side of the Gabba. Fletcher kicks up to Day, who marks at half-back for Brisbane. We've played 11 minutes in the third term on the New Tech clock, and it is Collingwood by 14 points. Brisbane with the only goal of the term so far. Short chipping ball that's been marked by Levi Ashcroft.
Look at the corridor. Look at the eyes. Look for the corridor straight away. Collingwood have done it really well. They've blocked up the Collingwood.
I was going to say Collingwood also looking for the corridor.
Yeah, that's right.
To try and intercept.
Flooded that.
They've gone right around here. Back to centre half back. To Zorko. Takes two bounces and gets tackled off his kick. It's scrubbed about 15 metres straight into Collingwood hands. The kick back to the 50. Payne dropped the mark he should have taken. Oh, Elliott crumbed it. Handballs. Now Nick Dacos. Now goal.
Take a bow, Bobby Hill. Chase down tackle on Zorko. Sensational.
Elliott got the initial handball onto Nick Dacos, and that's where you know it's always going to end with a goal. And the Magpies snuff out that Brisbane goal and restore the lead back to 20 points. Collingwood 9-4-58, Brisbane 5-8-38. We've played 12 minutes in the third term, and that's on the Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard.
So the two aspects which will come up in the play here, it was a great rundown as you said, is that Jack Payne's got to mark that. Yeah. He actually doesn't have any body impeding him whatsoever. And he grasped the ball. Yeah. And the other one was, Nick Dacos has kicked that. 90 seconds ago, Jared Berry thought, I'll run Nick Dacos the other way. He made it out to this wing in front of us, the opposite side to that last play. Dacos hung back at centre half forward. He never got back to him. He never recovered the position on him.
There's a bit of an argument going on between Chris Fagan and Dane Zorko after that, because Zorko went to the bench.
You don't do
Goes
that.
forward to Collingwood again. There's a free kick. It's a whistle from the non-controlling umpire. It's going all the way back to the middle and it'll go to Steele side bottom.
So Dane Zorko actually was shaking his head saying, no, coach, you got that wrong. He might have got it wrong. You don't show the world that you reckon the coach is wrong.
So Steele side bottom, ball in hand, kicks the ball into the 50. Cox! That's an half of the mark to get it. It's been paid for. It's actually been paid for contact high. He got a fair piece of it, but Day got a fair piece of the arm and shoulder of Cox as well, and he's only 20 metres out directly in front.
Always looks better in the stat sheet if it's a mark.
Yeah. Again, it was that flat entry, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a flat entry, slightly favoured side.
So Sam Day's still playing as a forward, but 2 out of the last 3 times Collingwood have gone inside their forward line, Sam Day's been down there.
Yeah.
Mason Cox to make it a 26-point Collingwood lead.
Ugly.
He makes it a 21-point Collingwood lead. He should have kicked it. He didn't. Brisbane with a quick reload. Fletcher out towards half-back. It's all Collingwood, though. Quaynor, mark not paid. Crumbs anyway to Collingwood. Side bottom. A bullet pass to Hoskin Elliott, who marks at the 50. He plays on. Collingwood players are out here. Big chance for the goey. Oh, my check. They sport each other. There's a push. A Brisbane free kick. A Brisbane free kick.
It's called an advantage, and yeah, they've stopped now, and he just turns around and says, no, we'll bring it back to the free kick. He gave them 2 bob each way then. Well done.
Gee, Collingwood had 2 players there against the 1 Brisbane and gave away a free kick in the process.
Yeah, Mychek didn't think his way through it.
Leicester chips it short as the Lions come down the broadcast side again with Tunstall. High ball. Wanted Morris, couldn't mark, but he's first to recover. Thinking about the handball, instead chipping the ball towards forward 50. Day on the half volley. Handball to Bailey. Bailey to Archie's. No, not quite. He was at the top of the square. It came in hot. Couldn't mark. It's trickled out of play for a throw-in deep in the left forward pocket.
Spotted something there, Solly. McCluggage coming down the spine.
Yeah, he was on the open side. A bit more composure, a bit more vision. He would have an uncontested mark 15 metres out from goal, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Deep in the left forward pocket here for Brisbane. Shallow throw in again. Cox in the ruck for Collingwood. Levi Ashcroft somehow got a handball out. Gets back to Levi Ashcroft. Defensive handball to Will Ashcroft. Now the kick back inside 50 is wide for Brisbane. It's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Magpies. Deep in the right back pocket. Wilmot with the kick.
Damn, I wonder if Brisbane consider Cam Rayner into the midfield. He's only had the 6 disposals. 15 to 23 in clearances down. A bigger body, just a bit more explosive.
Perryman, a long kick for Collingwood. No one could take the mark at ground level. It's a Collingwood ball to McCreary. Up in the heel direction. Couldn't mark. Ainsworth with the spoil. He gets it to the boundary. A throw in between wing and half forward right for Collingwood. The Magpies by 21. Already 16 played in the third term.
So a couple of those things that have happened tonight. Yeah, you got to get him into the play. Levi Ashcroft. This is a new league footy game.
Yep.
He's had the 1 contested possessions. Everything else has been out the back on the side, and I think he's had 13.
Nick Dacos through the traffic again, running in the wrong direction. Handballs to Josh Dacos, to Perryman. Feigned the handball, then kicks long to centre, half forward. Mychek there. Andrews is a spoil. Oh, here's his moment. Jamie Elliott. No, he's missed again. It's a
run.
third behind to Jamie Elliott. And that could have been a very, very big Bendix Breaks moment.
Would have been goal of the night. It's point of the night so far.
Ooh, they're teetering here, Brisbane. Collingwood just can't get that 4-goal buffer at the moment. Brisbane kick it around in defence. Tunstall at defensive 50, takes the mark, wants to go to the wing. Archie against Quaynor. Quaynor juggles, can't mark. Perryman took it out of his hands in the end. Sweeps a handball towards Lipinski, who goes back now to Quaynor. Kicking to the 50. This time Elliott marks. Fletcher couldn't get back to spoil, and Jamie Elliott marks 47 from home, just left of centre.
Set up really well behind the ball, Collingwood, aren't they? They get to the centre of the ground, Brisbane, and then it's either long down the line, full of ball, and then Collingwood just outnumber. Then they come back at you hard.
So inside 50s, Collingwood are +3. They've had 3 more than Brisbane, and they've only had this will be 2 more shots at goal than Brisbane. So accurate kicking.
Jamie Elliott in game number 200 gets on the goal sheet. And every single Collingwood player out on the field wants to celebrate with him. The Magpies do get that goal to go nearly 5 goals in front. Collingwood 10-6-66, 28 points up on Brisbane, 5-8-38. The Lions here are on the ropes at the Gabba.
Slow to load, 15-11 shots at goal, actually. So, there's a bit of a discrepancy there.
7-2 clearances this quarter too in favour of the Pies. What if they bring Cam Rain up as a half forward?
You've got to do something different. Yep. So if you continue on in the strain of this match and just say try harder, you're going to lose. You're going to get the same result. They must make some changes here. So
Rain's gone inside. They put him inside.
And DeGoey comes up as well.
That's why he's an expert for us on AFL Nation, for MEGT. Dean Solomon, he's called it. Cam Rayner into the middle. Lions in trouble. 2 in a row to Collingwood. Back in the middle, McInerney winning the tap. Collingwood ball, though Long's handball missed the target. Dacos from the back of the square kicks out towards the wing, and it's taken on the bounce by Steele Sidebottom, who kicks up to Hoskin Elliott, who marks just forward of the wing. Sidebottom on his left.
He's got Mason Cox one-on-one against Jack Payne. Get it there so Harris Andrews can't get there.
Hoskin Elliott wide in the Myercheck direction, who marks in front of Fletcher, outside the 50, but only just. Left half forward near the boundary.
Gee, that's a bit of an easy mark, isn't it? That's
the Ashcroft.
Yeah.
So there's a crossover deeper.
Crossover, but that's like the grade 6 kid having kicked a kick with the preps.
So Brodie Myercheck kind of fancies his chances here potentially. It's a long kick. It won't make the distance. Cox is lurking. Falls a little short. Neal off the pack. Handballs to Dunkley. Back to Neal. Chips to McCluggage at defensive 50. Handballs back to Neal. A third disposal in the chain. Cameron marks. Nearly on the wing. He looks up. This is a bit better for Brisbane, although Cameron's kick was poor over Day's head. Mopping up Quainer for Collingwood. Keeps the ball just inside the field of play. Handballs to Pendlebury at defensive 50. Confronted by Day, so chisels a kick back to Sidebottom, who marks just inside the field of play defensive wing.
They were never not going to win that ball back, Collingwood. They had an outnumber. They forced Brisbane into a tight corner.
They don't look at the moment, Brisbane, to have the answers. Sidebottom short to his mate Pendlebury. Defensive wing still. Men's side of the ground.
Extra in defence, Brisbane, and it's not paying any advantage.
Myercheck in front's marked on his chest here. Hoskin Elliott running towards goal. He spots him, and Hoskin Elliott will mark on his chest about 48 from home. Similar spot to where Myercheck was only a couple of minutes earlier.
Lacking organisation down there because Jasper Fletcher was the loose man, and he's not going to have any effect in the air against the likes of Myercheck or Cox or McStay.
Will Hoskin Elliott coming in. He fancies his chances from here, and it's going to be very close. It hits the right goalpost just at the top of the padding, and only a behind. Hoskin Elliott with a goal, now behind in this match. So it's 10-7-67 Collingwood, Brisbane 5-8-38. That's on the Deutz-Fahr Tractors scoreboard. As the Lions will again come the members' side, a short kick into Ainsworth. He'll then chip it on to Fletcher. Fletcher just inside defensive 50. Again to the wing. Day's got 2 to beat. Stretcher's got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Quainer there at the drop. Gets tackled out of play for a throw-in. In fact, the mark's been paid.
Yeah, in the back, I think.
Okay. Either way, it was a bit generous. Day an inboard kick to Wilmot.
That's the 90th mark Brisbane have taken. So they're getting their fair share, but they just can't progress the ball forward with meaning out of these, which they normally do. But this is what we said before the game.
Day has turned it over here, wanted Levi Ashcroft straight to 3 Collingwood players, and now the ball is in dispute. DeGoey, he couldn't pick it up, but Long could. Handballs to Nick Dacos, into the middle to Cox. Thought about going back to Nick Dacos, instead goes to Ned Long from the middle of the Gabba. It's a wide kick in the Hill direction, doesn't quite get that far. Lipinski was there as well. Now it is a chance for Hill. Wide handball, missed Lipinski. Fletcher stole it. Got a handball knocked down, so got it again. Now it's with Levi Ashcroft running around in a circle, settling, and then kicking a high ball back towards the wing outer side of the ground. Cameron was up there for Collingwood, couldn't complete the mark. Oscar McInerney's Taz chasing, at least provided a bit of pressure, and the handball went out of play.
So 92 marks for Brisbane now. Yep. Normally that means Brisbane have got control, but Collingwood's layout that they put ahead of Brisbane means that there's no easy progress forward. Yep. All these marks, I know they like to chip it around, go sideways and that, but you sometimes got to come forward, and they just can't.
They've saturated the corridor too, haven't they, with their team defence, Collingwood? They won't let him through there.
Cameron grabbed it out of the ruck, but his kick was partially smothered. It comes back to Cameron into the 50 on my check.
Same again, bad
stretches and marks at the top of the 50. Nick Dacos watch. We know he's running hot for Ream, Australia's hot water. He's up to 28, so he's 21 at half time. So the tag's not really working. He still had a further 7 disposals. And now Brody Myercheck has a chance for his second goal, and it will be 3 in a row for Collingwood.
So this is the person that Starcevic would normally go to.
From the 50, unloads for a second goal. They look good tonight, Collingwood. And Brisbane just don't seem to have the answers. And it's a very worried Chris Fagan who's chewing on his gum rather aggressively at the moment. Collingwood 11-7-73. Brisbane stuck on 5-8-38, so the Lions got the first goal of this third term, but it's now 3 in a row to the Magpies.
Yeah, so Starcevic will be asked to play on those mid-sizes, and in a match-up exchange where somebody has to roll off, he'll go and take a McStay or a Myercheck, someone like that, but not bloody Jasper Fletcher. He minds the Rovers. How can you ask the kid? He's completely ill-equipped to go in the air.
I wonder if why Mason Cox come in late as well. I wonder if that was a bit tactical to absorb those tools.
Good bounce in the middle. Cameron again winning the tap down for Collingwood. Bailey came off the square for Brisbane to create a contest. Socket off the ground by Dunkley. Almost gets it to forward 50 for Brisbane. Quainer there and Charlie Cameron. Quainer got there first. Tried to get a handball further forward, but they've lost it here, Collingwood. Brisbane come up with the ball. Archie scooped it up, got a handball. Now the kick into the 50. Hit with the target, couldn't mark. McInerney was there as well. The ball trickles out of play for a throw-in 40 metres around from Brisbane's goal. Brisbane here with 2 minutes and 25 seconds to play on the new tech clock before three-quarter time. You kind of feel they need at least one here to be any chance. McInerney wing the tap down. Day, a handball back into congestion. They bounce around. Cameron there for Brisbane. That's Charlie Cameron. He's worried off the ball. Side bottom got a handball to Josh Dacos. Now to Myercheck. He's well tackled by Fletcher. The ball will be thrown up just outside the 50 for Brisbane.
He skunked you into that, umpire. He got the ball and just drops to his knees, and it's like a turtle. He pulled all arms, limbs and head inside the shell there and said, tackle me, and I'm not going to try and get it out, and we'll get a ball up. And the umpire fell for it.
They got the ball up. It's thrown in the air. Back onto the turf. Dunkley hatching it. It'll be thrown up at the 50.
I got a slight cork from that Myercheck. He's just limping the left leg.
Yeah,
hip pointer or a
cork. Cameron again winning the tap down, but there's a whistle. It's a Brisbane free kick to Neil. Or it is to McInerney. Neil thought it was his.
Neil wanted
it.
Yeah.
But it will be big Oscars.
Yeah, he might not be able to put it lace out onto somebody's chest here.
His body language suggests he can't make the distance. He's looking around.
Kick it tall.
Now he's settling in on the kick. Just right of centre, would have to kick it 55 metres.
Looking for a handball.
Oscar, we know he kicks it high. Can he kick it long? No, he can't. It's not going to make the distance. And it stays in the field of play, and Crisp runs away with a footy, takes a bounce in fact, and then kicks on to Long. Look at them go, Collingwood. To Goey now with a handball. Full flow from Collingwood. Here they go, now nearly to the 50. The kick towards goal. It's going to be a good one. It's not going to be a goal, but it's going to be a mark to McStay. McCreary running the outer side of the ground with 2 bounces. No one could catch him. And the kick, the delivery, was absolute precision.
Well, Brisbane came into this round on top. That passage of play tells me that if Brisbane are the top team, Collingwood's just taken it, the mantle.
Genuine power, haven't they?
Speed.
So McStay opening the angle and missing. That could have been the nail in the coffin.
We haven't even got to three-quarter time yet. It might have made it just too big a task in the final 30 minutes of the last quarter.
The problem for Brisbane at the moment is they just don't look like it. Out towards half-back. Frampton with a spoil straight down the side bottom. Goes back towards Myercheck. It goes away from him. Keeps it in the field of play initially, but gets a leg-spinning bounce that goes away from him and back out of play for a throw-in in Collingwood's forward pocket.
So long down the line hasn't worked for Brisbane, and the uncontested mark hasn't worked. So the next, be interesting. Next ball, I'm tipping some handball receive. Play a bit of Collingwood style. Go at it.
Nothing to lose, sort of.
Nothing to lose, yep.
So this is what I was questioning before the game. Eric Hipwood, 5 possessions as your key forward.
Bailey's kick is ricocheted straight to McCreery, to Elliott, through the traffic. Jamie Elliott! They'll be hard to catch from now, Collingwood. Elliott with 2 goals in the third term in his 200th game. And it's just so hard to see Brisbane coming back from here. The Magpies have strung together 4 goals in the third term here, and they lead by a big margin. Collingwood 11-7, 73 now 12. The scoreboard's stuck. It has stuck.
12-8.
12-8, there we go. It's gone from 11-7 to 12-8-80 to Brisbane 5-8-38. So that is 42 points. Sorry, Collingwood fans, but the scoreboard got stuck.
7 goals up. Yeah, this is the first test we've seen Brisbane in against serious opposition that is at the top of their game.
There is a hush over the Gabba. Brisbane Lions fans can't quite believe what they're seeing here. The Premiers are under all sorts of pressure and are a long way behind. And Collingwood will go forward again. Cameron a high ball towards half forward. But the mark's taken by Archie as the siren sounds to end a very much black and white quarter of football. The fist pump from Nick Dacos, who's on the bench. Collingwood players giving high fives to each other all across the Gabba. And that is because at three-quarter time, Collingwood lead 12-8-80 to Brisbane 5-8-38. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage rolls, and for Elders, you can rely on Elders.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range. From 170 to 350 horsepower, it's Deutz-Fahr Evolve. Visit deutzfahr.com.au.
AGT introduced Sundancer wheat, the ideal replacement for LRPB Lancer. Bred specifically for Queensland, Sundancer is very high yielding with excellent yield stability and has APH quality classification. Sundancer through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance company's. Choose Visit chaingroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern, family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Power up your business with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Built for professionals who don't mess around. Whether you're an orchardist, nursery operator or vigneron, Makita's XGT, LXT and Direct Connect platforms deliver the runtime, power and performance you need without the noise, fuel or fumes. Go cordless. Get more done. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Hey, CJ here, official ambassador of the 2025 Brisbane Truck Show, held on May 15 to 18. If you're looking for a trucking good time, join me at the Southern Hemisphere's biggest truck festival, featuring the latest trucks, trailers, parts and accessories all in one location. Your ticket also includes entry to the Show and Shine Championship, the Depot Careers Hub and the Heavy Equipment and Machinery Show. There's plenty for everyone, so bring the family with children under 18 free. Don't miss out. Tickets available now at brisbanetruckshow.com.au.
SEN is always your number one home for everything in sport. Miss something or just want to hear it again? Catch up on the SEN app and discover podcasts of all your favourite shows and interviews. Download the SEN app and listen back today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for elders, for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs, and 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's.
He centres it up. Brisbane mark coming. Oscar McInerney's marked it 20 metres out from goal in the corridor. Can McInerney kick his second goal? Another one of these high kicks. Another one of these straight kicks. Payne dropped the mark he should have taken. Oh, Elliott crumbed it. Handballs. Now Dick Dacos. Now goal. Bailey's kick is ricocheted straight to McCreery. To Elliott. Through the traffic. Jamie Elliott! They'll be hard to catch from now, Collingwood. It seems that way, doesn't it? We've got Collingwood at 12-8-80, 42 points up on Brisbane, 5-8-38. We've seen some heroics from Brisbane here in the past in the last quarter. Is it possible, or is it going to be a Collingwood night, Dermot Brereton and Dean Sullivan?
It's possible, but it won't happen.
It would need to be the perfect quarter, won't it? I mean, just looking at stoppages, 5-6 to 3 points they've scored. Collingwood, so they've dominated stoppages. That quarter just gone. Test possession +4, clearances +8, tackles +6, inside 50s +7, 4 goals 5 to the 1 goal. I think they have to change this midfield mix. The Brisbane Lions, if there any chance, and I think the kick-catch game, I think they've got to put that away and just go into some handball flow and attack the game. Almost play fire with fire here.
I think Collingwood are the best team in it right now.
Very good.
This is an undefeated team, top of the ladder, and Collingwood have clearly been too good for them to this point in time. Next 30 minutes will tell us whether they bona fide are the number one team in the comp right at this point in time.
Cameron, who's been dominant all night, wins the tap down again for Collingwood from the restart, but it comes out Brisbane's way. Lockie Neal's handball is knocked down, but it still comes back Brisbane's way. It's Berry with the handball, another handball. Now McCluggage is loose in the pocket. They go deeper instead to the square. Cameron drops a mark he should have taken. In fact, it is a free kick. Going Brisbane's way.
Holding.
And it'll go to Logan Morris.
So Logan Morris, dummy led on Jeremy Howe. Howe came forward, and I was watching him specifically. So I don't know what happened with the Rayner jump. But then Howe tried to circle back to him and checked him while looking away from the ball. Put a left arm around him. Wasn't much, but the umpires are paying them in this day and age.
So Logan Morris from just outside the goal square has...
Oh, no.
Has he got it or hasn't he? The goal umpire was about to signal a goal.
It might be a 50.
And the umpire says, I'm not sure about that, and we're going upstairs.
Yeah, he didn't like it. He didn't like it. As soon as he hit the ball, he didn't like it. Head down.
He kept from that close. The goal umpire from directly in front, the goal umpire didn't have time to get to the post to see.
That's really interesting umpiring there. It was almost like the field umpire had a better view of it than the goal umpire, because, as you said to him, he was so close and he tried to hammer the kick.
So Howe was 1 metre off the point tip of the goal square on the mark, and he's missed.
It is a behind, so that is just proof of it's just not Brisbane's night. That's a costly miss, to say the least, for Logan Morris. It's his first score of the night as Collingwood go the outer side. They get it towards the wing with a long kick from Josh Dacos, crumbing at his steel side bottom, giving the handball to Nick Dacos, kicking up towards forward 50. Cox couldn't control it on the bounce. McStay was there as well for Collingwood, applies a big tackle. Cox on the ground as well. Brisbane come up with the ball, although Andrews is well tackled by McCreery, and the umpire will come in and call for it.
The Jared Berry tag has been dropped also for this last quarter.
Well, they've got to just be all irons in the fire now, don't they, at pouring the ball forward, which means they're going to get spanked by a lot, or they're a chance to win it.
Neil sharks it with a clearance with a handball to Fletcher. Long ball towards Rayner. He split the pack and two Collingwood players went down. The ball went out of play.
I think he might have split one open here. Was it
Darcy Moore's running straight to the bench. And the umpire will throw the ball back into play.
Dude, I'm just noticing the Brisbane Lions forward structure. Hipwood's very lateral to the stoppage. As a tall, you'd want him to one kick down the line. He's moving to that position now.
Yeah.
Nick Dacos, Pendlebury, Maynard, a long sweeping ball towards McCreery, who shrugs the tackle. McCreery, he balances up McCreery, centering ball to go. He got hands to it, couldn't mark. There's a whistle.
Front on push.
Another Collingwood free kick.
Oh, Dane Zorko.
Unrealistic attempt looking at the Makita replay, or front on contact, clear free kick. De Goey straight in front, wasting no time. Set shot, kick at goal from 30. Jordan De Goey joins the Collingwood party.
Darcy Moore's bleeding from the ear. Whether it's a laceration, the earlobe, or coming from the ear, I hope it's from the earlobe. But he's got a big trickle of blood running down from his earlobe down his neck. So let's hope it's a bit of a split on the earlobe rather than from the ear. Now, Dane Zorko there running back with the fly to the ball. He hasn't done that enough times to disguise that well enough. That was a very amateurish effort to throw confusion into the ball-facing De Goey. He jumped, turned in the air, but he feared for his safety, so he closed his eyes and pulled his chin to his chest, as if to say, don't bang me on the back of the head.
Dermot Burden and Dean Solomon with us tonight, our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
He's actually Sam Marshall on for his first run, onto the wing here.
Throw him in.
Wearing Simon Black's old number 20. In the middle, McInerney wing the tap down, but guess who? Nick Dacos sharks it. Handballs to Pendlebury, to Josh Dacos, to Perryman. All handballs now, a wide kick, low down. The mark completed by Crisp.
I'd be clearing out and leaving De Goey to go one-on-one against Zorko if it could somehow manufacture an aerial contest between those two.
Jack Crisp points. He says, I want to go long. In the Cox direction, doesn't quite get that far. And the ball will go out of bounds for a throw-in. Another talking point tonight is the form of Darcy Cameron in the ruck.
Yeah.
I mean, Oscar McInerney, one of the best ruckmen in the competition. Cameron's been playing exceptional football.
He's fought back though, Oscar. He's fought back in the third quarter. Cameron took the honours completely in the first half.
Cameron in front here, winning it down from the Magpies. Josh Dacos with a tackle on Will Ashcroft, and again we'll have a stoppage, this time a throw up about 35 out from Collingwood's goal. Umpire clearing some room. He throws it up. Again, Darcy Cameron winning it down. Fletcher had a piece of it for Brisbane. Off the ground by Sidebottom, scooped up by Neil, gave a handball to Leicester. Clearing kick almost to halfway. Ball gets to ground level. How he gets knocked off it. Hipwood got a handball. McCluggage handballs to Morris. Morris handballs on to Rayner, who taps it into the direction of Berry. He goes back to Rayner. Rayner is cornered, so he has to handball back to Berry. Does well to get past Maynard. He kicks inside 50, straight to Frampton.
They're home. If Billy's taken intercept marks, they're home.
Brisbane with only one goal since half-time. It's just been utter dominance from the Magpies. As Frampton dumps it into the back pocket to Quaynor. Quaynor goes long. Wanting Cameron. McInerney over the top, put the spoil in there. Maynard at ground level, knocks it in the direction of Pendlebury, who tried to sock it off the ground to Myercheck. It's back in the mess, and the umpire has to come in and call for it. So for Collingwood fans, just jumping in the car after dinner, 7 minutes into the final term here on AFL Nation. For 4 and 20 Pies and for Elders, the Magpies 86 leading the Lions 39 at the 7-minute mark of the final term here at the Gabba, and a Collingwood free kick from the stoppage.
Archie's been subbed out. He was for the Brisbane Lions. Young Ed Allen warming up on the boundary line as well for Collingwood.
And he doesn't look injured either, Archie. There's no ice or any strapping on his legs. Up towards the wing, crisp with the spoil against Berry, and they find the boundary, the Magpies, right in front of their interchange bench.
Yeah. The dialogue here is sub is tactical on Cal Archie.
86 to 39. Collingwood in line for a 4th consecutive win against the Lions. Ashcroft, a high ball from Brisbane into the centre square, but Howe marks for Collingwood. They've got all the answers. Kick to the open side. Lipinski doesn't have to break stride. He can chip in board to Pendlebury if he wants to. Instead, he goes wider, and that's not a bad option because Elliott's marked just outside the 50. Right half forward. Looks up. He'll go laterally to Quaynor. He's 70 out from goal, and he'll go to Nick Dacos. So they've gone back to where Elliott was. Elliott just sort of backpedals, and he's the next in the chain who marks at the 50.
So we spoke before Levi Ashcroft how it's a step up in class for him to deal with. He sharked that disposal on the outer wing, and he was complete. He had 3 or 4 metres either side of himself, and he dump kicked it forward off 2 steps rather than use his legs to get away.
Elliott's going into the pocket. He wanted McStay or Myercheck. Neither could mark, and Brisbane have forced it out of play for a throw-in.
So, and from that dump kick forward, Collingwood intercept mark, and they haven't given up possession since.
Deep in the right forward pocket for Collingwood, next to the behind post when the ball's thrown in. Cameron in the front, grabs it out of the ruck, handballs to Long, knocked down by Will Ashcroft. He's tackled, and he's been tackled high.
Now, if you're in and under player, that's fine. You can get your head beaten in, and it hurts. But if you're a midfielder who's there for your skills and the likes, you have to take the risk of being tackled and tackled hard so you can put your team to advantage, not dump kick forward.
4 short kicks, 4 short passes, 4 short marks. Now it's with Fletcher. Fletcher forced to kick long to a contest. Big fly from Logan Morris, and the man standing still was Day, and he took the mark for Brisbane. Handballs on to Bailey, in towards 50, and Hipwood with the one arm takes the mark. And he's only 25 metres out from goal in the pocket. He's going to, you'd think, open the angle from here, Eric Hipwood, being the left footer he is. Sidebottom and crisp, and making sure that he's not going to do it easily. They're just sort of standing, sort of facing him only 20 metres away. Now he does open the angle, and he will snap the goal. Brisbane's got a second goal for the half, and they are still a mile behind at the 10-minute mark of the final term. They're 41 points down. Collingwood 13-8-86, Brisbane 6-9-45. So that does break a run of 5 unanswered goals to Collingwood. And that's why the margin is as great as it is, 41 points, and that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Only an exceptionally tall bloke or man can take that mark.
Yeah.
It wasn't a key forward's mark, even though you had to be tall to take it, because he sprayed from behind and just reached to the drop, and he cradled the ball with several touches to the ground. I think we got a change of boots for one of the umpires out there.
Yep. Again, doing that was a nice finish by Hipwood, absolutely, but the entry was really wide.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Collingwood have just saturated, in team defence, they've saturated the corridor. They've said, Brisbane, right over, you're going to get your uncontested game going. It's going to be outside the logos or it's going to be in the D50. We will not let you come through the middle, and any entry is going to be wide.
In the middle we go again. McInerney now against Cox in the ruck. McInerney tried to take it out of the ruck, couldn't do so. Dunkley's kick was partially smothered. To go, he tried to knock it Collingwood's way. The tackles come. It's all happening still inside the centre square. And now there's a whistle, and it's a free kick to Collingwood.
Oh, the umpire signalled the wrong way. They started to run the wrong way.
Just the small forwards of Collingwood, the work they do ahead of the ball here to cross over and block for each other is really impressive.
Jack Crisp, sort of a flat kick inside the 50 as they've been trying to do all night, really. No one can take the mark. Hill picks up the ball outside the field of play, but it'll be thrown in a left forward pocket.
It stands out, doesn't it? The selfless nature of these forwards, just the crossover and the movement, block and roll, give each other space. Even at stoppages here, watch them cross over and protect and block each other.
The key position players should be allowed to give them the odd clip. Free hit now and then.
Ball gets thrown in. It comes to the first gamer. Marshall kicks out towards half-back. The Lions still have the ball. He's got it again here, the kid. He's kicked it out wide to open territory on the bounce to Tunstall. Now to Hipwood, caught on his non-preferred foot. He kicks it long down the line, wanting Morris. It bounces away from him and Maynard.
And
it's called insufficient intent. It just wasn't a very good kick because it was on his non-preferred foot.
Yeah, but if that takes...
And it was still close to his teammates.
Yeah, and if it takes a weirdish bounce, not even a freakish bounce, it bounces back towards the player.
Yeah.
Maynard kicks back forward of the wing for Collingwood. The spoils come, another whistle, it's a hold, it's a Brisbane free kick.
They've got to go now, Brisbane. They've just got to attack the corridor, get a mark, overlap by hands, just go at the game.
I've got a feeling Collingwood are happy to play stodgy footy here.
McInerney for Brisbane. Another long kick to just outside the 50, stretching Cox. Couldn't mark. Levi Ashcroft got the crumbs. Handballed straight to Crisp of Collingwood, who kicks back towards the wing, and McCreary takes the mark for Collingwood. Now he'll give the handball with a teammate running past, cruising by, kicking to Elliott, who'll mark forward, handball to Goey, starting to get a few disposals now to Goey. Long kick, McStay in a one-on-one, couldn't mark, crumbs to Hill, snap to Hill, goal to Hill!
That's a good
magnificent from Bobby Hill. There's not too many that could do that. Certainly not too many that could make it look as easy as that. It really is a Collingwood night. And the Magpies now up to 14,892 to Brisbane 6,945. The Magpies making a statement.
And making a lot of Brisbane supporters go home.
Yes.
That was the goal. I've seen the first maroon and blue jumpers get up and go, that's enough for us. They've called it unwinnable from here. They have been wrong in the past. But I reckon it's time to give Ed Allen a look.
He's in the middle now. Dan.
Is he?
Just
gone
in. Yep.
Good.
Ran on, he pushed Jordan to go forward. He said, get out, old boy. I'm coming in.
So the news on that is Darcy Moore, who got bloodied from that clash earlier.
Yeah.
He's getting a concussion test. Now, the news on that is that, of course, it's Anzac Day next week. So hopefully for Darcy and Collingwood's sake,
so what are we, Thursday night?
It's Friday, Anzac Day. So he would be out. Collingwood with the ball here. Long kick inside 50 for the Magpies. Payne couldn't mark it. Let's McStay in back to the top of the square. Darcy Cameron not quite. Couldn't take the mark. Forced to tackle. Brisbane with the ball. High kick from Wilmot. Clearing. Might not be clearing for very long. Under the high ball. It's a mark to Crisp. He had to wait for it. He knew pressure was coming late, but he hugged the ball to his chest. And Jack Crisp, he's told the umpire, I'm going to have a shot.
Yeah, he's kicked goals from here. 2 years ago when they won the grand final, he kicked a goal from this distance, about 53, on the quarter-time siren, this side of the ground.
Let's see whether he can do it again. He makes pretty good contact, but late in the game he probably just hasn't got quite the power that he would have earlier in the game. Off hands, it's gone through for a rush behind. Brisbane, quick into play.
We're on Zorko watch now. He's likely to do some fighting here.
Down the middle they go. Hipwood juggles, can't mark against Howe, but gets high contact. Free kick. Hipwood from the centre circles into the 50. Rayner backing back, stretching and marking against Berryman. 40 out from goal, left of centre. It's 93 to 45 on the Tyre Power Toyo 25% off sale. Don't forget Tyre Power Big Easter sale now on with 25% off on selected Toyo tyres. tyrepower.com.au.
It's the first time, Durham, we've seen the handball receive off the halfback from Brisbane going straight line rather than going angles, open side, corridor. They took the first mark, handball received and played off that and went straight out the oppo.
First time we've seen a little bit of a sag, a little bit of fatigue in Collingwood's willingness to defend the corridor. And Zorko was able to pierce it.
Cam Rayner kicked the goal in the second term.
That'll be
and he doesn't quite have another one here.
That's not fair.
Because the giant Mason Cox on the line. Make sure it goes through for a rush behind. 14.993 Collingwood, Brisbane 6.945, and that is on the Tyre Power Toyo 25% off sale. As the Magpies kick it back into play, and Sidebottom takes the mark at defensive 50 for the Magpies. We think about the game sealer moment for Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond, and maybe even the big moment for Bendix Brakes, and it's those Jamie Elliott goals in the third term that I think we'll be looking back on as decisive moments in this game as Pendlebury gets hit high on the logo and will get a free kick on the wing. Pendlebury's night coming up for his 20th disposal as he flares it wide to Josh Dacos, who had a big start. He's had 25 disposals, Josh Dacos, not as many as his brother. As the Magpies continue to build, now Sidebottom on his left, into the 50, wanted Hoskin Elliott, Andrews with the spoil, Crumbs fell to Myercheck, he got tackled holding the ball.
See, Durham mentioned before the game that the wise heads of Sidebottom and Pendlebury, you could just see they wanted to go into a slower mode here. Young Dacos still wanted to play at the high brand of high octane.
They've turned it over here, Brisbane. Nick Dacos giving the handball to Pendlebury, up to DeGoey. It was a lovely little pop kick, and it enabled DeGoey just to run onto the ball and mark on his chest at the top of the 50 in front of Darcy Wilmot. And again, he says, I'm going to have a shot.
It's some midfield minutes the last quarter.
Yeah,
to go,
in the third. Yeah,
the third and last.
I can't remember him being in for a centre bounce in the first half.
No, I can't either.
Jordan DeGoey will come close to the man on the mark. Drive it towards goal. Jordan DeGoey with 2 in the term.
Running hot.
This is a big night for Collingwood. Everything is coming up roses for the Magpies. 15.999 Collingwood to Brisbane 6.10.46. There's good stories all over the ground for the Collingwood Football Club tonight.
Yeah, running hot in this last quarter. Jordan DeGoey running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. 2 goals and some really good matchups. The way that they're able to manipulate their forward line, they're getting good looks of talented players against an opposition player one-on-one that they say, yeah, I like this. Been able to manufacture that, whether it's having a small against a tall or whether you have a Bobby Hill against somebody who's incapable of trying to match him for pace. Actually, everyone is incapable of matching Bobby Hill for pace.
Even their method in this last quarter too, you can see Collingwood shift gears.
Yes.
Okay, we said slow it down a little bit, own the ball, run the clock.
They're in third.
Yep.
Cox wins it down for Collingwood, then tries to soccer off the ground. Ball loose inside the centre square. Allen got a handball to side bottom. Now it comes out wide in the McCreary direction. To go, he's got it again here. Left foot centering ball. Leicester drops a mark he should have taken. Ball loose about 20 metres out from Collingwood's goal. They all dive on top. It'll be thrown up.
I haven't seen Ryan Lester drop one like that for about 5 years.
Ball thrown up. McInerney takes it out of the ruck for Brisbane. The kick goes about 20 metres. Rayner spoils away from Nick Dacos. Tunstall for Brisbane. Handballs to Berry. Berry's kick wanted Hipwood, couldn't take the mark, but he is first to recover. Centering ball, and that's okay, that works. And Marshall marks for the Lions. In his first game, good boy, chips it on to Zorko at halfway in the corridor. Long kick into the 50. Oh, nearly a good mark taken by Day. Not quite, although there is a late whistle here. There's a late whistle and it's a Shepherd. And, well, you're going to have to tell us what happened there. I've got no idea, to be perfectly honest.
Is it Cam Rayner that he's paid it to?
Because it hasn't gone today.
I'm going to take my hat off to the kid Marshall who's come on for his first run.
Good.
Everybody ran to the outside of the centre square and he just brought his eyes back to the spine and found the loose man, probably the more difficult player to spot up. One of the few times tonight they've gone for the corridor.
20 metres out, directly in front. Cameron Rayner does kick the goal, but Logan Morris couldn't from a similar spot. And Brisbane get a 7th goal. 7:10:52 to Collingwood 15:9:99. And having a look at the Makita XGT 40 VMAX replay term, it was when the ball was loose after the day mark wasn't taken, Rayner was tagged without possession to the right.
And good to see some senior players, Dane Zorko, Harris Andrews, Ryan Lester, all run over to this wing and get to the young lad playing his first game, Sam Marshall, for that kick which brought it back into, well, kept it in the corridor and saw the eventual pierce of 50 and score.
3 touches this quarter, Marshall.
It's just even the way he moves. It just looks.
It's got some
urgency, class, a bit of something to get excited about.
You mentioned he's got number 20 on. I saw Simon Black presenting the jumper prior to the game.
Right. In the middle we go again. Not a great bounce, so McInerney tried to grab it out of the ruck, couldn't do so successfully. Allen soccers off the ground for Collingwood. McCreary butters up, wins the ball, handballs to side bottom, now to De Goey. De Goey's got his own football in his final term. He's just, that's another great positive sign for Collingwood. He's missed a bit of footy this year, De Goey. Just get some confidence into him ahead of Anzac Day next week.
5 touches this quarter.
The long kick into the 50. Oh, towering mark taken there by Payne for Brisbane.
But the scoreline also allows Fly McRae to actually play Ed Allen in the centre bounce for every centre bounce this quarter. Just give him, because he hasn't had a great deal of open exposure.
Marshall, another kick, but this time he finds Frampton of Collingwood. About 70 out from Collingwood's goal.
Not quite as good as his last kick.
No. He played on and then realised, I'm not sure where to kick this. He kicked it straight to Frampton, who goes back into the 50. Leicester drops another mark. Payne, though, for the Lions, gives the handball to Wilmot, who takes a bounce. Huskin Elliott with a chase. So it was forced Wilmot to handball to Andrews, and Andrews with the outlet kick finds Dunkley. Dunkley at right half back, interchange gate side of the Gabba, into the corridor to McInerney, who marks low down, handballs to Berry, chips it to Marshall, no 15, forced to retreat with a handball to Ainsworth, who kicks to Leicester, back to Marshall again, so lots of the ball here for Marshall. The kick towards Charlie Cameron went with one mitt, didn't stick for him. At ground level, Collingwood footy, Nick Dacos handball back into the congestion. Frampton though made it look good, gave the handball back to Nick Dacos, and now the Magpies chain it out of defence. Lipinski working with Allen. Now it's Long. Long will handball back to Allen. Allen with the headband. He's at halfway on the wing. Kicks it wide, kicks it into the crowd.
He's had the 5 touches over this quarter, and as you said, exposure to the midfield. He had 2 clearances on top of that. He'll get better.
I've got a feeling they're going to say, don't worry about the rotational rest. Just keep going all the way through it. Harris Andrews retreats now, goes across goal.
And Wilmot will chip it in short to Zorko. Wants to go down the middle. Wants to go with a risky kick. He went to Ainsworth, who dropped the mark. He probably should have taken, then forced to tackle Crisp on his knees. Chris got the handball out towards Josh Dacos. Had two in the chain there, Josh Dacos. It's spread out to Allen, and Allen kicks to Lipinski. Lipinski right in front of us on the members' wing of the Gabba. Collingwood 99 leading Brisbane 52 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Lipinski into Nick Dacos, who kicks into Josh Dacos.
I've got a feeling Nick might try and plump up to 40 plus here.
He's got 37. So he's had a fair bit of it. And as you can hear, there's a fair few Collingwood supporters that have made the trip up to Brisbane, and every single one of them is very happy. Every single one of them is singing.
All right. So Nick Dacos has got to go on one possession a minute from here in.
Well, they're just kicking it around here, Collingwood. They've gone from the members' side to the outer side. And there are a lot of players that are fattening up their stat line. Nick Dacos 37, Josh Dacos 28, Steele Sidebottom 25, Scott Pendlebury 21, Jack Chris 20. So they're the usual suspects, all of them over 20. And now they start to run a bit quicker.
Elliott.
A long kick into the 50. Oh, nearly a spectacular leap to McStay. Advantage paid to Collingwood. Bobby Hill from the square almost kicks it. Well, out of the stadium.
He's kicked it into the screen.
Bobby Hill with a second in this final term. There was a massive pack at centre half forward, nearly full forward. And the ball cleared all of them. And Bobby Hill, as the whistle sounded in the background, sensed it was an advantage free kick and kicked his second goal. Collingwood cracked the ton, 16-9-105. Brisbane 7-10-52. 27 played final term on the Tyre Power scoreboard. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and elders. You can rely on elders.
Came up a little sore after this jump and launch at the footy, McStay. Big crash of the pack, and that's what made the spillage for Bobby Hill to run onto. I reckon Bobby looked back to see if the umpire was saying, yeah, it's free kick to your team, and then looked up to the screen to see if they had it in focus on him. He had that much time. He looked away twice and then came to a complete stop before he roosted the thing into the massive screen behind the goals.
In the middle we go again. Not long to go in this one. It's a bad bounce, so it'll have to be redone. We're at 28 minutes on the new set clock. As the ball gets thrown up again. McInerney wins it down and then wins it at ground level. Kicking up towards centre half forward. Ball spits back inside the centre square. Will Ashcroft's kick is straight to Quainer of Collingwood. There's 2 minutes to play. 2 minutes left for Collingwood fans to enjoy this one, as Nick Dacos gets a 38th disposal to the cheers of the Collingwood fans in the crowd.
Let's go for a give and get.
He thought about it, and then in the end kicks long towards Cox. He's out of position, and Payne takes the mark for Brisbane. Into the centre square, the kick. It's okay. Berry marks. He'll kick to the open side to Charlie Cameron. Riding shotgun is Wilmot. Cameron doesn't kick to him, at least initially. Doesn't handball to him either. He kicks long instead. Again, it's wide, Solly.
It is wide.
Which has been the flavour of the night for Brisbane. And it's not necessarily a nice flavour. How to play it goes.
Their team defence, Collingwood, has been super. You spoke about it at the three-quarter time and how they kept teams to low scores, but watching it live, the way they saturate the corridor, that was one of maybe 2 or 3 corridor kicks Brisbane have got tonight. Collingwood have been super.
In it comes. Allen, as he was tackled, and he got a handball out to Josh Dacos, who kicks from a standing start towards the wing, and that's a good mark to Harris Andrews for Brisbane. Just chips it on. Lachie Neale, he'll kick it on as well. Neale's been okay, but not his normal influential self.
Over 24.
He gets it back again here, Lachie Neale. The kick into the 50, shaped towards Berry, who marks it. Yep, had control of it. Just inside the 50 for Brisbane. So this will be one of the last, if not the last play of the game, if it's a goal.
So Lachie Neale, you mentioned him before, so we have a look at what he's contributed tonight. 24, which is a bit lowish for him, but 15 handballs, 9 kicks, so he hasn't taken the ball forward by foot all that much. And he's not a bad kick, so you want him with the ball on his foot.
Jared Berry with a set shot at goal. It's to the right. It misses. Another behind from a set shot. Brisbane now 7-11-53. Collingwood 16-9-105. Oh, that's a dangerous kick back into play. And it's a free kick to the Magpies. It's like a tunnel situation there. That's it. Collingwood's got the win. And with the win, make one hell of an early season statement. They set an early season marker on this season. The Magpies with 5 wins in a row, beating the Premiers at the Gabba convincingly. In Jamie Elliott's 200th game, Collingwood 16-9-105 have defeated Brisbane 7-11-53. It is a 52-point win to Collingwood. They led all night by 10 points at quarter time, 19 at the half, but it was the third term where they were devastating. They led by 42 at the last change before that final margin of 52 points, with Daniel McStay kicking 3 goals for the Magpies and Elliott 2 in his 200.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the Premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
So the Magpies, 5 wins in a row, essentially dethrone the Lions, at least to start this season. It's their first loss for season 2025 for the Brisbane Lions, the Premiers of 2024, the reigning Premiers. And where do we go for Collingwood? What can we start dreaming if we are a Magpie fan? Initial thoughts from Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon.
So we've only got one undefeated team left in the competition for the first time ever. It's the Gold Coast Suns.
It is.
Oh, yes. Unbelievable. Well, look, I came here thinking that Collingwood would do what they did tonight in terms of layout, the way they set themselves up. I didn't think it'd have this margin on it. Yeah. I just didn't think they were going to be that much better on this type of evening. They've beaten everyone they needed to beat. There were some soft kills in there for Brisbane. This is a reality check for them. If you take the Giants, week 1, 2 and 3, I've always believed anything can happen. Somebody can be upright, somebody might be down, you've had a poor pre-season, you had a good pre-season. Any result can happen. The Giants were the only team who've scored against Collingwood this year. They scored 100 plus against them, and it was almost an ambush. And since that moment, that's almost like the sharpen up that Collingwood needed, and they've been creeping up on us against credible opposition since that day. Last week, the Sydney Swans, who you are forced to play well to beat. And tonight they've knocked over the team that is the reigning Premier and started this round on top of the ladder. So I genuinely think that they are, right now, I know you don't play grand finals in April, they're the best team in the comp.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, this is the first time I've watched them live this season, and they've got a really nice balance in their game. The clearance work, they've ended up plus 10. Their uncontested possession, the handball received, they were plus 25. So they've got a really good balance of the inside out there. What catches me, catches my eye when watching them live, is their running ability. They're powerful. They drive at the game. When they won the ball off a long down the line, and the way they could drive out of scrimmage and open the game up really quickly with really good decision making, and Dacos led that, but their running profile is through the roof. They can cover the ground as good as anyone I've seen.
Got multiple threats up for.
Multiple threats. So let's not forget, Membry wasn't in the team. Houston is still got to come back in this side, and I'll probably
Schultz is another.
So they've got some depth in there. So they're probably batting a best 25, 26, 27 throughout this year. So they'll probably manage it. And they find one in Ned Long as well. He was really impressive.
He got half a dozen clearances tonight.
So off the back of 29 last week, he's backed it up again the following week with another 21 with 5 clearances and 3 inside 50s.
And he's a big body around the middle of the ground, which makes, it could sound weird, but makes De Goey more of a blitzkrieg type player. He goes in there to blitz the centre bounce. He might, if they've got everything up and running, it seems like they'll probably still play Ned Long in there. And De Goey will have 6, maybe 8 centre bounce attendances when he's fully fit for the match.
But
2 a quarter.
Is it more in Collingwood's interest to have Jordan De Goey spend more time inside 50 as someone that could kick potentially 40 goals for the season in that sort of
I think he's one of those blokes, if you leave him as a stay-at-home forward, the opposition can plan for him and they can reduce his impact. He'll still be a good player. But when you have him doing both, it throws the opposition into defence. Now, this is the grand final backline, and this is the team that sat on top, and they were confused down there tonight. I mean, to the point where they had Jasper Fletcher playing on Brody Myercheck.
Yeah, so the Brisbane Lions players leave the field. They did go around the ground with a brown paper bag full of Easter eggs for the fans, so even though they didn't win, they still distributed all of those around the ground. The Magpies are still out on the field, and now they're starting to distribute around to thank the Collingwood faithful for the ones that have come up and also the ones that live here in Brisbane.
And just to finish off that point for you, is that when De Goey goes into the middle and then came out and pressed forward, who picked him up? Dane Zorko. So it throws the opposition out if you do take him in and out of that centre bounce square attendance. Whereas you probably, if you say you're a forward, you set Ryan Lester forward. You set Brandon Starcevic when he's in and playing. You put him on him. But you get those types of matchups, and he'll do what he does now. In the space of 1 quarter, he'll kick 2 and set up another.
It's almost the Dusty role, isn't it?
Yes.
What he used to start at centre bounce. They had at times Nick Dacos was starting at half forward and floating into midfield. And De Goey, as you say, floats forward.
The only thing with Nick Dacos is he doesn't want to be playing as a forward.
No, so he's going to get out there quickly.
So he's going to go in there. So you're yelling at somebody, he's here with me, he's coming in after the bounce.
The Collingwood players are handing out black and white footies into the crowd now like it's a home game for them, and they're about to head inside. The winning team celebrating for Tobin Brothers, the Magpies. Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives every day of the year. Now, I can tell you a bit of a treat post-game after the song. Scott Pendlebury will join us, and it'll be interesting just to get a feel.
Forever young.
That's right,
young,
exactly. But just to get a feeling from Scott, I mean, he's been in obviously a lot of really good teams. He's been in some poor Collingwood teams as well, just to get a sense of where he thinks this team is at this point in the season when it comes to what could be possible later in the year.
Well, whatever we say, you're going to downplay it. But let's see. You're putting a challenge out to us. What can we get out of him that will suggest that he's pretty happy with where the team's at?
The other thing from a Brisbane point of view is, yes, it's their first loss, but I think it's the way they play that would be a bit jarring for Brisbane fans and certainly for the team. But next Sunday, they've got the Gold Coast Suns. You're talking about the Suns being the undefeated team. It's going to be a challenge for them.
Where is that? Is that here?
It is here. In fact, that's 4th of May. I've just looked up on the screen. So
they've got to get through Adelaide on Saturday afternoon.
So Brisbane have got St Kilda at Marvel next week, so that's not going to be an easy game. As much as they play Marvel quite well, then they've got Gold Coast, North Melbourne and Melbourne. So that's not an overly difficult run for the Lions. Collingwood have got Essendon on Anzac Day next Friday. Then they've got Geelong, Fremantle and Adelaide. Adelaide at the MCG, Fremantle and Perth.
Seeing Jamie Elliott getting carried off for his 200th.
What a story it is for Jamie Elliott to get to 200 games with all the injuries that he's had, the loyalty that he showed to the Magpies. He's such a popular member of the team and has been for such a long time. He's given Collingwood fans so much joy with his high flying and the goals that he scored through his career.
Love watching him play.
Moment.
I thought he was done. I really did. I thought he was going to be one of those blokes. We've seen glimpses. We've seen some wonderful form. We've seen a highlight package. We've seen a really talented player play some brilliant football, but his body might be done. It was a few years ago. Yep. And he's no spring chicken now either. You call him Billy Elliott, and we immediately think of the little toe-tapping tiny kid.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a veteran.
Yep. I mean, Collingwood must be doing something. I mean, Steel Sidebottom, Penalbury, the longevity of these careers in the back half 30 plus. It says a lot. It speaks a lot about their program, doesn't it?
How old were you when you retired?
29.
How old were you when you retired?
I was a knackered 30. I might just turned 31. Yeah.
So the Collingwood players are just starting to head into the rooms and link up. I'm just seeing Craig Kelly, the CEO, in the background. He's very happy. So it's Craig McRae. And we're not far. We'll get the song from the rooms.
God, they were good tonight.
With Collingwood, a big win, 16-9-105 over Brisbane, 7-11-53. Let's go down to the rooms now. So the Magpies, that's 5 in a row. That's 5 from 6 to start season 2025 for a team that were premiers back in 2023, but missed the finals in 2024. But they've knocked off the premiers at the Gabba, and it's now the 4th time on the bounce that Collingwood has beaten Brisbane. So there's something clearly that Collingwood do that Brisbane doesn't like. And
just if I can interject,
go for it.
The number one thing they want to take away from Brisbane is Harris Andrews marking the ball. You can see by the way they bring the ball into the forward line, everything is about, you still got to have everything, win the ball, spread the ball, all that stuff. Once you're going inside forward 50, everything is about avoiding Harris Andrews.
Too well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, let's go. There's a lot of teams that want to do it. Not many can do it.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really noticeable, wasn't it, the way that, because it was almost like you've also got Mason Cox in there, so if you kick it in low and he gets front spot, it's hard to stop. But it also took Andrews out of the equation.
Do we know why Mason Cox came in late? Was there an illness to Sullivan, or was it a
No, I don't think it was an injury situation.
So it's a really good move.
Well, the one extra tall suited them, didn't it? Because you had that
absorbed it.
Yeah, you had those mismatches.
Correct. Yep.
So without Mason Cox coming in, that last half when Zorko's trying to mark against Jordan De Goey at half-back flank, De Goey half-forward, he's probably taking on the kid O'Sullivan.
Yes, correct.
And that's the difference between making that strategic choice.
Yep, smart decision.
Yes, so the crowd now jump out onto the field and have a kick of the footy. There's still plenty that have stayed around, despite the fact that Brisbane were pretty much shot to pieces by three-quarter time. It's always a good thing to see all the fans out on the field having a kick. Who knows whether it might be the next Dermot Brereton or the next Dean Solomon. We never know. We are going to go
one thing, though, that I love seeing about the kick-to-kick in Brisbane is that 90% of the people are wearing shorts. It's so beautiful weather up here.
Okay, let's get straight down to the Collingwood rooms, because the veteran of the Collingwood team is Scott Pendlebury, and he joins us on AFL Nation. Scott, thanks very much for your time.
All right, boys, thanks for having me.
Before I let Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon at you, I mean, that's a win of real significance tonight.
Yeah, it was. It was, obviously a big game. They were 5-0, and there's a lot of history. Good history, finals history against Brisbane for us, and the last 3 times it's all been pretty close battles. So, we set ourselves for tonight. We've been on the road together for a week, so we want to make sure we get the win so we can come back next year and do another week up here.
Scott, you started on ball and then set the tone in there with your clearance work. I think you had 4 clearances a quarter time. How are you enjoying your footy, mate? How's the body? How are you seeing it at the moment?
Yeah, I love my footy, mate, and the body feels really good, and I think just playing part of the team and, just trying to do a role every week and help other guys get better and grow. I really love that side of the game and, helping the young guys through. But also I love game day and competing. That's why I think I still have the passion to get up early in the morning and do the recovery that I need to do, and train the way I do to keep giving myself a chance to compete every week, and eventually try and get this side back into finals and chase the ultimate.
You mentioned your teammates and how you're loving working with them. The thing that stood out to us was the selfless nature of the team at the moment. The mids, the way that they block for each other, the forwards, the power of work they did collectively, the crossover and block and roll and create and be selfless in their movement. It must be a real theme of your football club at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It's just trying to make the guy next to you better, and I think if everyone has that mentality, it's amazing how much it comes back, and in a funny way, it pays you back because you're doing work for other people and they want to do work for you, and it's a good environment to play in, because I've certainly played in a couple of sides, not many, but a couple of sides where it doesn't happen, and you can feel the chemistry and culture getting pulled apart. But we're in a really good spot at the moment. We're really connected to the way we want to play, and really selfless, trying to find best shots, celebrate the little things, and do it all with a smile on our face.
Scotty Dermott here. Congratulations, mate, on another win. Fantastic by the Magpies tonight. I want to ask you about, because he's such a good player, Harris Andrews. It was noticeable to me that you blokes were bringing the ball inside forward 50 whenever you could, offline, trying to get it off the line, which he occupies between ball and goal. You guys did it really well.
Yeah, well, I think most sides scout. He's very good at getting himself in sort of line of play, and if we see him there, we wanted to kick away from him. So either kick it, on the 45 boundary, or kick it back 45 in the corridor, just keep it away from him. We have to kick the grass, because usually if it goes in his area, he marks it, and then they start their uncontested mark game.
And you guys are your team defence, not just your defenders, but your team defence. You're able to... Brisbane, I don't know how many, they would have got 100 plus marks. How are we going there, Solly? Be 100 plus, I would say, which normally Brisbane will bring home the chocolates if they've got 100 plus marks. Yet you guys denied them the opportunity to advance the ball at any real pace. Your team defence is absolutely on song.
Yeah, it's something that you've got to work out every week, because opposition throw different things at you, and but the last two opponents, Sydney and then Brisbane, probably gave us a good look at the uncontested mark game, so we knew that phase had to be right, and there was more where we concede uncontested marks opposed to how many. So I felt, especially in the second half, we're able to force them sideways, backwards, sideways, back again, not many through the middle, and at times they got through the middle and you can see how dangerous they can be, but I feel like for the most part we kept them out of the midfield and forced them really wide.
Mason Cox came into the team. We think that, we reckon that if it wasn't strategic, it was bloody a strategic masterpiece in the end. You had so many good mismatches inside your forward 50 with Brisbane defenders who were very, very good. But when you've got Zorko trying to match De Goey, when you've got Jasper Fletcher trying to man up on Brody Myercheck, the mismatches, because the disparity in the size, that worked in your favour brilliantly.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it before, but how selfless the forwards are to put the right people in the right spots that do have mismatches as well, because it's one thing, having size advantage and that, but if you don't use them in the right spots, it sort of goes away from what we want to do. So, getting Mason in the side created a bit of havoc, because, we were a little bit taller and created, size advantage in a lot of spots, but then we're able to utilise that as well. And, Geordie pushing forward, kicking goals, and I thought all our forwards were tremendous, on both sides of the footy.
Dan McStay was fantastic early, especially.
Yeah, I think he set the scene for us in front of the ball. Just his ability to compete and then, leap at the footy. He's such a great one-on-one player. If we just give him half a chance with the footy, instead of kicking it on his head like we did it probably early in the year, just put it either side of him, and he's so strong, and then his run and jump athleticism is first class.
Scotty, I often to tell people about games played and the body, and I liken it to a car. And, like some blokes have played 250 games and they're similar to a car that's clocked over 500,000 Ks, so they're half knackered. You've played 409 now, and you strike me as a car that's on 60,000 Ks. It looks like there's a lot of mileage left in that tank for you.
Yeah, I certainly feel that way. I think Nick Moldhouse, my first coach, always said age is just on your birth certificate, and that's all he wasn't interested in it, because if you're ready to play footy, you're ready to play. He never was interested in your age, and as a 17-year-old coming into the system, I found that really valuable, that he would just judge me on my performance. And, look, we're an experienced side, but I think it's showing out there with how connected we are as well.
So if you want to do a new contract, what length of contract do you want to ask for?
Well, if you want to offer me 3 or 4 years, mate, I'll take it. But I think 1 year at a time, and just keep enjoying the ride at the moment.
Take the 3, mate. Take the 3.
Scott, you got some serious depth in your list. Like you got Membry didn't play tonight, Dan Houston, Schultz, just to name a few. But then you unearthed a couple of young kids, Ned Long and Ed Allen. I mean, Ned ended up with 21 disposals and the 5 clearances, and Ed Allen in the last quarter had 7 disposals and 2 clearances. Mate, can you give us a bit of an insight to those 2 young lads and how they're taking their opportunity at the moment?
Yeah, they are. So, I do a lot of work with both those boys as midfielders, and just trying to teach them their craft. And Long and Ed are both coming along really well. And it's probably hard in their position because you see kids in other teams getting a game so quickly from the draft that they were in, and they've had to do a little bit longer of an apprenticeship. But that's part of being a good side and a good club is you can build through the VFL, build your game, and then when you do come in, you're sort of ready to go. So we've got good depth in our list, and I think we're 5-1 now, so we're setting ourselves up well, and we've got a huge game coming up on Anzac Day.
Indeed. Scotty, we really appreciate your time. But just one final one on Jamie Elliott, a teammate that you played a lot of footy with. You probably don't get too excited about 200 games considering you've played more than double that he has, but it's still a significant milestone for the club and for Jamie.
Yeah, it is, especially because what he's gone through. I think I was talking to Bucks earlier tonight on the ground, and we're just saying it's crazy. I think he missed all of 16, all of 18, 2 games in 17, and being 2025 and playing and moving and giving back so much to the footy club has just been unbelievable. And I know you said I played 400 games, but you should have seen his highlights tape before the game. I would give back 200 games to have some of those highlights.
It would be a very good package. Hey, you are our Temper Sleep Well Player of the Night, so there is a pillow coming your way. I reckon you deserve it after tonight's win. Congratulations, well played.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Scott Pendlebury. So his night, 21 disposals. He also had 5 clearances, 5 inside 50s. Probably not quite as well as Nick Dacos with 38 disposals, but Pendles is the Temper Sleep Well Player of the Night. Sleep well with Temper.
Yeah, extraordinary footballer, isn't he? Yeah. And you go back to your final question, was it Jamie Elliott? To have a back operation during your footy career, the magnitude that he had, is normally a death sentence to your career.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll go through our categories for the night and wrap things up here from the Gabba before heading back to Melbourne with Damien Watson. But the final score here at the Gabba, Collingwood 16-9-105 over Brisbane 7-11-53.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for your local tyre power. Big deals on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. Buy 3, get 1 free.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T&Cs apply. Ends June 3rd.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Nowhere better to meet my mates in the local club and watch all the best sporting action live. The cheers and the jeers, banter, and your shout if you
win or lose, goals or tries, baskets or sixes, or first across the finish line. It's always on with an awesome vibe. A great
way to go, Blues! Come on, let's go! There's no losers with such a huge lineup of live sport on the big screen
at your local club where sport belongs.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's T-I-E-R. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders, for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs, and 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome back to the Gabba. The final score, Collingwood 16-9-105 to Brisbane 7-11-53. This was the goal of the night.
The goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's. Laminate, engineered timber and hybrid.
The kick back to the 50. Payne dropped the mark he should have taken. Oh, Elliott crumbed it. Handballs. Now Nick Dacos. Now goal. Elliott got the initial handball on to Nick Dacos, and that's where you know it's always going to end with a goal. So Nick Dacos, his only goal for the night, but he did have 38 disposals. For Beaumont's Tiles, discounted now. I might go through the goal kickers before we get to the categories. It was 3 to McStay and then 2 each to De Goey, Elliott and Hill, and also Myercheck, and then singles to Dacos. That's Josh Dacos and Nick Dacos, McCreary, Hoskin Elliott, and also Long. And it was a really sorry tale for the Lions. 2 each to Rayner, Hipwood and McInerney, and a single to Day. Now, a bit of housekeeping before we get into all the categories with Dermot Brereton and Dean Solomon. I can tell you that Darcy Moore has been cleared of concussion, so that means that he will be free to play on Anzac Day, so that's really good news for Collingwood, because there were some concerns that he might have had an issue after being taken from the field with a blood rule situation. And with Jack Crisp getting through the game, he will now equal Jim Steins' record of consecutive AFL matches on Anzac Day next weekend, which is pretty special.
Which is how many?
244, I think. I stand to be corrected there, but I reckon it's
it's an incredible effort. Is it 244 straight?
Go in.
Well, you 20.
The most I
It's 2:44.
2:11. The most
2:11,
the
yeah.
most I ever got in a row was about 4.
Tribunal.
How'd you go? How'd you go?
What was your record? How many?
I ended up with 209, but yeah, so I didn't get many in a row.
You got a few sort of suspensions along the way as well. You were a bit naughty at times.
Clean living.
and the stat that I wanted to just bring up with you before we go through the categories. So Brisbane tonight had 116 marks, which is 30 more than Collingwood.
Yep.
But for the night, only had 37 inside 50s, which is a very low number. And a lot of those entries were wide, as we talked about through the night. Collingwood were plus 30 handballs on the night.
Yeah.
And Daniel Hoyne, who works with us on Sports Day from Champion Data, did forecast that the game would be played like this, and it'll be the Collingwood handballs that would give Brisbane a lot of trouble. And it proved to be the case. And that was based on the pattern of what we've seen through the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season.
Well, I think Scott really spoke really well about the marks that they were happy to concede.
Yes.
And they were wide and back. He said that anything wide or in their D50 we're happy to concede, but that we're not going to let them come back through the corridor, and that's what they did well.
All right, let's get through the categories. What was the game-sealing moment for Loctite? Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond.
What do we go with? I think the game sealing moment, I reckon if you really want to say they gave up hope, sealer was when Bobby Hill ran into that open goal and hit the scoreboard with the kick. That's what we called it. I said, there's a lot of maroon jumpers getting up and walking up the aisles.
Yeah, that was. What about the toughest player tonight for Truckline? Keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
Well, I think for me, it was probably Nick Dacos, and there was only 2 players that had over 10 contested possessions. He was one of them, and Lockie Neal was the other. But he had 10 contested possessions. He had the 8 clearances and the 3 tackles. We were just talking about before, the tackle count was 33 to 28, so a really low tackle count game. But
just because the ball was flipped around so much. The back half.
Yeah. So I think Nick played a really balanced game. He did work on the inside. His contested possession work was and 8 clearances. I mean, that's sensational. But he had the balance of inside and out tonight.
Who ran the most kilometres today for OMF? Sleep deeper, recover faster, perform stronger, wake up refreshed, energised and ready to dominate the game. I can tell you who did. Patrick Lipinski.
14.1. He did. Dacos went 13.7.
Yes, as did Ned Long.
Ned Long, yeah.
So they are the numbers there.
Impressive, Ned Long.
Let's find who was the quick...
For someone that's been at 3 clubs, this is what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Isaac Quainer ran the quickest time according to the GPSs. He did 33.5 kilometres per hour. Total sprints, Quainer did the most by 6.
Wow.
I would have thought Nick Dacos probably would have.
Yeah.
You always see him go into explosive sprint when he's around the footy.
There you go. The unmissable moment for Drinkwise. Don't miss, or you won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise.
What'd you have, Term? I had the Bobby Hill run in front of us where he took them on. He had 2 Brisbane Lions players chasing him, Lockie Neal being one of them. He got past them. Entry kick wasn't super, and then he got to the contest again, got his hands back on it, tried to centre the ball, wasn't super, then went again, the 3rd effort, and got his hand on the ball. I thought it was just a moment.
Imagine if he kicked the goal.
And if he kicked the goal. Exactly.
Jeez.
What did you have, Term? Did you have?
Look, I had the Nick Dacos kick to Wilbur.
Yeah, we said
Oscar Elliott. Yeah, it was just wizardry. But yeah, let's go with the Bobby Hill. That was very exciting.
Well, you could almost, I don't know if you've got one, but you could almost have that Nick Dacos kick for the smart play for Australian Made. It's time to shop local and support Aussie jobs. Buy
a good call.
Australian Made products right now. Happy with that one?
Yeah, let's go that. Yep.
Okay, when you buy local, you support Aussie jobs. What about the crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through?
When Harris Andrews bumped Daniel McStay into the post. Brisbane still believed at that point in time. They believed for a lot longer after that. But they had been in their forward half of the ground in the second quarter for repeated efforts. They couldn't quite get the balls through the goal. Rayner missed one. They missed Logan Morris missed one from close range. And the ball went to the other end. It was Collingwood by 4 points. So Brisbane still know they're in the game. They had the control of the footy for 10 minutes. And then Daniel McStay got that free kick, banged it through, and then they went bingo, bango, walla walla cat's feet. It's coining the phrase of old Jack Dyer.
And it was less than a goal the difference at the time.
Yeah.
And as you said, it was almost living in Brisbane's force
But
in
it
that period.
broke the game open to scoring, which it had been held in an arm wrestle deadlock for some time. And I think Brisbane thought, you know what, we've just banged our heads against the door up here and can't get one through for 10 minutes. And they go one way for 1 minute and they're through.
Yep.
All right, a breakout player today for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I went the kid. I went that long. Just as you said, third club, taking his opportunity. The 21 disposals, the 6 tackles, and the 5 clearances. His contest to contest work rate is impressive. He gets there. He's a big man for a mid, but he covers the ground incredibly well. And we sort of spoke about it. He frees up others to go. He can spend more time forward, but come on board. Like the inside bull that he is that can have an impact on the game like he is, allows others to come into play on the outside. So it was nice to watch him live, and he had a really nice game.
So if you look at all the players around, the top 10 possession getters on the ground, Nick Dacos, we know he's a star. Josh Dacos, they keep giving him the footy. He gets plenty of it, and he's played quite a bit of footy. Steele Sidebottom, he's probably in his 23rd year of football. Lockie Neal, Brownlow medalist. Dunkley, dual premiership player, he's a star. Pendlebury, 409 games. Zorko, a couple of 300. Hugh McLuggage, 150 game. Crisp, 200 and something. He's the only bloke in that top 10 possession winners that you'd say, how many games has he played?
I'm just looking at now.
17, I think.
Yeah, so just to put into context what Ned Long is doing, up until round 1 against Port Adelaide, he played in the round 0 against the Giants. He'd never had any more than 13...
He was sub in that game too.
Yes, so he'd never had any more than 13 disposals in a game, but against Port Adelaide he had 24. He had 29 against Sydney and now 21 tonight. So it just shows how dramatic his improvement has been.
Confidence, belief.
Yeah, we'll take him back.
That's right, he didn't do that at Hawthorn. Okay, so the Bendix Breaks big moment. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks. Can I go that one? Jamie Elliott's 2 goals in the third quarter.
Yeah, nice.
I reckon it was
goals.
good that he had a couple of big moments.
And a big mark too.
In what was his 200th game. Who was the Tobin Brothers Forever Young Player of the Day? Tobin Brothers
Can only be
celebrating
one.
lives every day of the year. The man that won the pillow?
Yes, or his bald mate.
Yes,
that's true.
26 disposals.
26 disposals.
Yeah.
The Power Play Red Energy rankings for 100% electricity and gas. I can go through those. I've got them here in front of me. It is 131 to Dacos, 97 to Dunkley, 95 to Josh Dacos, 95 to Sidebottom, and 81 to Ned Long. Down to a lot of people have Lockie Neal in their fantasy. He had 79. And the tackler of the day for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
I think it was Neddy, wasn't it?
Yeah, he led it with 6. Yeah, Berry was second with 5th. Yeah,
out of a total game high, a game of what was
33-28. Yeah,
61 tackles. Very long game.
He's at 10%.
He's at 10%. One out of every 10 tackles was his.
All right, the 3, 2, and 1 for AFL Nation's Player of the Year. Who's doing it?
I saw Derm scribbling them.
Well, I was scribbling. So they're my 3 and 2. Who are you happy with a 1?
I think you got on a limb there with Nick Dacos for 3.
Yeah, just surprising that.
I think for 1, I'd go Josh. Josh Dacos. Just his first half, the way he set up, was he 300, 400 metres gained at quarter time?
So it was him or Scotty Pendlebury for the 1 vote. So we'll go Josh Dacos, keep it a family affair. Daniel McStay, I thought, gave them the impetus. He outmarked Harris Andrews twice in the first half. Caused them to rethink the way they were going to play. Kicked 3 goals, which were just invaluable, and 3 to Nick Dacos. He's clearly the best man on the ground.
All right, 3 votes to Nick Dacos, 2 votes to Daniel McStay, 1 vote to Josh Dacos. Collingwood 16-9-105 over Brisbane 7-11-53. McStay kicking 3 goals, 2 each to De Goey, Elliott, Bobby Hill and Brodie Myercheck. That is pretty much it. In fact, that is it for us for the night. Thank you for... it's great to see you again, Solly. Great to see you. Not in an Essendon suit, but just in the nice casual wear.
Yeah, I like the casual gear.
You're getting in the TV too much in the rooms after Essendon wins too. You got to.
Oh, you're bandwagon. That's not true. No.
Yeah, I used to do that.
Thank you, Derm. Appreciate it. We're off to a break on AFL Nation, and on the other side of it, Damien Watson to take things over from here. And you can give Damien a call, 1300 736 736. A big win to Collingwood. Enjoy the rest of the long weekend. Enjoy Easter. Enjoy all the chocolate Easter eggs and the hot cross buns.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
That's it. Collingwood's got the win. And with the win, make one hell of an early season statement. They set an early season marker on this season. The Magpies with 5 wins in a row, beating the Premiers at the Gabba convincingly.
Well, that was a performance that sent a black and white message to the competition in more ways than one. Collingwood with a big 52-point victory over the Brisbane Lions in the marquee Easter Thursday night game at the Gabba. Must admit, as a neutral, it was a bit disappointing to see a bit of an anti-climax to the build-up, given both sides have been in great numerical form to start the season overall, and then seeing a one-sided affair like that. But hey, Collingwood fans don't care, and rightly so. They perhaps assume the mantle at the moment as a team to beat in the competition. 1300 736 736. That's a number to ring in. The lines are open. We're taking your calls for the next hour on the AFL Nation post-game show. Damien Watson with you. For Pies fans out there, how far can you go, do you reckon? Is this the rebound season to atone for last year and contend again? And for Brisbane fans, feel free to vent your spleen. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text it, of course, via 0433 98 11 16. A massive win for the Magpies. They claim a big victory over the Brisbane Lions. We'll take your calls right after this on AFL Nation.
To AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
Hey, CJ here, official ambassador of the 2025 Brisbane Truck Show, held on May 15 to 18. If you're looking for a trucking good time, join me at the Southern Hemisphere's biggest truck festival, featuring the latest trucks, trailers, parts and accessories all in one location. Your ticket also includes entry to the Show and Shine Championship, the Depot Careers Hub and the Heavy Equipment and Machinery Show. There's plenty for everyone, so bring the family with children under 18 free. Don't miss out. Tickets available now at brisbanetruckshow.com.au.
This ultra-class haul truck is 15 metres long and it's hauling 304 tonnes of iron ore up a 45-degree muddy incline. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because at Pertec we supply and service hoses for massive machines like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
With over 25 years' experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
Off the bench with Hutchie and Pickers from Macca's and Tyre Power. Saturday mornings on SEN.
Back to AFL Nation. This is the Thursday night post-game show. Damien Watson with you as we head into the Easter weekend. All thanks to Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. And, of course, 4 and 20 pies. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. It's a big day tomorrow for a lot of local sporting clubs out there as well with their marquee Good Friday fixtures. It's a marquee fixture for Brisbane tonight. No, really disappointing, it's fair to say, and that's an understatement. Going down to the Magpies tonight to the tune of 52 points. The lines are open, 1300 736 736. You can text it as well, 0433 98 11 16. Look, I think the Lions really struggled to break beyond the centre line. The Pies were far more efficient going forward. I think the Lions had their window early in the second term, but they just missed opportunities, and from there, the Pies really took full advantage. I think the defining period of the game, when they took the game by the scruff of the neck, even though they led for most of it, was in the latter part of that third term when they really established an unassailable lead coming into the last change. And really, Brisbane were simply forced wide, weren't they? Because Collingwood could counterpunch through the corridor, and I don't think at times they were daring enough to go through the corridor, which is normally their forte, the Lions, at the Gabba. And I think one of the intriguing aspects for Collingwood, they look more sound defensively compared to last year. That's been the big improvement area from my point of view, with their running power out of defence, their ability to use the ball by hand, and they have increased in that aspect of the game. Let's get to your calls. 1300 736 736. Let's head to Big Fella, a disappointed Lions supporter from Diamond Creek. How are you, Big Fella?
Hey, Damo. How you going, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Probably better than you at the moment. What did you make of it?
That's all. We need to get a couple of serious things out of the way first, Damo.
Yep.
Big Al says hello. Tracy says hello.
Good on them. Fantastic.
Okay. First of all, when an umpire pays a 50-metre penalty, I don't want to see him paying 77 metres for that 50-metre. Okay, let's get the umpire sorted to know what 50 metres is, all right? On a serious note, we were completely outplayed by Collingwood tonight.
Yep.
Outplayed whatsoever. We were sitting in the lounge. I was actually more disappointed, and you nailed it at the start. We showed no dare. Like, I know we come off a 5-day break, but I don't know whether the players just had that mentality of kick, chip, mark, stop, whatever. But we showed no dare to want to try and really take the game on. I think we just played into Collingwood's hands all night. It was really weird. I think the only time we wanted to take the mark, half back, wing, and go into the centre of the ground was the last 2 minutes of the game. You know, we just didn't show any dare whatsoever during the night, and we allowed Collingwood to just control the game whatsoever, Damo. I don't know what you thought, but it was just a lacklustre game from our boys. At full credit to Collingwood, they were all over us. They structured up beautifully in defence, but I think we allowed them to do that because we take a mark and we just run back. At no stage did we ever take a mark and want to go quickly to play on, which is not usually like us. You know, so it's just a weird game by the boys tonight. Look, I'm not worried, Damo.
No.
We've been playing very patchy for the 5 games. We've played a good quarter here and there, and we've won. But you can't do that against Collingwood. You know, you come up against a good team, you can't play 1 or 2 quarters. And it didn't surprise me, the performance tonight, to be honest. I thought we were unders. I think we were $1.50 and Collingwood were $2.60. I thought that was crazy odds. You know, they're a good team, Collingwood. They are a very good footy team. Structured well, great coach, and they gave us no space whatsoever. But we didn't really want to take the game on. We contributed to our own factors, I think, Damo, tonight. I don't know what you think, but yeah, it was. Sorry, I'm puffing. I'm just walking the dog around Diamond Creek.
It's good to beat your spleen after a loss like that, and it's good to go for a walk, big fella, too, after a loss like that.
I'm not really venting. I'm not shocked. You know, like I spoke to Big Al last night. He said we'll go for undefeated. I said, you're talking crap, man. You know, like Collingwood will trouble us. You know, once again, I've proven Big Al wrong.
I thought it'd be a tighter game, though, big fella, to be honest, than 52 points.
Yeah, but look, you watch. I was a bit disappointed, Zorko. I don't know what happened. You know, there's an undisciplined act. I don't know what happened when he had a chat to Fags on the boundary.
Yeah. That was after probably the defining moment of the game for me when Bobby Hill ran him down in the 3rd quarter, and then it slingshotted back the other way, ends up in a Nick Dacos goal.
Yeah, but Jack Payne dropped a sitter of a mark, though, Dane.
True.
It was a soda, you know. So yeah, but I think that's perceived pressure, though, than what Collingwood put on us the whole night. You know, I don't like to say it, but maybe we fear Collingwood. I don't know. Maybe our players fear Collingwood, because that's 4 in a row, I'm pretty sure, that Collingwood have knocked us off. So maybe our players just have a bit of a mentality in their head that, you know, like we could not stop Dacos all night. You know, like he killed us in the first half. Jared Berry went on to him after half time, tried to play a bit of a macho thing against him, got a free kick against him. Dacos kicked the goal, and I'm sitting there saying to the kids, "Where's Berry? You can't play this macho sort of stuff without backing it up with your footy." And I think we just got found out by Collingwood. You know.
Yeah, I think I think you echo the sentiments of a lot of Lions fans out there, big fella. There's no doubt about that. And look, I don't think it's necessarily a fear of Collingwood personally, because, yes, they have lost their last 4 against them, but prior to that, I think they had Collingwood's measure at the Gabba in 1 out of their previous 5 coming into tonight's game, and that game, of course, was a corresponding game last year. But the Lions obviously came from the clouds last week against the Bulldogs, so we saw what happened against the Giants in the finals last year. They do have that ability when things are not going their way, the chips are down, to fight their way back. But at the same time, even when the game was on the line, they didn't have that same dare, I thought, compared to last week.
You can't do that all the time, Damo. Against good teams, you're not going to be able to do that all the time, you know. And you know, we've been pretty lucky. Maybe we've played against teams who just are not as good as what they should be. But yeah, you can't do that against Collingwood, you know. So it's no big deal. No big deal. We're 5-1, so plenty of good times ahead. You know, we'll take the loss. Collingwood too good, but no, it's all good. No problems. No whinging here. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think it's a situation where the season's over by any stretch. And we did say, of course, that in the corresponding game last year, the Lions, I think, did go down to the Pies by 20 points, when the Pies had a shocking start to the season as well. And we know things changed off the back of that. Big fella, enjoy the rest of your night.
No, I'm not sacking Fagan yet.
I know you said that on here last year, but all the best, big fella.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Good on you. Let's head to Oscar, who's walking from the Gabba. How are you, Oscar?
Yeah, good day, Mo. Almost home, mate. Tough night for the Lions fans.
No doubt about that. The atmosphere there, look, it's the marquee game at the Gabba, obviously, each year. I mean, you probably had expectations coming in. I know that both sides have had their fair share of absences too, but gee, I thought they'd show a bit more conviction than that, the Lions, with their ball movement, with their pressure on the ball carrier. It just at times seemed non-existent.
They look like a really lethargic team, and when you look at the start of the season that they've had, they played 3-4 weeks ago. They had West Coast at midday at the Gabba, where it was over 30 degrees and 80% humidity. That was a brutal game. A couple of weeks later, they had Geelong, really hot and humid, in the wet, really tough physical game. Last week was hot against the Dogs, so they look like a tired team, and they might just need a little bit of a circuit breaker. Still 5-1. You're not panicking, but you would have liked to see a bit better performance tonight.
No doubt about that. I think the manner in which they lost does concern me a little bit, though, going forward. I think they really need to be adaptable. I think Collingwood restructured their game plan a little bit. I think having Mason Cox there, and it was mentioned by the boys on the call, having him come into that forward line create a lot of mismatches in the Brisbane defensive zone. But I think a lot of it does come down to Collingwood's quality as well. And to me, they have a significant amount of depth too. I mean, they have quality players out like Houston, Schultz, who looks like he's starting to get going, etc. And I think a lot of people thought that Jordan De Goey would be the catalyst and maybe the linchpin for Collingwood tonight, coming back into the side. And they didn't really have to rely on him all that much. He kicked a couple of goals late and didn't have a huge amount of accumulation of the footy. So I think Collingwood's depth and their effort has to be credited as well.
Yeah, and they seem to have put a lot of work into Dane Zorko. Every time Zorko got the football in his hands, especially like deep in defence, they all just ran in and sort of compressed on the corridor and took away that corridor kick from him. And he was forced to go wide, sort of play around with the football a little bit. You saw him get run down with Bobby Hill just because he had no options. And Zorko always loves to sort of kick the ball inboard and hit that 45 kick and get the Lions moving through the middle of the ground. And Collingwood did a great job taking that away from him. David, there was one other point, which being in the crowd at the Gabba tonight, I know the Lions are a premiership team, sold out match, but when the fans started leaving 20 minutes from the end, I'll tell you what, every one of the Lions fans that seen walking past us on the way to the exit were all wearing the 2024 premiership merch. They're the last ones on the bandwagon. By Jingo, they were the first ones off. Absolute downhill skiers. They need an uppercut.
They're not the only club to do that, though, where there's a section of the supporter base. It's just the way it is. Just want to beat the traffic, I think. But I see your frustration in a sense. You want to, as a true supporter, try and see the whole army stay until the siren.
Well, I've been up here for 8 years. Like, I came up in 2017 from Victoria, and you couldn't give Lions tickets away then. you're lucky to get 10,000 at the Gabba. Nobody wanted to go. They were a laughing stock around town. And yes, it's brilliant that they're up and about, and they're challenging the Broncos up here for front page on the paper, and it's wonderful. But geez, they have picked up a lot of bandwagon supporters.
Yeah, I think some people accuse Swan supporters of being like that as well. But I think overall, you've got to give credit to the way they have marketed the team up there. And you're right, it probably goes back to that late 90s period when they started to become more competitive and they moved up to the Gabba, really. I think they've been relatively solid compared to maybe the Brisbane Bears days when they were at Carrara. I think ever since they made that move up to the Gabba, it's been reasonably consistent throughout in terms of getting the crowds there. But I think Brisbane, whether you like it or not, in my view, is a bit of a fair weather community when it comes to sport. They've been the same with the Broncos as well. As big a supporter base as they have, when they have dropped off the perch, the crowds drop off as well. I think it's just the way it is, because there's a lot more things to do outdoors there, Oscar, and ultimately more choice in that respect, and sport isn't as much of a fabric in the community up there as it is in Victoria.
Well, that's the thing, mate. The weather's beautiful here. There's so many national parks. You got the Gold Coast just down the road, so many theme parks. We don't have the time to support terrible football teams.
I'd stick with the Lions, though, for the moment, though. It was a bad performance tonight, absolutely, not arguing with that. I think their inside 50 count was the 8th worst in recent times over the last 5 years for the Lions as well. So they did struggle in that department too, and the delivery was pretty poor as well. And a number of their excitement machine players did get into the game. Oscar, appreciate your call, mate. Thanks for ringing in.
Thank you, Damo. Cheers, mate.
Good stuff. Oscar there listening in from Brisbane. Let's head to YD, who's listening in from New South Wales. We're getting calls from all over the country, which is nice. How are you, YD?
I am in New South Wales, but I need to apologise to Oscar because I'm a diehard avid Lions fan, but I left the Gabba at three-quarter time. I took the drive up for what I thought was going to be an absolute blockbuster.
Yep.
And the only thing that I saw, mate, was a Collingwood doorbuster, which is just beautiful. Geez, they smashed us. They set up the inside 50, the inside 45s we like to hit from the back 50. I looked in the first quarter, you could just see it. There was probably about 2 lines of 5 just 15 metres away, 30 away. God, they nullified us, and geez, we let Dacos off the chain.
Yep.
I was actually, I heard a post-match interview on another station. I won't name them just to upset you, but Jeremy Howe was talking about how they were just happy to let us kick sideways. And you kind of just see it, and you could see that our game plan just got, slowly but surely just nullified, and that amazes me, that inside 50 camp you just said. But yeah, credit to the Pies. Unfortunately, I don't want to bash umpires, but I thought they had far too much impact on really iffy decisions, ruck 50-50s, the free kick to stay on the goal line. God, that was touch and go. The one that Goey got, the umpire gave to him when, he was the one that cracked into Berry. He was the one that came in off the contest and hit him. It rolled me up. Lost too much voice, but yeah, I'm sadly driving home from New South Wales, and I didn't enjoy much of it. So it was just one of those games that Collingwood just dominated.
Yeah, and I think you just got to dip your lid to the opposition in that respect. And yeah, the inside 50 count, 37 for the match, as I said. Their average coming into the game was 55, so just significantly low in that department. And I think you're right, they forced them out of the corridor, didn't they, the Pies, on the Lions? And it's interesting, isn't it? Because you would have thought the Lions, for many, many years, one of their main assets when they play up at the Gabba is the slingshot corridor movement from one end of the ground to the other, right through the middle. We've seen it in some of their great finals victories up there. That's been the mantra of their game, and Collingwood just worked them out. There's no doubt about that. YD, appreciate your call, mate. Thanks for ringing in. Good stuff, YD there from New South Wales. Let's head to Tim in Brisbane, who is a frustrated Lions supporter. Timmy, thanks for ringing in, mate.
Hey, Damo. Yeah, just on my way home, mate, with my my young bloke in the back of the car. Very frustrating night at the footy. I think a lot of the Lions callers so far have summed it up pretty well, but I just can't believe how badly we got beaten out of the middle of the ground tonight. Cameron was all over Oscar in the ruck, and as soon as the ball hit the ground, our guys just had no pressure coming out of that middle. There was no repeat stoppage, and I just saw a stat before that I think we had about 28 tackles for the entire game, which when you're getting beaten as badly as what we were, if you're not showing effort and intensity without the footy and at least making some tackles to slow the opposition down, you've really got no chance of halting that momentum. Collingwood was set up really well behind the footy and stifled the ball movement, but just a really disappointing lack of effort from the Lions tonight, particularly without the footy.
28 tackles for the match. That's half your average for an entire game this year. Half. Just was completely down that intensity tonight. So you made a good point there, Tim. But yeah, I think it's one of those situations where you just got to pick yourself up as a team. You've got St Kilda next, the Gold Coast. That's going to be an interesting Q clash as well coming up within the next couple of weeks. I wouldn't say alarm bells just yet. Maybe, to quote Paul Keating, not that I have to do that, but sometimes it's a loss you need to have. I don't agree with the whole mantra of having a loss to learn things from, but sometimes it can be a positive, and you can use it. We saw it with Brisbane back in 2001. Remember when they got smashed by Carlton in round 8? They went on to win 16 in the row later that year and win the premiership. Sometimes you can learn a lot out of these losses, and I think they can learn about a new game plan to try and penetrate through the corridor and not get bullied out of the corridor movement like they were tonight.
Yeah, I think also just one other point, if you wouldn't mind, Damo. I think there's sometimes those nights where the bounce of the ball just doesn't go your way, and I think there was a lot of those early on in the game, and we didn't take any of our chances in front of goal. Missed a couple of relatively easy shots in that second quarter when we had a little bit of momentum, and then I think. We've had that happen way too many times before in the last 3 or 4 years where the goal kicking's actually really hurt us. And I think there was an omen for me tonight. One of my mates actually bought my young bloke a packet of footy cards, and there were 9 cards in the pack, Damo, and 2 of them were Jamie Elliott, so it wasn't a good sign before we started. Congratulations to Jamie. He's been a really good player for Collingwood. He's obviously battled with a lot of injuries, but he's given a heap of highlights, and as much as I don't like Collingwood winning, mate, they in those milestone games, I think those players definitely deserve to get cheered off the ground on a winning side, so he certainly deserved that tonight.
Completely agree. Kicked a couple himself. Had a lot of back injuries as well over the time, which can be very debilitating. You ask players like Gary Lyon in the past who've had back injuries and how that can really hamper your confidence. And it hasn't really hampered his confidence, has it? He still has the ability to leap, maybe not to the same extent as he used to in his early days, but gee, he can be a real opportunist, and we know how much of a clutch player he is, as we saw back in 2022 on a couple of occasions as well. So full marks there to Jamie Elliott. Well said, Tim, from an opposition's point of view as well. Good on you, mate. Thanks for ringing in.
All right. Good on you, mate. Cheers.
Good stuff. Tim in Brisbane there. 1300 736 736 to ring in. This is the AFL Nation post-game show. Collingwood by 52 points over the Brisbane Lions, establishing themselves potentially as the team to beat. The Gold Coast, of course, going along pretty well so far, but you can probably make the argument Collingwood have beaten better opposition. Of course, Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of the Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2025 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to iCanWin.com.au to enter now. Just off the text machine, Greg, who's listening in from Brisbane, a very intellectual win by the Pies. Craig McRae is a gun coach. He did outcoach his opponent. No doubt about that tonight. When you have a look at the masterclass that Collingwood performed in forcing the Lions out of the corridor, Scott, I guess echoing those sentiments as well. Fagan got a masterclass when you tag Nick Dacos and try and bump him off his game and realise you're losing. Also off the SMS, Matt in Lilydale, Pies played a four-quarter performance, Damo. Can we put the Dacos versus Ashcroft brothers debate to bed? And good to see Josh lifting as well. He copped a little bit of criticism, I suppose, early on in the season, but he played pretty well tonight. And of course, Schultz and Houston to come back in for the big Anzac Day clash next week, potentially. We'll see what happens. Bring it on, says Matt in Lilydale off the SMS. We'll take a break. Back with more of your calls after this. 1300 736 736. The Pies defeating the Lions by 52 points.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first for National Tiles, right now you can save up to $52 per square metre on our fabulous range of 20mm porcelain pavers. Yes, that's right. Save up to $52 per square metre on our fabulous range of porcelain pavers. That's less than half price. This is without doubt our biggest paver promotion ever. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or online now and save.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other. Who understands that it's not just a house. It's your past. It's your focus. It's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on. Elders Real Estate.
Why don't you just come say every project sing and make it sing. Come see your corner, make sure love is anything.
Visit coats.com.au.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles around my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Toolkit Depot's Easter sale is on now. Get that project done with deals on everything you need, like top brand power tools, hand tools, outdoor gear, storage, and more. Shop Easter deals in-store or online at Toolkit Depot. Seen it cheaper? We'll beat it. T's and C's apply.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We're back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Oh, won't be long this time.
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people.
Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
You top it. You shank it. You chunk it. You yell. A lot. But then, that one pure shot. A drive down the middle. A wedge that actually checks up. A putt that drops when you least expect it. That's why you keep coming back. Because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. The clubs, the bags, the gear, delivered fast. Australia's greatest golf sale is now on up to 50% off. Golfbox. There's never enough golf.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food.
It's a good feeling, isn't it? Coming into the start of a long weekend, an even better feeling for Collingwood supporters out there. 52-point victors over Brisbane, who came into the game undefeated, of course. And the Lions, well, they'll go back to the drawing board, no question about that, after tonight's performance at the Gabba. 1300 736 736 to ring in. Damien Watson with you, taking your calls. Let's head to Connor, who's coming from a lovely part of the world, Kangaroo Point in Queensland. How are you, Connor?
Yeah, good, mate. How you going?
Yeah, not too bad. You wanted to talk about, I guess, the absence of Starcevic.
Yeah, I just felt don't get me wrong, if you get hammered in the midfield, you're not going to win many games of footy, but I just felt we missed him a bit. The back line seemed imbalanced, so when you look at Jasper Fletcher, it's all good when you're going the right way, but there were so many times tonight where he was miles away from, say, Myercheck or somebody, and I think they're just missing that lockdown, and we were a bit like that last year towards the end of the year before Ainsworth came back in the team. You can have your kickers and your runners from the back line, but it just was imbalanced, and a lot of the time when the ball hit the deck, we were in real trouble because there was no pure defenders down there.
Yeah, it's a reasonable point you make. Obviously, Starcevic with concussion issues at the moment. We know that Loman's still to come back as well from an injury point of view. Lincoln McCarthy, of course, with that knee injury, and Kenny Coleman a couple of weeks away, maybe 3 weeks away from returning from a knee injury as well. So the Lions didn't have their absolute best team out there, but Collingwood, as we know, had their fair share of absences. I think a lot of it did come down to the delivery, though. The Pies were a little bit more direct with their delivery inside 50. I think they're used to playing that way. I think having Mason Cox inside that forward 50 threw out a lot of the matchups as well. But you also got to take into consideration, and they probably proved me wrong, the Magpies, in the years past, where they didn't necessarily have a quintessential big-bodied key forward. Myercheck probably that main target in a way inside the forward 50 for a lot of that period, and yet they still won a premiership off the back of that structure, whereas in the past, you know, they used to have Sav Rocker back in the day, and you'd think, maybe every premiership side needs a big, quintessentially big key forward to match up on. It can be difficult to match up on as well, but I think you're right, though, defensively they struggled to match up the Lions tonight, and I think a lot of it did come down to the delivery, though.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Like the pressure on the ball is very poor, but it just felt like, you know, you can, when you play the top teams, those type of things kind of stand out a bit more, and you can get away with it against the easier sides in the competition.
It's true, and there is a golfing class there, and I don't think they would have got the way with that lead that they gave up to the Bulldogs, of course, and then fought their way back. I don't think they would have had that same repertoire tonight in regards to the lead they gave up last week, had that been replicated this week, even if they did get off to a fast start. So it does show you there is the golf in quality which they've come up against from week to week as well. Appreciate your call there, Connor. Let's go to Jeremy in Coburg. How are you, Jeremy?
I'm good, thanks. I was just wondering, after that very convincing and impressive performance, and considering they've got premiership experience 2 years ago, I'll give you the clickbait question. Do you reckon Collingwood are premiership favourites now? Because I'm sensing a stench in the northern suburbs of this arrogance amongst the Pies supporters. And they should be brought back to reality a bit, that they haven't won the flag yet. What are your thoughts?
I still think the Giants are an interesting watch at the moment, personally, but that's my individual point of view. But at the moment, as it stands on current form, Collingwood are the yardstick of the competition. So I think, given what they've come up against, they have a better record, in my view, than Brisbane, even though they had that bad opening round loss to GWS. I know the Gold Coast are still a team to watch around the top echelon, but they've come up against, they had that good win against Adelaide, but they've come up against Melbourne, who have been rubbish so far this season. The West Coast Eagles, likewise. To me, the Gold Coast still have a couple of tests ahead of them, and also they have that propensity, as we've seen in years past. It might be a bit different this year, where they fall out of favour with form in the second half of the season, and their tired legs come to the fore. But I think Collingwood, rightly, have to be considered as the yardstick of the competition at the moment. Whether they're premiership favourites, I still think there's a couple of teams around them, but I wouldn't rule out Brisbane yet either. But they are the most informed side of the competition at the moment, given the quality they've come up against so far. They beat Sydney very well last week. I know Sydney have had their issues with injuries, but I think you can't doubt the way that they're playing as well has been clean cut.
Thanks, mate. Go Dogs.
Good on you, Jeremy. Jeremy from Coburg there. Let's go to Hillary, who's in Croydon. Good to hear your voice again, Hillary.
Hello, Damien. How are you? It's so nice to hear you back on.
Appreciate it, Hillary. Nice to hear your voice. Although, I suppose with the way Melbourne are going,
at the moment.
I was going to say, with the way Melbourne are going at the moment, you have a few
Terrible.
feelings.
It doesn't matter. I'll still be there on Saturday.
Yes, I know you will. You have been for the best part of the last 60 or so years, Hillary.
74 years.
Yes.
This is the 74th year this year.
There you go. You were around during the golden era of the 1950s, Hillary.
I was. I saw all those premierships.
I know, and look, I think we all thought that Melbourne were headed for a similar era, maybe not the same sort of dynasty, but a similar era off the back of that 2021 flag, and it was interesting. Well, that's the thing. It was interesting listening to some of the comments on radio coming into tonight's game, where people were thinking, well, what's gone wrong at Melbourne? They look to have the talent out there to build a bit of a dynasty on the park across every line, and things have just gone awry, haven't they?
They have. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll still be there barracking for them on Saturday.
Against Fremantle, of course. It'll be an interesting test, and then they have a pretty limited changeover in break because they've got to face Richmond on the Thursday night as well, which will give us a real insight as to where they're at, I reckon.
They should beat Richmond, surely.
You would think so, but that's going to give us an insight as to where they're at. If they go down to Richmond, well...
Carlton didn't, did they?
Exactly right. So they're not...
They've been rubbish until last week too.
They certainly have, and North Melbourne's going to be an interesting test for Carlton.
Yeah, I think they'll beat them.
Okay. I was just going to say, did you watch much of the game tonight?
Yeah, I did. I hate Collingwood, as you know. I don't like them.
Why don't you like Collingwood, Hillary?
They get the world off the umpires. I agree with that bloke 3 calls back when he said they get everything. I saw one free kick at the end, and the Brisbane bloke was in front, and the Collingwood bloke came into him, and the Collingwood bloke got a free kick.
I don't think they got the rub of the green necessarily tonight, Hillary. I think Collingwood just outplayed Brisbane.
Of course they did. How many goals did they get from free kicks?
When you win by the margin they did, I don't think you can blame the umpires and say that they had a big impact on the game.
I'm not saying they had but I still think they get the rub of the green from the umpires, because the AFL like them in it, and so do GWS, and so do Gold Coast, because they want them to succeed.
Are you saying Melbourne don't, Hillary?
I'm telling you they don't. They don't. They get a shocking go off the umpires. Absolutely terrible. When we played the Gold Coast at the MCG, we had that many holding the balls that we should have got. We never got one until we got 2 in the back pocket. I sit in the southern stand on the second level on the front row, and right up in the back pocket on my side, they got 2 free kicks for holding the ball. 2 they got. They always give them to them on the back line.
I don't know. I don't subscribe to the theory, Hillary, that the umpiring fraternity favour or try and target a certain side, in my view.
I reckon this year, looking at every game you watch, I reckon some of the umpiring is absolutely disgraceful.
Oh, look, there's certain elements they need to improve upon, and maybe that comes down to being full-time in regards to the amount of training they receive, and it's a difficult caper, I must admit. Hillary,
I'm not saying it's not, but I still think they're disgraceful sometimes. It just seems to be getting every game you watch. Every game you watch, they're terrible.
There's always room for improvement, but yeah, I don't think they favour certain sides. Just before I let you go, Hillary, your tip, do you think Melbourne can get over the Dockers on Saturday?
I doubt it, but I'll still be there barracking for them.
Good on you, Hillary.
I don't leave early, I stay till the end.
Yes.
Whether they win or lose.
And that's been brought up by a couple of supporters tonight on the open line as well. Hillary, it's great to hear your voice again. Thanks for a year.
I love my club. I love my club.
I know you do. You're a passionate, stalwart supporter.
I never leave them, never. I absolutely love them.
Good on you, Hillary. Thanks for...
Anyway, it was lovely talking to you, Damien. I couldn't believe it when I heard you back on. I thought, God, I haven't heard Damien for ages.
I appreciate
it,
Hillary.
Lovely to have him on again.
Good stuff.
I wish you were on more often.
I appreciate it, Hillary. You're a very good egg, no doubt about that. All the best. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, darling. It was my birthday last Saturday. I was 78.
Happy birthday, Hillary, and good to see you've got the fire in the belly as well.
Any more.
Yes, hopefully to many more. Good on you, Hillary. All the best.
I don't want any more. I'm getting too old.
Well, if Melbourne...
Charlie, have a good night.
If Melbourne lift their form, I'm sure that'll increase the appetite. Good on you, Hillary. Hillary from Croydon there. 1300 736 736 to ring in. You can text it as well. 0433 98 11 16. You can hear your thoughts on tonight's match with the Magpies prevailing by a comprehensive 52-point margin over the Lions.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
Why don't you just come say every project?
Visit coats.com.au.
At Wayville and Southern Mitsubishi, we're for the people who want to save thousands on a Mitsubishi demo. For those that love capped price servicing and appreciate being backed by Australia's only 10-year warranty. Triton, ASX, Eclipse Cross, Outlander, Pajero Sport. Every model, every car, priced to clear. Wayville and Southern Mitsubishi demo clearance on now. Wayville and Southern Mitsubishi. T's and C's apply.
For the hottest hot party you've ever seen. Ring comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 73% with Ream Ambi Heat Heat Pump.
Install a ring.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
What's happening at Bowden Brewing? Plenty, actually. Going to the game at the Adelaide Oval? Well, Bowden Brewing is a great spot for a beer and a feed to get warmed up. Bowden Brewing is only a short 5-minute free train ride to the Adelaide Oval on match days. All their beers are independently brewed in-house, and they are the home of the iconic Purple Yeet Hard Lemonade. Bowden Brewing on 4th Street. Check it out. Right in the heart of Bowden. Drop in or buy online at bowdenbrewing.com.
Fully Australian-owned, Lumo Energy has won CanStar Blue's most satisfied customers Electricity Providers SA for the second year running. Switch to Lumo to join thousands of happy customers enjoying great value energy plans and rewards. Lumo Energy. Join today for award-winningly great value. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details. Lumo Energy.
G'day everybody, it's Andy Martin. This season when I cheer on the mighty Blue Baggers, I'll never lose my power thanks to the Signet AFL Club branded power bank. Come on the Baggers, it's our year. Like all Australian midfielder charging towards goal, these Signet AFL Club branded power banks will sell out fast. Shop now at Signet.com. Gear up for game day with official AFL Club power banks by Signet. A great gift idea for footy fans. Pre-order at Signet.com.
We see you out at Golden Grove watching the match from inside your car. Those kids keep you busy and keep growing. That's why our Credit Union SA mobile lending managers come to you, even here, to help you understand how a bigger home can fit within your goals. Free property reports and flexible payment options are all part of the home ground advantage. Keep your money close to home with Credit Union SA. We see you, South Australia. Conditions, fees and lending criteria apply and are available on request.
Hoping your team gets the chocolates in this round of footy? Tyre Power do too. The big Easter sale is now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. Find your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer at tyrepower.com.au.
The Australian League of Professional Surfing is back. Kicking off with stop number 5 on the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Running from April 18 to 28, this prestigious event will showcase the world's best surfers as they battle it out in the Bells Bowl. Be there at Bells for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy, or watch it live at worldsurfleague.com. That's worldsurfleague.com.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Collingwood by 52 points over the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba tonight. Happy to hear your calls. 1300 736 736. You can text in as well. 0433 98 11 16. Just having a look here on the text machine. Fraser saying, I'm sick of Collingwood getting everything from the AFL every Thursday or Friday night. I put the TV on. They're playing the AFL. They should swap it more so we can watch different teams more often. Well, the reality is if they're playing well, I know they didn't have the best season last year, but if they're playing well, they're a marquee side with a big supporter base. You get the big games, and that's been a bit of a debatable point in regards to North Melbourne, whether they should hang on to that Good Friday fixture, which I know they do a fantastic job with in regards to the appeal, but they've got to put their mettle on it when it comes to the on-field performance as well. Let's have a look at more text messages. This one coming in from Anonymous. Happy that Cox, who is now on the edge of our 22, can come in and impact the matchups and the game. Well, he did ultimately, when you think about it, put a spanner in the works as a late inclusion. And also, just in terms of some of the tactics to negate the opposition, it's interesting hearing Josh Dunkley speak to Mitch Cleary with thanks to Channel 7, and he was asked, I suppose, whether the Lions should have tagged Nick Dacos from the first quarter because he was let off the leash, and it was reflected in his statistics as well, 38 disposals tonight.
Nick Dacos dominated early. Did you let him off the loose too much? Obviously there was a plan. Did you let him run free too easily in that first half?
Oh, it's hard to say. I mean, when we review it, we'll have a look at it. But yeah, it's hard because we wanted it to be more of a team mindset to look after him. But mate, he's a great player. Like he runs for days. He's there's a reason why he's one of the best players in the competition, and he showed that tonight.
Obviously can adapt to the tag as well, but maybe in hindsight it could have been done a little bit earlier, trying to negate his influence given he was let off the leash. And that was spoken about in his early days as well, when maybe he was underestimated a fraction by some of the opposition teams where he was just given too much latitude. Let's go to Adam off the open line, 1300 736 736. How are you, Adam?
Damo, I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Fire away.
That's good. I just want to talk about a couple of things. People saying that the Pies get the rub of the green. The free kick count was +2 to the Pies tonight. I don't see how that works with the rub of the green. There could have been 4 or 5 that went either way tonight. I don't see how that works. And I think maybe Darcy Moore, if he keeps going, could be All-Australian captain. What do you think?
Potentially. I think he's shown before what a class player he is, and the fact that he has recovered from a bit of a not downward spiral last year, but a downward season based on his usual standards. Sometimes he can get a bit of a lease on life, a new lease on life after a fresh pre-season. I think they came off the back of a euphoric premiership in 2023. Sometimes that does have a bit of an impact, even when you don't intend it to, on your psyche, on your preparation. We saw it after the 1990 flag as well with the Pies. They didn't have a very good year the following year in 91, and then in 1992 they followed up with a pretty good season, whilst they didn't go as deep into the finals as they would have liked. So I don't know whether that has an impact or whether I'm reading too much into it, but more, for whatever reason, he's turned things around. Go on.
I feel like he's just showing his intercept power and his marking ability more against like better opposition. Like Eric Kinkwood had a great game last week, and then sort of like nullified him a lot, and people just ramping Eric up a lot. So I feel like he's just comes to a new level.
Yeah, I think so. I think with a clearer head, there's no doubt he's improved. But I think also not just the way he intercepts, but in regards to the transition, how they managed to find their way through the corridor as well, the Magpies too. They utilise that corridor ball movement very well, and it's not just about negating the opposition's attack, but you've also got to start and attack yourself, and that's one aspect of the game which he's pretty good at as well.
Absolutely. Completely agree.
Just before I let you go, Adam, having a look at Collingwood's lineup as well, I spoke about the depth before. I mean, Ed Allen was a sub tonight. He came off the bench, had 7 disposals in the last quarter. Admittedly, the game was won. You think players like him should get a little bit more of an opportunity for a full game?
I feel a lot for Ed Allen, because I feel like he's a very talented young player, but at the moment our team is just filled with a lot of people that fill a lot of holes.
Yep.
And at the moment, he just hasn't been able to find the place to fill that hole, because there's just too much there, which obviously is a great thing for the Pies, but it's obviously not good for people trying to make their way in the competition, which is annoying for Collingwood because they eventually want to leave.
Yeah.
Which is what happened to like Joe Richardson, who went to Port Adelaide.
Yeah, and Ed Allen, of course, has family ties to Perth, as we know. So it would be great to get him further into the AFL in regards to opportunities. I know he's been playing pretty consistently in the VFL over the last 2 years. I was surprised that they dropped him after that GWS game in the opening round, because I thought he had a reasonable enough game compared to some of these other teammates, and it was good to see him at least get his chance as a sub. But yeah, it's a hard one, isn't it, to break into a side that's going well.
Really played well at the GWS game, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought there were a couple of times he managed to get the ball through the corridor, and I don't think he was as bad as some of these other teammates. I guess that was what I was getting at, where by comparison...
I was mentioning the other players. Sorry.
Yeah, by comparison to the other players, in that team, which, as we saw with Nick Dacos, there were a lot of questions around his fitness in that game. He was breaking down, virtually at half time. And, we saw Pendlebury and Sidebottom almost in the same boat as well. And got to give credit to Steele Sidebottom as well tonight. He obviously had 26 possessions. A lot of people thought that he was gone probably this time 12 months ago. I know he had that great pivotal moment in the 2023 grand final, but he didn't start off the season all that well last year. He seems to be coming back with a new lease on life himself. So it'd be interesting to see how long players like him and Scott Pendlebury can go, because you want to give that regeneration of youth.
It's just amazing how they keep persisting and keep going. And I honestly, I've been a Collingwood member for 26 years. I'm only 30 years old, and I honestly hope Pendles can break Boomer Harvey's record, to be honest.
And what about Jack Crisp? He will equal the most consecutive games record next week.
Jim Steins as well. Yeah, I hope that's going to get done in about 5 games' time or something, or next week.
Well, he's going to equal it, I think, next week, and then potentially break it after that. But I think it comes down to the longevity of players now. And I think hopefully we see a scenario, and not every coach has this philosophy. I know Mick Malthouse had this philosophy where it doesn't necessarily, and Scott Pendlebury mentioned it in his post-game wrap-up with the boys on the commentary, it's not necessarily about the age, it's about the way you play. And look, I think with Pendles, you have a look at his kick-to-handball ratio. He's certainly handballing it a little bit more than he used to compared to his kick tally for an entire game, but he's still conserving the energy. He's still running around very well. I think sometimes we can be a bit ageist as a footy community. We do it with coaches too, where we rule players off and coaches off based on their age. If they're still contributing, Boomer Harvey's an example. I thought he was probably forced to retire a little bit prematurely as well, given he was still contributing reasonably well in that North Melbourne lineup. I think if you're still going well, I know you've got to try and rebuild and rejig the list. Yeah, I think, yes, you've got to have that balance, but I think there's still room for a few experienced players if they're playing well and justifying their role in the side. Adam, really appreciate your call, mate.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Good stuff. Enjoy the victory. Adam calling there on the open line. 1300 736 736 to ring in. You can text it as well. 0433 98 11 16. Let's head to our final break for Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence with thanks to Bendix Brakes. More of your calls after this.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just carked it. It says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send the ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Nothing says modern farming quite like the Deutz-Fahr Warrior Series of tractors. Ranging from 170 to 350 horsepower, the Warrior Series lets you experience farming at full power. Available in a range of specifications with no AdBlue or DPF, the Warrior is your ultimate farming partner. To find your nearest stockist or to view the range, visit deutzfahr.com.au. The Deutz-Fahr Warrior Series. Unearth a legend.
Installery.
For the hot body you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Installery.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit visit australianmade.com.au.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
It's where passion and skill collide.
Comes back to Declan Hamilton, this way, that way, goal!
The Host Plus Sandful League. Fierce rivalries, nothing beats it.
Here's Sharp, outside of the boot, goal!
Tune in each week for SENSA's broadcast of the Sandful Match of the Round.
Push towards goal, it's all about the bounce, it's going to go through! This game's not over!
Catch all the action live on SENSA, 16:29 AM and the SEN app.
Real adventures with Danger and Red. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
We did the whiting close around Tumby Bay and the islands, and we caught some magnificent King George whiting.
Donkers.
45 plus centimetres, so really big King George whiting. And they get even bigger down there. And then we were fortunate enough.
You're throwing them back if they're 40 centimetres. Toddler.
It's actually funny you say that. We're throwing them back, and I did do that.
Real adventures for Razorback 4x4 and Club Marine. You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders, for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs, and 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Yes, we're here for Elders of the Mighty 4 and 20 Pies, and the Pies looking mighty after that 52-point victory tonight over the Brisbane Lions. Time to sneak in one more caller. Let's head to Kane in Bendigo. How are you, Kane?
Yeah, good, thanks, mate. I'd just like to talk about Collingwood's structure. I think it's been amazing the last couple of games. I think it's built since the Carlton game. I took my daughter to the Carlton game, and we had probably one really good quarter that won us the game. And I could see it from the top of the stands, how their structure behind the ball is so good. Even when we turn it over, Carlton could not go through the middle. They had to go sideways. And you could sort of see it on the TV against Sydney. They'd get stuck in the middle and go sideways, and especially tonight against Brisbane again, when Brisbane looked like they were out, they all of a sudden got stuck and had to go almost sideways.
Yeah.
Quarters. Collingwood's doing something different this year than they've done before. They look really strong behind the ball.
I agree, and I think it also helps when you have players who are defensively accountable as well. And I think with Nick Dacos, that's an underrated aspect of his game, particularly for a player of his age in his early 20s. You see a lot of players come out of the draft, and I think it's just their mantra because they want to impress at underage level, that they play forward of the footy, they're looking to attack, looking to accumulate, but not as strong in terms of accountability defensively when it goes back the other way. He's a player that belies all that because he has that maturity already.
I think Collingwood's doing more of a team system, though. I don't think it's just one player, Nick Dacos, in the middle. That's one thing, and that adds to it. But the system behind the ball turns sideways. Even Brisbane tonight, when they were in the middle, they went to the wings, they went to the flanks, as opposed to attacking, because Collingwood was so well structured behind the ball, they stopped and had to stop and think about it.
Completely agree, Kane. Thanks for ringing in and thanks for holding on as well.
Cheers, mate.
Good stuff, Kane in Bendigo there. Thank you so much for your calls. Great to be back on the air on AFL Nation. And a special cheerio, of course, to John Donohoe, the usual host of this program. Welcomed in a newborn son into the world. So fantastic. Best of luck to him and his partner, Sam. That wraps us up for this Thursday night. The Collingwood Football Club 52-point victors over the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba. Hope you enjoy your Easter weekend.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.